I'm going to be curious about this work, particularly with, in between races. It's a bit more of an amped up atmosphere.
Yeah, an 80-1 upset winner in the Kentucky Derby. And we don't see this very often. It does happen that horses will work in between races, and that's what he's going to do today. So we will get a chance to see him kind of in that racing atmosphere as we welcome in Paul LaDuca and Frank Lyons live with us at Churchill Downs. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. I know we're all looking forward to seeing Rich Strike. What can you tell us about what you've heard or what you're looking forward to seeing today?
Well, it's going to be very interesting. I know Frank and Tom Amos, both of them former trainers, are going to analyze the workout as well as Richie and Maggie. What do you expect? And here's the thing, Frank. We've seen some horses work in between races in the past. I remember Golden Sense did it for Doug O'Neill, a couple other horses. Sometimes it can amp up a horse a tiny bit because maybe the horse thinks it's race day, but you thought maybe being 12 days out, this is okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is okay. It's kind of an unusual move, you know. He's going to think that he's going to the races. And this is a horse that when he thinks about things kind of reacts, you know. Yeah. And so I know that's going to be a little concern. It's probably going to be the main concern of Eric Reed's is how is the horse going to handle the situation. That's his main concern. Then the second thing is how's he going to work? He's going to work 5/8. I think he'll work 5/8 in like 101. Probably a minute and change, and then he'll want to see it and gallop out. And if he sees him gallop out and he sees he's happy and healthy and gets him back to the barn in one piece, he's going to be very happy.
Yeah, the issue's going to be is the crowd going to be roaring coming down the stretch, and is Rich Strike going to want to go?
Well, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what kind of equipment he comes out in.
Oh, that's true, too.
And so, I mean, I just think that Eric Reed, he's not going to want anything, amazing. You don't want to work him too fast. You don't want to work too slow. You just want him to work and, move well. Obviously be sound, and for the rider to come back and give you the thumbs up.
Yeah. Okay, Shea, I talked to Darren Rogers right after the 5th race. Rich Strike is going to come out immediately after the race, after the horses go back to the paddock to start his work.
Can't wait to see that, guys. Looking forward to it. Exercise rider Gabriel Lagunas will be aboard for that work as well. But as we still have Paul and Frank with us coming up later today, guys, in race 8, we have the winning colors, defending champ Sconson in there too. She's an exciting one. What else can we look forward to in that graded stakes race today at Churchill?
Well, she's definitely the one to beat Sconson in the winning colors. She's the defending champion, Frank. But is she loves this racetrack. Is she coming into the race in the same form? She's 5 years old now. Yeah. They could have thought about going to the breeding shed. They brought her back for a 5-year-old campaign.
Sure, so that's a positive sign.
Yeah.
You don't bring back one that you think is maybe at the end of her career.
Yeah.
You could also breed them and bring them back.
True.
Sometimes fillies run better when they're in fall, when they're pregnant. And, that just kind of relaxes them. And those high-strung fillies. Yeah. She's not a high-strung filly. And I think that I was talking to Greg Foley yesterday over there, and he was full of happiness and banter. And it's not unusual of Ben Foley, but when you see him like that, he's happy about his big horse.
Yeah, he really is. And, Keisha, we talk about it so many times. We saw it with Temple City Terror. Horses that love this racetrack seem to run well over it. Sconson, 7 starts, 4 wins in 2 seconds. Looking forward to her in the winning colors a little later on.
Yeah, we definitely are. Paul and Frank, thank you so much. They'll both be with us throughout the afternoon, giving insight on everything going on at Churchill Downs as we take a look at what else is still on tap today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. And we have races 1 through 10. The highlight on Big Apple Showcase Day, the Kingston, the feature, we're fast and firm. A big pick 6 carryover, too, kicking off in race 5. And, of course, you have that winning colors and the card at Churchill Downs as well. There's no better time to join Naira Bets than right now. You can join today and get a $25 free bet for the Belmont Stakes. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com to get your free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. As we'll get ready to kick off all of the live racing action, as well as bringing you live that workout from Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike. He's getting his beauty sleep before his date with the Test of the Champion in the Belmont Stakes. That's coming up after this.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We'll get ready for the opener at Churchill Downs, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. It's a $50,000 claiming race. Everyone looking for the second win of their career. This is for the fillies and mares, and there's a quick look at your favorite, Borbina, who is making her second start off the layoff. Starting things off in the post parade, though, with the one, For Dawn.
For Dawn was claimed last time, comes off a good effort there for 30, but steps up to $50,000 company.
Second in her last two, facing tougher today, though, as she goes out for the new connections. She's 5-1 right now on the board with Adam Beschizza in the saddle. And we'll see if we can find the rest of the field. There they are. The number 2, Megan's Clara, is next.
It's really turning back in distance. I like the turn back for her. She's 1-for-1 at the distance. She's started twice at Churchill Downs, winning the second. Very strong contender.
7-2 right now as Gabriel Saez will be in the saddle on her. Here's John Courtsmount, Run Fearless.
It took her a while to kind of figure it out. Broke her maiden last time at Oaklawn with a late run after having shown speed previously. She's going to have to step up.
Number 4, Borbina is your favorite, 7-5.
It makes a lot of sense. Ran so well off of that long extended layoff, and you'd have to think that she could take a step forward.
Number 5, Busy Echo, first start since February.
Yeah, after running off, going a mile and 70, getting back to a more appropriate distance, you get Tyler Gaffleone.
Does seem like sprinting is where it was what's better for her. Here's Greg Foley's other runner, Sparkle of Hope.
Yeah, he's been racing predominantly on turf recently. We'll have to find better form than what we saw on the turf.
And the number 7, Zamuda.
I think well drawn outside, stepping up in company, but things kind of get the run of the race, see how things are developing inside her under Jimmy Graham.
Does step up in class as well, as she is the biggest price on the board. Let's go back to Paul and Frank. Guys, what do you make of this first race?
Well, what you make of this first race is you got all 7 runners that have at least had 9 starts and they only got 1 win. So there's not a lot of horses in here that like to win, Frank. So there might be a nice little 4 horses across the wire in here. Yeah. This was a tough race. I like the 2 Megan's Clara a tiny bit. Then I looked down, and she's 1-for-16. It's really tough to really love somebody in this race.
You know, I see this race as setting up perfectly for the 4 horse who is being bet. Like everyone reads the racing form the same way I do. You know, the 1, the 2, and the 5 Busy Echo. They're going to go. Busy Echo is probably the quickest of all the horses in this race. But Burbina was second last time out, going 3/4. They went 1:10 and 2. He was second to Altered Shot. Well beaten, but now he's got an extra half a furlong, and he seems like the speed is going to set up in front of him today. And this is going to be won from slightly off the pace, I believe.
Yeah, kind of a horse. She's like, just can't get out of the gate, but she got out of the gate better last time, and when she does, she runs a big race. I'm with you. The dangerous horse in here is the one for Dawn, because, you know, if the 2 really doesn't go to the front and the 5 doesn't show that speed, the 1 is a horse that needs the lead. The lone win sprinting at Fairgrounds in an off-the-turf event, gate to wire.
You know, I just don't believe, though, that she's going to get the lead here.
Okay.
I think that the 5 horse is just quicker if the 5 breaks.
Well, we got 2, 4, 5 here. Is that where you're at?
Well, I'm on the. I'll go with the 4, Burbina. You can have the 2 and the 5.
Okay, I'll take the 2 and the 5 in the Pig 5 occasion. And also, myself and Frank would like to wish a happy Memorial Day to all the women and men that have given us our freedom, to all the people that are above. We give prayers to their families as well on this Memorial Day.
God bless.
Gentlemen, thank you. Terrific sentiments, and so important, as always, to remember those who have given so much to us. And some good insight as well. Paul and Frank have things covered in the opener here. Frank mentioned, Richie, how he thought the race could set up well for the number 4, Burbina.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I like getting their insights. They're on site. They're seeing the little nuances, different things about the track, or how horses are acting in the paddock on the way to the gate. And they're loading up for the first here on a beautiful Memorial Day, not only here in the metropolitan area, but in Kentucky, obviously.
Absolutely. We hope you're out at the track enjoying, or if you're watching at home, we appreciate you spending some of your day with us. They load into the gate for the first race at Churchill Downs on the special Memorial Day card. Here's track announcer Travis Stone standing by.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Zamuda, Busy Echo, and Fordon, those 3 fastest out of there. Fordon and Busy Echo hook up early. They speed off together, breaking away 3 lengths on Sparkle of Hope, who's out in 3rd. Megan's Clara advancing inside 4th, and then it's Run Fearless away 5th. Zamuda's in 6th, and Burbina is the last of them all down the backstretch run. Fordon comes on through to take a clear-cut lead past the half. Busy Echo's trying to keep up in 2nd, stalking outside. 2 lengths back. Megan's Clara coasting along while 3rd. Sparkle of Hope is 4th and only 3 lengths behind as they're on the far turn now. The opening quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. A gap of 5 back to Burbina, who's up into 5th, but is still 8 lengths behind as they come for the top of the stretch. Fordon the leader. Busy Echo saunters up alongside. Sparkle of Hope pops out 3 wide. Megan's Clara goes to the rail. Burbina's in 5th. Racing for the 8th pole. Busy Echo set down for the drive. Here comes Sparkle of Hope surging alongside. Megan's Clara's coming up the rail. Burbina's in 4th. Final 16th now. Busy Echo tenaciously holding on to the lead. Sparkle of Hope's been trying to get by. Burbina's now 3rd. Here's the wire, and it's going to be Busy Echo. Busy Echo the winner. Sparkle of Hope was 2nd. Burbina was 3rd. And Megan's Clara finished 4th.
Busy Echo with the win as trainer Greg Foley runs 1-2. I'm sure he's hoping that is a good sign of things to come with his Wisconsin waiting in the wings for the winning colors later.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of trainers filling out exactas recently, running 1-2. Busy Echo, she hasn't been seen since February, but that was when she ran long. She doesn't want any part of going long. They used to love that move. Usually there'd be more the closer spacing between races, but when a sprinter goes long and turns back, they've got foundation. Busy Echo was tenacious, did not want to get passed by her uncoupled stablemate, the 6 Sparkle of Hope, and Tyler Gaffleone continues his Churchill Downs rampage.
He has been so dominant there. That has to feel so good for a rider, too, as he is just seems like he's been sweeping up every Kentucky riding title that's available between Churchill and Keeneland. But to be in a zone like that has to be the best feeling.
Well, everything's about confidence with athletes, and you know, obviously he's confident. His agent, Matt Musiker, supplies him with live mounts on a consistent basis, and he delivers. You only continue to get live mounts when you win with them.
Absolutely. Only as good as your last victory, right? As he picks up another win here. Busy Echo off the bit of a freshening and the cutback and distance. Big Apple Showcase Day is about to kick off as we get ready to see those New York breds in the spotlight. There is Royal Currency, the favorite in the first race at Belmont Park. More on her and the rest of the field after this.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns to Belmont Park June 9th through 11th. This year is packed with world-class horse racing and entertainment, headlined by a live performance by the New York Bee Gees, presented by Mohegan Sun on Friday, June 10th, and world-famous DJ Paulie D on Belmont Stakes Day, Saturday, June 11th. From Secretariat to American Pharoah, the test of the champion is home to the most memorable moments in sports. Are you ready to strike rich this year at the Belmont Stakes? Tickets are now on sale at belmontstakes.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We continue on with our program as we have the first race at Churchill Downs in the books. Trainer Greg Foley, who has his stable star Sconson waiting in the wings for the Grade 3 winning colors a little bit later on. He kicked off his Monday in good fashion, running 1-2 in the opener.
Always nice to get off winning, kind of set the tone for the day. Feels to me not as pronounced as the inside speed track we've had at Churchill at different times, but you want to be forwardly placed. I'm going to give an advantage right now. I'll be interested to hear what the boys think at Churchill, but I think you want to be close.
Busy Echo, who has that natural speed and used it to her advantage, picks up the win in the first race. And quite a good winner's circle group there. $18.80 winner Greg Foley with a couple of nice prices too. The 3-2 favorite Burbina will check in third. At Belmont Park, we get ready for the first race on Big Apple Showcase Day. The New York bred fillies looking for the first win of their career here, going a mile on the main track is Richie. We see Royal Currency currently at 2-5. She was a late scratch in the paddock back on the 21st. You were in the paddock that day, and we'll get your thoughts on that more in a moment, but start off on the post parade with the one Sweet Maeve.
Yeah, Sweet Maeve didn't show a lot first time out on the dirt when she kind of threw her head and broke awkwardly. Tried turf, that wasn't too good. Adds blinkers, she's going to have to improve.
Lots of changes with her today. Layoff runner, here's the 3, Sister Linda.
Yeah, coming off a layoff, sprinted first time, didn't show much, is another one that's going to have to show more.
Next will be a first-time starter, Burn Rosie Byrne, filly by Freud.
Yeah, steady, slow work tab, but steady. A tough distance to debut at a mile.
She is a big price on the board right now, as we will look next at your favorite, Royal Currency.
She looks very formidable here. She's got good form. She lays up close. She has gaudy buyer figures compared to the rest of the field. Should be very tough.
2-5 right now on Royal Currency for Charlie Baker. Here's the 6, Secret Hideout.
A filly that's been showing some speed going shorter, and now she stretches out to a mile. She's probably a big part of this pace.
That's the field for the first race at Belmont Park. Early pick 5 kicks off here too. And as I mentioned, Royal Currency was that late scratch in the paddock on the 21st. It was an unseasonably warm day that day. What did you see from her on that afternoon, and what can you tell us about the reason for the scratch?
Yeah, Charlie Baker, her trainer, just did not like the way she was acting. Seemed like she wasn't sweating. She was lethargic, and he just thought the right thing to do for the filly was to scratch her, regroup. Obviously, they like what they've seen from her since. She's back in. It's so important for horses to sweat on warm days. It shows you that their natural coolant system is working properly. But she was a short price that day and was scratched. You applaud a trainer that recognized their horses at 100%. No such thing as a horse whisperer. There's horse listeners.
Such a top-class horseman is Charlie Baker. Has done so well with his runners here in New York. As we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale here with us trackside. Maggie, what are you seeing from Royal Currency today as she's back on the track?
Well, it's great to hear Mig's insight because typically Royal Currency is a little bit of a nervous Nelly. She can be a bit obstreperous to get tack on, so I'm sure when she wasn't acting her usual self, she's always got to give a little bit of a rear up before getting saddled, or if they're trying to put blinkers on her. So the fact she was acting like that, it was an immediate red flag, I'm sure, for Charlie Baker. Now, they have put water on her twice. There is some sweat up between her legs. It is very warm today, but she's acting her normal self, and she does wear that hood with those short cut cheater blinkers, and I don't think getting an extra furlong for her is going to be that big of a deal. Now, she was wired by Liberty Flame last time, in which the track playing well too, speed types and on the rail, where Royal Currency spent most of the race until about the 3/16 pole on the rail. So she wasn't totally up against it, but then again, you know, Liberty Flame got the best of it. As we'll move on to number 1, that is Sweet Maeve, switching from turf to dirt, you know, in that turf race, which I would have thought she was more of a turf horse. So they're going back to the drawing board with this Daughter of Vancouver. She kind of was checked back early, then she was checked back going into the turn 2. She kind of tried to run on a bit at the end, but the race dominated towards the front end. But it was her first start back in quite a while, and she looks incredibly fit here for my man Cleveland Johnson, otherwise known as V around here. But she looks more ready in this second start, and she does get a shortcut blinker. She framed herself up beautifully, galloping away from the pony with Kendrick Carmouche. I just thought she was a little bit interesting and kind of felt she may be the best alternative because they are betting number 3, Sister Linda, in here. She's your current second choice. Now, just so people know, Michelle Nevin serving a suspension, so this isn't kind of a true trainer change. Obviously, this horse probably prepared by Michelle up until a week or 2 ago. She'll get Lasix for this return. She debuted behind Venti Valentine, so a good maiden she debuted in. She didn't show much early speed. She was kind of checked briefly at the quarter pole, but still didn't show much. She is of a physicality that suggests that going longer is better, obviously, 2 being by Boys of Toscanova, but she just looks like she needs a start. She does not look as fit as these horses who have recency over her. And 2, she got very agitated once they started putting the tack on. She continued to start to really kick and swish her tail out on the racetrack too. So I'm going to take the wait and see approach with her. Now, the first time starter has a bit of pedigree. Burn Rosie Byrne, daughter of Freud, full sister to Burning Rose, who won at 7 furlongs first time out as a 2-year-old, then went on to win the Maid of Mistakes. Good size on Burn Rosie Byrne. So physically, she looks well suited to these conditions. But as Mig pointed out, some slower works, she probably doesn't have that much early speed. She is wearing a shortcut cheater blinker for this debut, but I like her. I'm not saying that she necessarily is going to win first time out like her full sister, but I think she can make some noise here, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. 9-1, a nice price on that first-time starter, warming up well under Trevor McCarthy. A fun race to kick off Big Apple Showcase Day, as we have Jonathan Kinchin with us today as well. JK, glad to have you with us. All about the New York Breds today. What do you make of this opener?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious on paper that the 5 Royal Currency is going to be tough to beat. But I do think that it's important to note that Mackie pointing out how the 4 looks on the track, that's the only type of horse that I could see upsetting this field, a horse that we haven't seen anything from. The horses that have run aren't beating the 5 Royal Currency. Just from a speed figure standpoint, it just doesn't look likely to happen. So if you want to take a chance, the only chance I would take, obviously, would be with the 4 Burn Rosie Byrne, just based on what Maggie had mentioned. But I also think that it's important to note early in this day that we do have a nice pick six carryover later this afternoon. It starts in race 5, 73,000 on a Memorial Day holiday. It should be a really big pool, and I think it's a fun sequence as well. I think that there's some places that you can lean. I don't think that if you're playing with a budget, it doesn't feel like a sequence that's not approachable. And the race that I'm excited about kind of locking up is the 9th race, the Kingston. Some like it Hot Brown, the 7-horse. He's faced New York breds 3 times, and he's won all 3 races. He's speed, and I'm also going to use the 2 City Man, who, if for whatever reason someone happens to go with Some Like It Hot Brown, I feel like I have the best speed, the best closer. Start looking at that pick 6 now. You got a couple races until it starts. Like I said, starts in race 5, a $73,000 carryover.
That will be a lot of fun. JK, thank you. Pick 6 carryover. Always great option to take part of, especially, as Jonathan mentioned, a special holiday card. You should have a nice pool to look forward to.
Really should. And, I always like this day because, again, going back to the breeders come out, the people that have been involved with these horses from the start, going back to just the idea of what stallion they should send the mare to. And I love the whole process, and you could see the pride and joy they take in it.
And you're a New York bred, too.
I'm a New York bred as well. So for years now they have the New York Breeders Jockey of the Year. I was fortunate to win it twice. But it's really not that good a record if you think about it. I was one of the few guys eligible for it being bred in the state of New York.
Well, you have to start somewhere, right? Meanwhile, New York bred filly by Overanalyze is the favorite. Royal Currency for Charlie Baker. Maggie saying she's back to her old self today, which is great to hear, as we'll take a look at her last start going 7 furlongs on April 23rd. She'll go the mile for the first time today, which is a little bit of the question as well. She's never gone this far, but as you mentioned, Richie, she's just run the best races versus what she's up against today.
It just feels like she landed in a field that she's supposed to handle. You saw her alter course a little bit out there, which kind of takes some of your forward momentum away. It's always nicer if you're able to kind of sift out in the clear instead of altering course, going drastically to the right. But she finished well here. She's by Overanalyze. I don't think the mile is going to make much of a difference here. She was getting to the winner slowly but surely. And you got to think that day she wins if she was able to extricate herself from behind horses in a little smoother fashion.
Dylan Davis going to be aboard once again as another one with experience is the number 1, Sweet Maeve. The blinkers going on today, too, as she's been a big price in her last couple of starts. We'll take a look at a recent effort for her. This is actually her debut when she kind of leapt up at the break and then lurched forward.
Yeah, I mean, she just kind of blew the break there. And honestly, she didn't run as bad as, you would think, getting beat 13.5 lengths, as much as she gave away at the break.
Right.
And then you saw she had run on her mind. She got eager. She jumped in the bit. So I think, in a way, that race is a little sneaky. And I like the fact that Maggie likes her more from a physical perspective now, making her 3rd start. You get Kendrick Carmouche. You get blinkers. And I go back a long way with Cleveland Johnson. V was the groom for Eternal Prince, the horse that I won the Wood Memorial on way back in 1985.
He has Sweet Maeve down to the inside. The blinkers going on that filly by Vancouver. There was pedigree to suggest she should handle the turf going back to the main track today, though, as maybe mentally she has improved. Now having that race off of the layoff under her belt as well. 1-5 on Royal Currency. Sister Linda is taking some attention as she hasn't run since September and kind of seemed like as she was back, didn't really do any running in that debut with the works, knowing the style of trainer Michelle Nevin, as we heard the situation Maggie mentioned. This may just be a stepping stone kind of race for her.
Yeah, I think so. The sire, Boys of Tuscanova, more of a sprinting type as well. And I can't see them beating the favorite Royal Currency, but I like the idea that the 1, Sweet Maeve, can improve here.
We'll see. It makes for an interesting race as Sister Linda, a little bit green behind the gate. She hasn't done this in a while, hasn't raced since September. Our top class gate crew gets her in as we will get ready to see if Royal Currency can find the winner's circle today as we get ready to kick off Big Apple Showcase Day in the Big Apple. Here's another New York bred, the voice of New York racing, John Embriel, standing by with the call.
And they're in the gate. And they're off.
Secret Hideout from the outside is out for the lead. Royal Currency is in between horses. And then it's Sister Linda down at the rail. Now Sister Linda and Royal Currency hook up. Sweet Maeve has moved into third. Right alongside is Burn, Rosie Burn. And after breaking on top, Secret Hideout now trails the field. Royal Currency has stepped away here. Royal Currency quickly opening up a 6-length lead on Sister Linda. The opening quarter mile in 22 and 4. Royal Currency, the big favorite, in front here now by 7. Sweet Maeve is down at the rail. Sister Linda is alongside. Then Burn, Rosie Burn, and Secret Hideout. As they head for the far turn, it is Royal Currency isolated here and in front by 8. Ran the half mile in 45 and 4/5 seconds. It's Royal Currency by herself right now. Sister Linda moves up on the outside into second. Sweet Maeve is down at the rail in third. Then the first-time starter, Burn, Rosie Burn. Royal Currency takes the field to the top of the stretch. Sister Linda running in second. They head for home now. Royal Currency, 3/4, 1:11 and 4. Sister Linda is closing in. Royal Currency, here is Sister Linda, who easily goes by Royal Currency. Sister Linda is in front and opening up here. It is Sister Linda and apprentice Jose Gomez, and she is going to win in a rout as we begin Big Apple Showcase Day.
Sister Linda pulling the upset as she wins in her first start of 2022, going by pretty easily as we saw Royal Currency, Richie, open up early on with a pretty quick pace.
Yeah, she was very aggressive, a half and 45 and change, going a mile. Very stiff fractions for New York-bred maiden fillies here. I love this ride, by the way, from Jose Gomez. Broke running, was aggressive out of there. Realized they were going very fast. He put his hands down, allowed his filly to back out, drop back. Royal Currency continued to be aggressive, opened up 6-7 lengths, and then the apprentice comes out and, you know, the patient tact. And it's unusual to see the apprentice rider be more patient than the journeyman rider in this case, but it certainly paid dividends. Sister Linda was very good. Royal Currency now, that's her 5th second from 6 career starts.
She has started making a habit of that as she picks up yet another second, only 1/4, the rest of them in her career. Second place finishes. Sister Linda, though, winning in the first start of her 3-year-old season. Jose Gomez with his 12th win of the meet. This one for trainer Horacio De Paz. Bring you prices and reactions after this on America's Day at the Races.
800 going, 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Look at that Belmont paddock showing off on this beautiful day, huh?
Gosh, beautiful day here.
Absolutely gorgeous. Great to see people out on this Memorial Day. And if you're watching from home, we appreciate you tuning in too. If you're close by Belmont Park, try and make it out. It really is a beautiful afternoon. Big Apple Showcase Day underway. New York bred maidens in the first race. Sister Linda victorious off the layoff under Jose Gomez.
Yeah, and their heads-up ride by Jose Gomez. Royal Currency, very aggressive early. Opened up a long lead with very fast fractions and had no response when the three, Sister Linda, who kind of backed out of that pace and got a very patient ride, heads-up ride from Jose Gomez, powered home. Listen, she won off by many lengths. Maybe she's best regardless, but certainly using your brain that way, using your head and saying, you know what, I can't continue head and head for the lead like this. Let me back out and make the one run. Heads up ride from a kid that's been riding terrific.
Still a 5-pound apprentice, but has shown to be wise beyond his years and his experience out on the track, making a splash here at Belmont Park. Beats the 1-5 favorite and pays $15. Does Sister Linda, first-time starter, Rosie Byrne, with a nice effort, finishing third. Back at Churchill Downs, we get ready for race 2. It's a maiden claiming for $20,000. 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Taking a look at the field, pretty even tote board as of now. 2-1 favorite on the number 4, I Cross My Heart, who drops in class for Brian Lynch. Here is Oaxaca to kick off the post parade.
Well, we saw a horse win the first race at Churchill Downs, turning back in distance. This horse, I think, getting definitely back to a more appropriate distance.
Number 2, Gardenly is a first-time starter.
Yeah, first-time starter, acting very classy on the racetrack. I thought I saw a bit more of turf pedigree, particularly on the female side of the family.
We'll see how she handles this group in her first race. Here's Pontiffany, who's had many chances.
Had many chances, is the 12th time the charm, does have some speed, and has run credible races at this level.
Third at this level last time out. Here's the 4, I Cross My Heart, dropping in class.
Big drop in class. She's going from maiden allowance to $20,000 maidens. Mitchell Morrow's been very... riding impressively to me. I like his thought process. I could see.
Maxine's Candy also takes a bit of a drop.
Keeps dropping in class. Maiden allowance, maiden 50, maiden 20. Still going to have to show more.
Scratch the 6. Here's the 7, another firster, No Grats.
Firster, good steady work tab from a trainer that can win with first-time starters, Norm Cassie, and taking money. And with firsters, we try to let the board help us a little bit, kind of point out what horses have been training well in the mornings.
And that's Tyler Gaffleone. That certainly doesn't hurt either. As we get ready for this maiden claiming race, Frank Lyon still with us. Frank, what do you make of these maidens here in race 2?
Well, I make that a lot of the trainers and the connections of these horses are giving kind of up on them. Now they're in for maiden 20. The one horse, Oaxaca, she is by Speightstown out of a Bernardini mare, Golden Age. Her second dam is Vision of Gold, trained by Ron Ellis, won the Santa Maria out at Santa Anita many years ago, but a very good pedigree, but they just don't see anything, positive about this filly. She's washed out today. They're going to try to go gate to wire, I'm sure, with her, but she is just a filly that never turns off, and she looks exactly kind of like that type of filly. Just there's not much to her at all. The two that actually were quite good looking were the 4, I Cross My Heart for Brian Lynch and Mitch Murrell and owner Bill Werner, and then the 7, Norgrats from the Norm Cassie barn. Norm, who's excellent young trainer, he's hitting at 24% this year, 16 wins from 68 starters. You've seen him win up at the Preakness Day or the day before, and he's really coming to be a top-class conditioner, and he knows where to put these horses. This filly, Norgrats, she's by Congrats out of a Milwaukee broodmare, so not exactly bred to sprint, but she costs $65,000. I'm not sure why they're giving up on her, but she breezed 48-2 from the gate at Keeneland, her second last work. I just see her as the best in this bunch, and there's not a whole lot in this race, though. Acacia, back to you.
All right, Frank, thank you. Wide open board right now. Zeroing in, though, on the number 4, I Cross My Heart. Just ticked down to 9-5. This filly's only ever faced Maiden Special Weight Company. And I remember I actually really liked the way that she looked in her first 2 races at Gulfstream, and she just didn't show up. And maybe with those kinds of horses, as we do have a rider off the 5, Maxine's Candy, as she's giving the outrider a bit of trouble there.
Did a really good job of being able
to
kind of switch over with the rein there and not allow this horse to kind of get kind of over the side of the pony. I mean, that was an excellent job. What a horsemanship that was.
Have to be a good horseman as the outriders. Essential for a safe and functioning racetrack. Apprentice Renee Diaz off the number 5 at Maxine's Candy. She does wear that full hood where her ears are covered to muffle out the sound. Gives an inclination she might be a bit quirky.
Yeah, they put that hood on to kind of mute sound, try to keep a horse from getting, too worked up. Horses react to noise a lot. And you see the rider, he's looking for a leg up. With a filly that's flighty like that, you don't want to try to do that leap up by yourself because you're not quite sure which direction they're going to go. That's Greg Bozzi, the outrider, who just did a tremendous job with that filly.
Families there at Churchill Downs today. We'll keep our eyes, though, on the 5, Maxine's Candy, as Renee Diaz does get a leg back up and will be escorted to the starting gate as got to get back up and get back in the saddle. And it did happen in a place where the outrider was able to assist and grab on and will pass her off to the starting gate crew.
Yeah, and I think he did the prudent thing, waiting to get a leg up, quickly getting back to the 7 no grats as they're going in the gate. The mares had 5 foals, all winners. None of them won on debut, though.
We'll see if she can buck the trend. Billy by Congrats breaking to the outside. Here's Travis Stone with race 2 at Churchill.
And they're off. Awkward beginning for Garden Lee. Good beginning for Oaxaca, who's racing for the lead. I Cross My Heart is there. Maxine's Candy. And from the far outside, No Grants races up into 4th. Pontiffany tucks in behind 5th early, and Garden Lee settles in at the back about 5 lengths off the lead. 5 furlongs to go. Oaxaca, the leader. The leader by half a length. I Cross My Heart is prompting, and No Grants advances up to make it 3 across the track with 4 furlongs to go. Pontiffany 4th and toward the rail. Garden Lee is tugging at the rider up into 5th and 3 lengths behind. Maxine's Candy trails to field. Round the far turn, the opening quarter in a moderate 23 seconds flat. It's Oaxaca the leader. Opening up by a length now. I Cross My Heart nudged along in 2nd. Pontiffany tucked away 3rd. No Grats is under pressure 4th. Garden Lee's finding stride now. Comes on through between horses. At the top of the stretch, Oaxaca's in front. I Cross My Heart is not going away, though. And here comes I Cross My Heart after Oaxaca. Garden Lee now 3rd. 1 furlong to go. I Cross My Heart grabs the upper hand. Oaxaca's back into 2nd. Garden Lee finishing with interest outside. Time is running out, though, and it will be I Cross My Heart, the 2-length winner. Garden Lee was 2nd, Oaxaca 3rd, and Pontiffany 4th.
I Cross My Heart on the drop in class finds her friends today, and the best, as this filly by Practical Joke is the first win of her career.
Yeah, very well placed by Brian Lynch. Not only do you have to be a good horse person or, of general care of horses, getting them fit, feeding them properly, you've got to be a good manager and place them where they can excel. And that was the case here with I Cross My Heart. Drop into the maiden 20 level that she needed. Mitchell Murrow's been impressing me. He was a young rider that I felt at times Acacia would go all in too soon. And I don't want to say panic, but tend to use a horse more than he needed to. I love the way he's saving horse, waiting, building him into a finish, and having horse less the last 1/8 of a mile.
Mitchell Murrow with the win aboard the favorite, the number 4, I Cross My Heart. Finished 3rd, but some late interest, 2nd or 3rd, I think. The late interest in the first-time starter, Garden Lee, who was still very green. She's one to watch next time out, I would say. As you see the flag of the 148th Kentucky Derby champion, Rich Strike. He's getting ready for the Belmont Stakes as he'll work between races 5 and 6 at Churchill Downs. We'll be bringing that to you live a little bit later on America's Day at the Races.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Mossberg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion, Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
You can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, as Big Apple Showcase Day is well underway, and it's our first stake of 5 on the afternoon. Coming up in race number 2, here's a look at the field for the Mount Vernon. The fillies and mares going a mile on the turf. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie as we get ready to kick off the stakes action.
Occasion. We do have some stakes winners in this field for this Mount Vernon, but some of which are going to have to overcome layoffs. And we'll begin with the Jimmy Bond runner. That's number 2, Giacosa, as she was the upset winner last year of the Yaddo Stakes. Now, in the Ticonderoga, I don't really know what happened other than, you know, maybe she doesn't like Belmont as much as she does running around the 2 turns that she gets at Saratoga and Aqueducts. I don't know, I'm speculating. But then in her next start, it was a premature move in which the winner was actually running in front of her, and then the rider decided to launch this 4-wide bid, go past the eventual winner who sat back and waited and made the last winning move. Now, Giacosa, I like her energy coming back. She's a filly that can get a little bit revved up, but you want her to be that way as long as she's keeping it contained. Now, fitness levels, I'd say she's 90% there. My gut instinct says she'll probably need this start, but I'm excited to see what she's does here, coming back as a 5-year-old, she continues to develop and do well with each passing year. As we'll move on to your favorite, that is on the outside, Classic Lady. She was the Ticonderoga winner, and she's one that can be a bit of a bad actor. I mean, going back to that Saratoga effort, I remember kind of acting up on the track in the Yaddo, and then she came back with the win here at Belmont, and she, so far, knock on wood, she's behaving beautifully here. And with the the layoff runners in mind, she by far looks the most fit and ready for this comeback effort. But Christophe Clement will send out one that might be the up-and-comer of the group. That's number 3. She's the one who made her 4-year-old bow a winning one. She got a absolutely gorgeous and perfect trip, saving all the ground, slipped through on the inside by Trevor McCarthy. It was a race, though, that I think included some decent horses. A 4th-place finisher, also trained by Christophe Clement, Mischievous Dream, came back and won with an 81 while turning back in distance 2 days ago here. But this filly's done well. She was one that mentally needed to mature quite a bit, and it seems as though she's done so. Physically, too, she's grown, she's lengthened, she's just a lot more athletic. She has a nice scopy frame to her, and I like the fact that now this year we're sticking at route distances, because while it was successful last year, I think she might be better going longer. I would demand a bit of a price on her. I would not take anything below 3-1 Acacia, but she might be the one that has the recency on the upswing.
She's intriguing, Maggie. Thank you. As we saw Penny Hallman of Mary Legs Farm, as she and her family, Richie, have a tremendous history in this game, as she is, of course, owner-breeder, if she's the one.
Yeah, they've been a part of New York racing for as long as I can remember. When I first came around, rode a number of winners for her father over the years.
Seymour Cohn, as we see those purple and white colors. She's the one with the win last time out at that mile distance. We'll meet the field of these tough fillies and mares as the early pick 4 does start here with our first stake of the day, starting with one filly who is going back to New York bred company for the first time in quite a while. Here's Runaway Rumor.
Yeah, first time back against New York breds in a while. Has a good closing kick. Last time in the Bogey, an open graded stake. She was compromised by lack of pace. She's a filly that likes to come with a late run.
Perhaps some class relief today, but she does face a tough group of fillies and mares. As I looked over, saw Richie on his iPad looking at bottles of wine, but the name of Giacosa.
A nice Dolcetto d'Alba. All of the Bond horses named for wines, and they name them for good wines.
Yeah, they have very, very good taste in wine, as do you, Richie. Here's the number 3. She's the one.
She's the one. Great comeback race. Showed a lot of professionalism and can take a step forward off of that race. Like Maggie said, could be the now filly.
She does not have the layoff to contend with as many others do, including this filly, Silky Blue.
Yeah, Silky Blue might be stretching her outer limits. I think she really kind of tops out around 7/8, but she should be very forwardly placed, if not on the lead.
Let's see if that speed helps her today. Here's second off the layoff, Pop the Bubbly.
Yeah, nice run last time, but it's going to have to improve to face the kind that she's facing today.
She won off the bench, and she's the biggest price on the board right now. Here is still your current favorite, Classic Lady.
Gets Joel Rosario for Christophe Clement. This is a mare, 7-year-old mare that wintered at Payson Park, and I have a little more confidence in the Clement horses coming back off of layoffs that have wintered at Payson. They just seem to have a little bit of an edge on conditioning.
She last ran in December in the Grade 3 Swanee River. Again, pick 4 kicks off here. Jonathan Kinchin, JK. I know we have the pick 6 carryover to look forward to, but what do you make of this pick 4?
Yeah, it's always nice to get started with some action here. I'm going to single the one, Runaway Rumor. This is a horse that forever I have said when she gets back with New York breds, she's going to win, and she's going to be hard to beat. She's run against New York breds twice, and both times she's won. So I'll single her in the first leg. In the second leg, I'm just going to use the 1 and the 8, the 1 aggregation for Chad Brown, the 8 Pineapple Man. In the third leg, I'm going to spread Richie, the 1 Biondi, B-I-O-N-D-I. What kind of wine is that? You can fill us in. I'm going to use 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 in the third leg. And then to wrap it up, in race 5, the first leg of the pick 6, I'm going to use 4, 8, and 9. I think the 8 out of sight is going to be loose in there with the 4 and the 9 trying to run him down late.
Jonathan, thank you. There's a look at that pick 4 ticket pool growing over 162,000 as we do see a couple of horses for the Bond team throughout the card, including in that pick 4 sequence.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm not mistaken, I didn't look it up yet. Biondi's a nice Brunello. So.
All right.
Yeah.
I like it.
They know their wines. They're good. I like it. And, you know, their horses get better with age, like a lot of those fine wines.
I see what you did there. Meanwhile, Classic Lady to the outside now. The 7-year-old mare is back off the layoff. As Maggie mentioned, she can be a little bit tough sometimes. She did win the Ticonderoga back in November with a good effort against the York Breds before facing Open Company down in Florida last time out.
Yeah, and that was at the end of the season, you know, against Open Company. Sometimes horses kind of get to a point in the season, we say they're over the top. They've done their best running. They're looking for a little bit of a freshening. She's just a very accomplished mare. You know, 5 wins, over $400,000 in lifetime earnings. I like Joel Rosario getting aboard. Christophe Clement has so much confidence, and they're such a good match, Joel Rosario and Christophe, because Christophe kind of trains his horses the way Joel rides. You know, it just seems like the puzzle pieces fit.
Absolutely. As Joel Rosario will be aboard Classic Lady, rode her in the Yaddo, rode her to victory today at the Spa as well. She's currently 2-1. His favoritism now ticking over to Runaway Rumor. For more, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the one highlighted in yellow with regards to her odds. That's number 1, Runaway Rumor. And when she came back as a 4-year-old in that Hillsborough, facing much better competition, obviously, as JK alluded to, was a grade 2 against a filly that is undefeated in Bleecker Streak. And 2, her trainer, Jorge Abreu, was saying that it was probably too far, that he believes that she is better at the mile distance too. And furthermore, he also mentioned that it didn't seem as though she handled the going back on May 14th in the grade 3 Beaugay. It didn't rain a lot, but it was a surface in which I remember interviewing Flavian Pratt, who won that race, the Beaugay, and him having a lot with aboard Rogier, him having a lot of dirt on his face. So it was definitely a course that was a little less than firm. This is true firm. We saw some fast times on this turf course yesterday, and it's even hotter today. So therefore, evaporating any water that is on the course. So she should like the going here. And furthermore, on top of all that, I just thought with that little break coming back in the Beaugay, she didn't look as strong as she needed to, especially behind the saddle. Love what I'm seeing from her out on the racetrack too. I think it's a toss-up between her and Classic Lady. Now, pace could be provided by number 4, Silky Blue, for trainer Jorge Duarte. She has a layoff to contend with, and that's the problem. I mean, she is a good doer. She's one that carries her weight and conditioning very well, but I do think this is just a touch beyond her optimal distance, where I think she's truly that 7-furlong Belmont specialist, and this is a bit of a tall task. But look, she's 11-1, so I don't want to be too harsh, and she is certainly a mare I respect, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Silky Blue, yeah, she's had 3 wins over this Belmont turf course, but the distance will be a bit of a question, along with the layoff, as she will come right back into the deep end for her first start as a 5-year-old. And it is cool, for example, to see a horse like Runaway Rumor, Classic Lady, horses that have been facing Open Company in graded stakes, these New York breds who can be successful on the big stage.
Yeah, absolutely. New York breds have stepped out. They win internationally now, and they're, you know, grade 1 winners everywhere. It's not like it was in the early 80s, mid 80s, where when a New York bred stepped out against Open Company, it was news. Now it's not news, it's everyday occurrence.
New York bred fillies and mares to kick off the stakes action on Big Apple Showcase Day. It's the Mount Vernon. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
For Pop the Bubbly and Classic Lady. Set for race 2. And they're off in the Mount Vernon Stakes. And it is a Classic Lady going for the lead, along with She's the One and Silky Blue right behind in 3rd. Jacoza is next in 4th, followed by Pop the Bubbly, and Runaway Rumor is down on the inside. It's Classic Lady who leads here now by 2.5 lengths. She's the One runs in 2nd. It's 3.5 lengths. Back to Silky Blue in 3rd. On her outside is Jacoza. Runaway Rumor has moved up a spot. Pop the Bubbly is the trailer. The opening quarter mile over the firm turf in 23 seconds. It is Classic Lady by 3. She's the One remains in 2nd. Then it's the duo of Jacoza and Silky Blue. They are right together, and at the back, Pop the Bubbly and Runaway Rumor. All chasing Classic Lady, who has led right from the start. She continues to lead here by 3 lengths. Classic Lady ran the opening half mile in 47 seconds, and now they're midway around the far turn. Classic Lady on top. She's the one. Here's Jacosa now, making her move on the outside. Classic Lady is the leader. The lead is down to a length. She's the one. Jacosa, Runaway Rumor now begins to gain. Pop the Bubbly's on the far outside. And Silky Blue is down towards the rail. 3/4 in 1:11 there in the stretch. It is Classic Lady. Here's Jacosa on the outside. She's the one in between. So it's 3 of them across the track with a furlong to the finish. Classic Lady digs down on the inside. Jacosa on the outside. Jacosa and Classic Lady, the 2 of them will fight it out to the finish here. And it is Jacosa. It looked like Jacosa got it in a photo right there with Classic Lady in a good stretch duel in the Mount Vernon Stakes.
What a horse race in the Mount Vernon. It looks like Giacosa got up on the outside. Classic Lady, who set the pace every step of the way. She's the one in between them. These 3 absolutely threw it down.
This was a terrific way to start up the stakes action on this New York Showcase card. You had Classic Lady on the lead with Joel Rosario. Hands and heels late. Goes to the crop to try to implore one final surge out of her, but Giacosa with a relentless run on the outside under Luis Saez appears to get her nose down on the wire first. And a really good job at Jimmy Bond to have this filly mare, off the layoff. She's the one. Good run from her. Was fighting it in between them till mid-stretch, but wow, what a way to start off the stakes action.
They made it a thriller, that's for sure. Giacosa and Classic Lady, both horses off the layoff and coming back for their 5- and 7-year-old seasons, respectively. You gotta love tough mares like this that just always show up. These New York breds, that heart we talk about, and they really put it on display here.
I just gotta admire the effort from all of them so much. And Classic Lady off the layoff, trying to find more. Giacosa off the layoff, finding just that little bit extra at the end, and named for a wine with a long, strong finish. Well, Giacosa certainly had that.
Yes, she did. Under Luis Saez, these 2 putting on a show as she had that good momentum closing on the outside. Giacosa and Classic Lady down to the wire, making it a thriller in our first stake on Big Apple Showcase Day. This is the shape of things to come. Be quite a good day here in New York.
Good way to start things out. And you got a 5-year-old mare running down a 7-year-old mare, and these mares that get those winter breaks that are turf horses, they have more longevity. Let Mother Nature, heal up any of the bumps and bruises from racing. And I love that close-up shot when they hit the wire. Joel Rosario looking over at Luis Saez looking over him. Those were always interesting conversations with another rider when you're in a photo.
Absolutely. 2 top-class riders, 2 top-class New York bred mares throwing it down in the Mount Vernon. We'll bring you prices and reactions, and of course, a lot more action on Big Apple Showcase Day. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
What a glorious day this Memorial Day is here on America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. The Mount Vernon, the first of our stakes races, goes to Giacosa on the comeback trail for the Jimmy Bond Barn. And pleased to be joined by assistant to Jimmy, as well as his son, Kevin Bond. And Ryan. I knew I was going to do that for some unknown reason. Set myself up for failure, Ryan. But Ryan, you guys have had her with you here at Belmont, preparing her. Has she been indicating now as a 5-year-old that she could be better than ever?
She has, yeah. Everybody's been telling us in the morning that she has been doing fabulous. And like I said, our team has been working well on her, and we're just very pleased that she put in another big effort for us today.
Well, she kind of stepped up and won in upset fashion in the Yaddo 3 starts ago. And then the Forever Together against Open Company. It was a bit of a trip, and it seems as though Luis Saez, he waited to the right last moment this time.
Correct. Yeah, he timed it perfectly like he's been doing all year long, and we're just lucky to have him aboard and lucky to have her still going strong as a 5-year-old.
Now, could the argument be made that she might even be better up at Saratoga?
I mean, we are kind of biased towards Saratoga. We love Saratoga in general, but she's tend to run some big numbers up there, and just to lead her over from that barn, it's just it's kind of a home field advantage. So we can't wait to get back up there with her.
Repeats of the Yaddo?
I hope so. That's the plan.
Okay, Ryan, what the heck? Congratulations, and well done to your whole team.
That's okay. My mom mixes us up all the time.
I'm in good company with Tina Bond. Well, guys, it was all about Giacosa on the comeback trail getting the win in the Mount Vernon.
Good company indeed. Maggie, thank you. $14 winner with Giacosa as Ryan and Kevin and their parents. Such a family affair with the Bond team behind the scenes.
I love it, and Jimmy and Tina have developed 2 young horsemen here that are doing a tremendous job, and it's always fun to see them have success.
Race 3 at Churchill Downs is our next order of business, a mile on the main track. It is a non-winners of 2 in life, a $10,000 claiming race. Coming up next, 6 to 5 currently on Fightville for Keith DeSormo. Here's the rest of the field, though, starting with El Franco.
El Franco inside, comes off the turf. Not the greatest post going a 1-turn mile at Churchill.
Going turf to dirt today. Here's Stud Puppy.
Ridden last time by your Kentucky Derby winning jockey Sonny Leone. Adds blinkers. Nick Zito still looking for his first win on the year.
Stretching out in distance, too. Here's your favorite, Fightville.
Yeah, Fightville makes a lot of sense. He turns back slight in distance, gets back around 1 turn, has speed to put himself in a good position.
Chase Tracker is next.
Trace Chacker, another horse that is turning back slightly in distance. Definitely a horse that has a puncher's chance.
Does not have much early speed. We'll see how it plays out. Here's a horse that could be forward, Mo Heat.
Yeah, being forward, took a while to break her maiden, 13 starts, his maiden, came back against winners with a subpar effort.
Has to rebound off of that. Here's the 6, Kid You Not.
I think could be the speed here. John Court, the ageless John Court, always allows horses to run freely.
Number 7, Tightwad is next.
Yeah, Tightwad drawn towards the outside with Martin Garcia this time,
Number 8, Barstow is next, stretching out in distance.
And dropping in class, and that could be what the doctor ordered, definitely getting to a level that should be able to excel at.
Could be a major player. Here's the number 9, Plemon Stun. I knew I was going to have trouble with that one.
I'm glad you had to say it. Horse had 1 sprint off of a freshening, should be better for it, and stretches out to the mile.
That's the field for the 3rd at Churchill Downs. We over a fast main track. As we mentioned earlier, though, after race 5, in between races, we'll see Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike tuning up at his home base of Churchill Downs. As we get a live look of him in his barn, he will be getting ready for that test of the champion, the Belmont Stakes, the game plan all along after that 80-1 upset in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, and I guess we're all waiting to see if that was a fluke. Was it a function of, a crazy pace and it led to chaos? Or is this horse for real, a horse that's developed, gotten better at the right time? He's sure, watching him train at Churchill Downs, sure looks like he's a horse that has just come into his own and is getting better and better. If we didn't have a camera on him the whole time, we might have thought it was like a Rosie Ruiz in the New York Marathon years ago when she jumped on a subway and sped past everybody and ran faster than it had ever been run before they realized she took a shortcut.
Not the case with Rich Strike. We'll see can he repeat that Kentucky Derby winning effort in the Belmont Stakes, as he'll have to go the 1.5 miles. Can't wait to see him and the rest of that field. Belmont just now 12 days away. Certainly feel the buzz and excitement here in New York. Third race at Churchill Downs coming up next, just about loaded in. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Kid you not, with a good beginning at mid-pack, firing out for that lead. Fightville sent on for speed toward the rail. Mohit's in behind them as they race up the chute and head for the main track, and the scramble is on early. And it's going to be Kid You Not with a narrow lead in the early stages. So up the chute they go. Kid You Not in front. Fightville toward the inside, racing in second. Barstow comes up on the outside to be third. Tightwad is right there racing fourth, in tight in between horses. Break it 2 lengths back to Mohit, who comes away fifth. Plemenson is racing sixth. Chase Tracker toward the inside is seventh. El Franco is eighth, and it's 5 lengths back to the trailer. Stud Puppy. The opening quarter goes in 23-1. Fightville on through to a narrow lead with 4 furlongs remaining, and Kid You Not tries to keep pace with that one. They're 1-2 to the far turn, with Tightwad tucked away third toward the rail. Barstow's revving up now. Barstow comes on 3 wide up into third with 3 furlongs remaining. Farther back, it's Plemenson racing in fifth. Chase Tracker, 6, El Franco and Mohit. Stud Puppy is far behind. Round the far turn, Fightville the leader as they come to the top of the stretch. Fightville off the turn in front. Barstow comes on 3 wide up into second now. They're at the top of the lane, and Fightville opens up by 2. Barstow pushed on for more speed second. Plemenson on the outside closing in late. There's 1 furlong to go. Fightville roused to a 3-length lead. It's Fightville in front to the final 16th, a bit green, but clear by 4. Plemenson runs up into second, but it will be Fightville. 3 lengths in the end. Plemenson was second, Barstow was third, El Franco was fourth.
Favorite, a winner, Fightville makes it look easy in race number 3.
Yeah, nice ride here by Rene Diaz, 7-pound apprentice, riding his 35th win of his career. 5 more wins, he'll go to a 5-pound apprentice. Keith DeZormo does a real good job, terrific horseman, and being forwardly placed, I feel, is a distinct advantage at Churchill Downs today.
A little bit late to switch over to his outside lead, but certainly did not matter as that son of creative cause with the win in race number 3. Well, of course, we're all excited to see Rich Strike heading to the Belmont Stakes. How about Kenny McPeak looking for another upset Belmont win? Creative Minister third in the Preakness after he was supplemented late to the race. He's getting ready for his test of the champion as well. More on him and the rest of the potential field after this.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
12 days out from the test of the champion, the Belmont Stakes, and 2022 tickets are going fast. Don't get shut out. The 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, June 9th through 11th, jam-packed with excitement featuring some of the best racing in the world, of course headlined by the Belmont Stakes on Saturday, June 11th. Get your tickets today at belmontstakes.com. Capping attendance this year, so make sure you get your tickets. You don't want to miss out on what will be a spectacular weekend of racing as we take a look at the probables for this year's Belmont Stakes. 1.5 miles on the main track. Richie, the final leg of the Triple Crown. No Triple Crown on the line this year, but some intriguing races and still a very, very important race is the Belmont Stakes. As we see still a lightly raced horse, Creative Minister, coming out of a 3rd place finish in the Preakness for trainer Ken McPeak, as he was actually supplemented late to run in this Preakness.
Yeah, and only his 4th start, coming off an allowance victory. I thought he comported himself very well. Kind of ran on steadily. He wasn't finishing strong, but wasn't giving ground either. That usually bodes well for horses stretching for the 1.5 mile distance. And if you go back to Kenny McPeak's Belmont Stakes winner, Sarava, who had only broken his maiden before winning the Subarton on Preakness Day, this horse has actually got better qualifications heading to the Belmont Stakes than that big upset win with Sarava.
Certainly earned his spot, given that 3rd place finish behind Preakness winner Early Voting, Epicenter in 2nd. 3rd was the Beautiful Gray by Creative Cause. Creative Minister, excited to see him in New York and see what he has to offer. Back at Belmont, Big Apple Showcase Day continues. New York Bred Allowance coming up next. His aggregation was impressive last time out for Chad Brown. He's even money right now on the board. Maggie, does this sound a flatter, make it 2 wins in a row?
Well, the public seems to think so, Acacia. Now, he was visually impressive, but that may have been a product of the fact that he probably wasn't facing the strongest field as he was coming back off of the layoff. He had done well in the interim from 2 to 3, and he's a horse that honestly looks the same as what he did in that comeback race. He looked ready to go. I honestly just thought that he'd want to go a bit further. Well, he's getting a bit further today, stretching from the 7 to the mile. Is very docile in the paddock, very laid back. That's him, though, and it's not as if he's lethargic because he's sweating. There's a sweat on him. As I mentioned, it's pretty warm today. So I really don't have any problems whatsoever with your current favorite, as he does look to be tactical as well in the way this race should unfold, given that there is a good bit of speed, at least on paper. Now, a long shot that I'm curious about is number 4, Thrill of It. He won despite me because I wasn't under the impression that longer was better for him, and he just didn't look that fit, still kind of second off the bench. Well, he comes back from the March to late May, the 2 months, and looks so much more fit, so much stronger. I think number 4, Thrill of It, could actually step up and run a bit better than that last race in which he broke his maiden, and really that figure puts him right in the mix here of some of the shorter priced horses. I like what I'm seeing from Thrill of It with a little gap in racing as Jose Gomez, the hot riding apprentice, gets the leg up. Moving on to number 8, Pineapple Man. This is your current 2nd choice. Yes, I need to watch him out in the racetrack. He was a late scratch at the gate upon advice of the veterinarian attending that day, and you could see it warming up. So I want to watch him warm up again. And I still don't think this horse is necessarily better with more distance especially when there's other speed horses in here. He might be the fastest of them all, but it does feel like there's some other horses to apply pressure. He does look incredibly fit here, and he's obviously worked twice, being that late vet scratch, so that's always a good sign. Like I said, Acacia, I want to watch him warm up here today as Luis Saez does climb aboard, and we'll look for back-to-back wins.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Pineapple Man, we'll see what he does today. As Maggie mentioned, since that late scratch back on May 1st, did have a couple of workouts, and he would need to work for the vet staff here to make sure that it was advisable that he goes back into the entry box.
Yeah, one of the many protocols that are in place to make sure it's as safe as possible for horses, riders, and to protect the betting public is that they have to go through a rigorous physical exam and then work to the satisfactory of the examining veterinarian before they're cleared to race again. So the fact that he's made it this far, you can have pretty much confidence that he's been checked out very well.
Right, absolutely. As the #1 aggregation, meanwhile, 6-5 for trainer Chad Brown, as Maggie mentioned too, certainly wasn't the toughest field that he faced last time. He will have to step up and face tougher today, but he ran quite well coming back at the 7 furlongs and finished up winning by 6.5 lengths.
And showed some courage. You know, he was down inside. He had to take some kickback. He cut the corner. Now, he got the run of it because he did get a clear run on the fence, but you still have to have a horse brave enough to hold his position in there.
This was a horse who took a big step forward from 2 to 3, and he will kick off the post parade. Third time at the rail, Richie, too.
Yeah, and you get Chad Brown. Manny Franco's been riding very well here at the Belmont stand, winning it better than 21%.
Here's Major Spin, one last time out.
Yeah, showed good speed, stretching on a sloppy track. Will that translate to a fast racetrack?
Wired the field against that off-the-turf group in his most recent start. Here's the 3, Full Moon Fever.
Yeah, a horse that shows up consistent, runs consistently good races, tries every time. He'd probably like to see some pace on up in front.
Does run some strong figures. Let's see how he stacks up versus some of the more lightly raced runners in this spot. Here's Thrill of It.
Thrill of It, a horse that was purchased for $1,000, the minimum amount that a horse will sell for at public auction in North America, racehorse it is. Thrill of It has already more than paid for himself, hasn't he?
That's for sure. Here's the #5, Majestic Tiger.
Yeah, a horse that has been claiming company is going to have to improve.
#6, Boss Making Boss Moves is next.
Yeah, a horse that has run some races that certainly would put him in the frame. Gets Johnny Velasquez, a Hall of Famer for Rick Schosberg.
#8 is next as the 7 is out. Here's Pineapple Man.
Yeah, we will keep an eye on him in the warm-up like Maggie talked about. You know, certainly if he runs his A race as a contender.
3-1 right now on the board. Here's Umbria back on the main track for Linda Rice.
Yeah, 2 starts back, showed really good speed and just was nipped at the wire by Jade's Dream.
12-1 on that runner, and 13-1 on the outside horse, also turf to dirt, G Munning.
And this is a horse that showed so much speed on debut, and then they kind of rated him, lost his speed a little bit. I think with an outside draw going a mile, this horse is going to be prominent early.
That's the field for the 3rd at Belmont Park. The 1 aggregation, 6-5. Jonathan Kinchin, what are your thoughts on aggregation at that price?
Yeah, aggregation's the type of horse drawn towards the inside that could improve with that added distance. One of the things that I've picked up on, and most people have over time, is with Chad Brown's runners, they typically will, if they have any ability to stretch out, they will stretch out because of the way they're trained in the morning. They're usually trained in company to stay in the bridle, to shut off and to listen to their riders. He doesn't train the speed out of them, but he also doesn't allow them to go out there and just kind of do their own thing. So if aggregation can get the added distance from a pedigree standpoint, it feels like that's the case, flatter and a curling mare, I think aggregation makes a ton of sense. If aggregation was drawn outside of my top pick, the 8, Pineapple Man, then I would go with aggregation. But because Pineapple Man is a better price, and because Pineapple Man is drawn outside of aggregation, I do feel like there's a lot more value to be had on a horse like the 8, Pineapple Man. I think one of these 2 horses win, but I think the draw and the price edge has to go to the 8, Pineapple Man.
Jonathan, thank you. The draw towards the outside for Pineapple Man as we see Luis Saez giving him a big warm-up. And Richie, from a rider standpoint, elaborate a little bit more on what Jonathan was saying about the advantage of having speed and being drawn outside the other speed.
Well, it gives you options. You're not under the gun. You know, aggregation being on the rail, you're kind of obligated to go forward to make sure at least you hold position, not to be on the lead or not to show more speed than you might want to, but just so that that wave of horses doesn't fold on you and kind of shuffles you back out of the race. Think about you're at the beach. Here comes a big 6-foot wave. It's going to crash over you, throw you around a little bit, and rub some sand in your face. You don't want to put your horse in that situation. Pineapple Man being outside, boom, break into your hands, allow him to, get into his rhythm. You're not going to have the same kind of pressure if you're towards the inside. And from a jockey's perspective, riding a horse that's coming off of being scratched on the way to the starting gate on the advice of the track veterinarian, you're going to warm them up good. Yeah. You want to feel confident that the horse underneath you is moving well and, you're not going to have any apprehension whatsoever.
We see Luis Saez giving Pineapple Man a big warm-up. Maggie, what are you seeing from him on track?
It's a little better Acacia, but I wouldn't want to ride him. He's just not very fluid through that right front. We'll see if Louis feels as though he's fine and he comes out of it. We see him constantly moving this horse. He's back in the chute. He's been moving him quite a bit, and I'm sure the attending veterinarians have their eye on him quite well. I personally can't recommend him. That's just me. As we'll move on to the 2 in here, speaking of other speed, we saw number 2, Major Spin, prevail in an off-the-turf race where he was entered as an MTO. It's the first time I'm seeing this horse. It wasn't working either of the days he's run before. Big, good-looking son of Hardspun. I do tend to like the Hardspuns, to be fair. But I like everything I see from this guy. I don't know, is he ready to step up against a tough other than a group where he beat a group of, more or less turf horses last time while controlling on the front end? It's a tall task, but I really like what I see from him physically here for Linda Rice. As we'll move on to the outside, G Munning, number 10. Sorry, I said 11. What is wrong with me today? Been a long week, I suppose. But G Munning gets Lasix for the first time. And this is a horse who ran his best race first time out. And I feel as though Connections may have gotten it wrong with this guy since then. They took away his speed because they wanted to see if he could rate in his next start in the Rego Park. That didn't go well. Then they tried to stretch him out to a mile where he did get involved on the front end in what was a very, even though it's marked as slow, it was a slow pace that came apart. Barise came and ran down Bull Journey, who he attended the pace with. And then, I don't know necessarily, Rodney wired the field in the Damon Runyon. Then they tried the turf. He's not a turf horse. So I don't know if they're going to try to get more speed out of him this time around, stretching back out. One of the best times I've seen this guy look. And he's very relaxed today. So I don't know if that's an indication of him not necessarily going towards a front end, but at least he's drawn outside so Jose Ortiz can at least dictate what's going on. I think there's ability with this horse, Acacia. I just feel as though maybe has been mismanaged. We'll see if stretching out to a mile is the answer.
Maggie, thank you. G Munning, the son of Munnings. Can he get back on track today after that big effort in his debut against New York Bred Company? And Maggie brought it up. He does have some kind of dirtied up form, too, as you start to look through each of his races.
He does. I feel like they kind of lost their way with him. When a horse is fast, I never advocate changing their style. Again, you don't have to send a horse, but don't get in their way. Allow them to use their weapon, what comes natural to them. I think if they allow this horse to be more free running and being outside going a mile, he should be close early, if not on the lead, and at least get into a proper rhythm. Quickly, the 2 Major Spin, nice win going a mile in the slop. I go down the rabbit hole looking at pedigrees. I did win the Interborough handicap on his Grand Dam, so I always like to see families that I have some personal knowledge of do well. And the 8-horse Pineapple Man, I agree with Maggie, and the way I will frame it, I just wasn't crazy about his energy level in the warm-up.
You could see Luis Saez really trying to keep him moving forward. And for horses like that are a bit sticky, sometimes that's just the best thing to do out there on the track. As Pineapple Man 7-2 right now, 4-5 on aggregation down to the inside. There's a good look at the 2 Major Spin. I thought he improved a lot physically. I was in the paddock for his last race, and he ran very well, was game setting the pace. Yes, he's got to face tougher today, though.
Yeah, but you know, it's interesting. When you look at it at first blush, you go, was it the slop? Did that play a factor in it? But if you look at his pedigree and the family, it wasn't as though anybody in the family moved up markedly on an off track. Maybe he's just a horse that needed a run to figure out the game and get better.
He's a nice price on the board right now, too. The favorite to the inside, Aggregation. New York bred Allowance coming up next. Can Aggregation make it 2 wins in a row? We'll soon find out. Here's the voice of New York Racing, John Embrial, with race 3 live at Belmont.
Thrill of It moves into line. Waiting now on G Munning. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A clean start for Aggregation from that inside post. He's in mid-pack right now. Major Spin is out for the early lead with Pineapple Man running in second. Umbria is on the outside. Next and third. Aggregation is down at the rail. And right alongside is Thrill of It. Then comes G Munning, who is racing in 6th. 3 lengths. Back to a Full Moon Fever in 7th. And the trailers are Majestic Tiger and Boss, making Boss moves. Major Spin down at the rail, leads here by a half length, with Pineapple Man reigning in second and Umbria on the outside. The quarter win in 22 and 4/5 seconds. The odds-on favorite, Aggregation, is next in 4th, 3 lengths from the lead. G Munning on the outside in 5th, followed by Thrill of It. And then comes a Full Moon Fever in the white blinkers, who's gaining some ground down at the rail. Farther back it is Majestic Tiger. Major Spin narrowly over Pineapple Man after a sharp half in 45 and 4/5 seconds. Aggregation is in 3rd and being asked for more now. It is Major Spin and Pineapple Man with Aggregation in 3rd. Full Moon Fever down at the rail runs in 4th. Then comes G Munning and Thrill of It into the stretch now. It's Pineapple Man on the outside and Major Spin down at the rail with Aggregation in 3rd as they hit the 8th pole. Here's Pineapple Man, Aggregation coming on the outside. Here comes Aggregation to challenge Pineapple Man, and here is Aggregation to take over the lead. Aggregation drew away at the end, 1 by 3. Pineapple Man was second. Full Moon Fever came on for 3rd.
Favorites, run 1-2, Aggregation. Really kind of clicked on late there in the final stages under Manny Franco to run down Pineapple Man.
It really took a long time for Aggregation to find his best stride. Around the far turn, you saw Manny Franco asking Aggregation for more. He looked like he was kind of running with the emergency brake on a little bit in stops and starts. But finally, when he sifted all the way out to the clear, got away from horses, lowered his head, found his best stride, and kicked on. Real good run from Pineapple Man, who, you know, once again, I think it shows that the protocols that are in place to ensure that these horses are the soundest they could be going into these races works. He wasn't the best looking mover to me, but some horses just don't have great mechanics. He certainly ran a winning race, just with second best Aggregation.
It's also what's in and out of character for that particular horse as well. Luis Saez putting Pineapple Man right up on top of the pace that was set by the number 2 Major Spin, but they were all run down late by the favorite, the son of Flatter, Aggregation, making that 2 victories in a row for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. Manny Franco in the saddle for both of those wins as well. We'll bring you prices and reactions in a bit, and we'll have more live racing from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs after this.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We are getting ready for race 4 at Churchill Downs. It's a maiden special weight going 1 mile and a 16th on the main track for 3-year-olds and upwards. Jeeper currently 9-5 on the board as that one will break from the outside. Keith DeSormo, the trainer. Let's meet the rest of the field, though, starting with the number 1, Touch Code.
Yeah, Touch Code's going to have to find more in the tank. Nice pedigree on this horse. Out of that mare, Caressing won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
He's always been a horse crush of mine. Just such a beautiful son of Honor Code. We'll see if he could get on track today. Here's Chileno.
Chileno's run races good enough to win this. I think he's been a bit unlucky. Probably should have or could have won 2 starts back.
Number 3, Gate Runner is next.
Son of Arrogate went right from 7 furlongs to 1 mile and a quarter. Now cuts back to 1 mile and a 16th. Maybe they find that right in between distance.
Could be the right spot for him. Here's the number 4, Magnificus.
Yeah, finished well going 1 mile last time. Will that translate well here to 1 mile and a 16th?
He's 8-1 on the board as we look at a horse stretching out in distance. Here's the 5, Super Cool.
I think this horse is going to appreciate going further. Half to Nana Maniline, who was a stakes winner going long. Half to Nana Bella, who won the Adirondack. Good, nice pedigree, I think, for a horse that will appreciate the stretch out.
Conspiracy Fact is another one who's getting some more distance today.
Yeah, and a pedigree that you would think would help. Did flash some speed sprinting.
Number 7, G Flat. That's the theme. Another one stretching out.
Another one stretching out. Really threw in the towel very early in the first start.
And your favorite will be to the outside, second going 1 mile and a quarter last time. Here's Jeeper.
Yeah, another one turning back from 1 mile and a quarter. How often do you see that with maidens who say, well, we're turning back in distance to 1 mile and a 16th. Well drawn. Keith DeSormo already with a winner on the card.
Good race here in the 4th. We go to Paul and Frank still with us. Gentlemen, does Jeeper get it done at 9-5?
Well, I tend to think so. I think this is the horse to beat. It's a tough group in here. What do you do with that 1.25 mile race on a sloppy racetrack where Jeepers did actually outrun Gate Runner? But if you look in your sheep player, Gate Runner got a better number than Jeeper got.
Well, Gate Runner is a horse by Arrogate who is an improving horse. He needed his first start. He was favoured in his first start. Then he needed his second start because I see him as a big horse that's going to need a few races to get into his best stride, whereas Jeepers had 4 starts, and you kind of know what Jeepers all about at this stage. He's the best horse on form. Finished second to Cyberknife from the Brad Cox barn. We ran behind Curbstone last time out, was beaten 5 lengths. That's from the Brendan Walsh barn, and like I say, you've seen what he can do. You know, there's horses in here that are going to improve because they've only had a couple of starts.
Anybody else in here? I mean, I was with Mig a little bit. I thought the 5 can maybe move up. I thought the 6, who showed speed into a wicked pace last time, could be the horse that maybe could set the pace in here?
Well, I was just going to say that the 6 horse is my long shot play in the race because you can see that he's going to improve. You know that Al Stall, he kind of looks after them first time out, wisely looks after them if they can win, if they're good enough. But if not, educate them and, you know, let them learn from the experience, and today they'll improve. Maybe not improve enough.
Yeah, what do we do with the 2 Chileno? Now, 0 for 9, we do get it, but seems like he's getting closer and closer, but he launches from way back.
Yeah, you know what? This horse, he killed a guy. Yeah, the guy, this horse Chileno, the guy died from betting on him.
We'll end with that. The son of Gunrunner here, Chileno, as Travis Stone is putting him in the game. Hopefully you're alive in your pick 3s, pick 4s. This starts the 20-cent Derby pick 6. Let's go up to Travis Stone for race number 4.
For Magnificus and Jeeper. They're in the gate, and they're off. Gate Runner, ungainly beginning there, is off near the back of the pack. Conspiracy Fact comes out running. G Flat's away second, but Conspiracy Fact, just like that, builds a 2-length lead for the run of the opening turn. So it is Conspiracy Fact out there setting the pace. G Flat runs in second. Chileno comes away third toward the rail. Jeepers in the clear, running on from 4th. Super Cool in behind that first flight, in a bit tight there. 5th by 2. Magnificus is running along 6th. Touch Code is racing 7th, and Gate Runner, after that, slow starts to trailer and has been moved to the outside. But it's a pretty tight pack through a tepid opening quarter in 24-1. Pace is slow to develop, and it is Conspiracy Fact. After that good beginning, cruising along with 5 furlongs to go. No pressure yet. G-Flat content to track from second. Jeepers not far behind, third and outside. Chileno tucked away neatly toward the rail. Super Cool's in the thick of it. Racing in 5th. Gate Runner's on the move from 6th. Magnificus was in tight there. Steadied briefly 7th, and Touch Codes to trailer. They're on the far turn. The opening half in 49 seconds flat. 3 furlongs from the wire. Conspiracy Fact is still fending off G-Flat. Jeeper has been wide, so too Gate Runner. Chileno has worked out a good trip and is set to strike in behind. They're at the quarter pole. And here's G-Flat coming on to grab the lead. Jeeper's there. Conspiracy Fact fights on. Chileno's coming up the rail. Gate Runner coming down the outside. 1 furlong to go. It's wide open. Jeeper's short lead. Here comes Chileno. Conspiracy Fact fights on. Gate Runner and G-Flat. Chileno up the rail. Jeeper outside, down to these two, and it will be Chileno. Chileno works out a perfect trip to score. Jeeper was second, Gate Runner, and Conspiracy Fact.
5 of them were in with a chance coming down to the wire, but it was Chileno making start number 10 a lucky one.
And I think if you go back and watch this race 5 or 6 times, you'll see that Chileno worked out the absolute best trip of the 5 in your frame inside the 8th pole under Brian Hernandez. Got the safe ground, cut the corner, and got up. The 3-horse Gate Runner, slow away from the gate, had a rally very wide. A horse that, if he learns his lesson, starts getting out of the gate in better order, he will be much better for it. But I guess Chileno helped revive a few people.
And he did. Son of Gun Runner with the win for trainer Steve Astis and Brian Hernandez in the saddle, as this horse had been on the board 4 out of 9 times. Gets to have his picture taken today. Back at Belmont Park, aggregation makes it 2 wins in a row. Called by Flatter for Chad Brown was impressive last time out and steps up to win this allowance in his second start.
Yeah, again, if you go back and watch this from the half-mile pole, aggregation was under a ride. He didn't really look comfortable. He was kind of running with his head up in the air a little bit, maybe resenting the kickback. Finally, Manny Franco was able to kind of angle out to the clear, a little bit abrupt changing to his right lead, and then finally inside the 8th pole, he drops his head. There's continuity to his run. He levels off, stretches his legs, and gets it done over a very game Pineapple Man. Very logical result.
$3.60 winner at a price. Full Moon Fever checked in third. Manny Franco, who's been having a terrific Belmont meet, picks up another win. This one also for trainer Chad Brown. We've been talking about the Belmont Stakes, and a horse that's looking to do the first Belmont Stakes Peter Pan double since 2014 is We the People, who is impressive, taking them every step of the way on that wet track in the Peter Pan. Can he step up and win the test of the champion?
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You should be dancing.
On the outside, you should be dancing the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th lap has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free. And we see his progeny excelling around 2 turns and doing just about everything on the racetrack. As we are now 12 days out from the Belmont Stakes, June 11th, looking forward to that 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown as the field starts to take shape. And we take a look at who we could potentially see in the starting gate, Richie. We the People, an intriguing one for trainer Rodolphe Brisset, who won the Peter Pan last time. We saw him kind of lose the race before it even started in the Arkansas Derby 2 back. He was all business this day.
Yeah, a much more sedate, quiet kind of an arena at Belmont Park on Peter Pan Day that it would be at Arkansas on Arkansas Derby Day. A lot of hoopla, a lot of activity, a lot of atmosphere. But one thing you can't deny is We the People's ability. He's a horse that has a lot of natural speed. He does things very easily, a high cruising speed. And the Belmont is won by horses that can put themselves in the game and can stay. And he certainly has the look of a horse that could get the 1.5 miles, considering all that. Now, I know the Peter Pan hasn't been as productive in recent years as Belmont Stakes winners coming out of it. We go back to Tonalist, as you brought up. But if you go through the history of it, going all the way back, Gallant Man, Cavan, Coastal, Danzig Connection, AP Indy, it has been a race that has springboarded horses to Belmont Stakes glory.
Peter Pan, the local prep here in New York for horses going on to the Belmont Stakes, and We the People, just such a big, good-looking horse, and speaks a lot to the horsemanship of Rudy and his team in getting this horse to show what they knew he had in him all along. Back here today at Belmont Park, we have the 4th race. It's a New York bred maiden special weight, going 1.16 miles on the inner turf. As we head down, get a paddock report from Maggie.
We'll check in with some layoff runners, Acacia, including the 2 grays. Look at the younger one here in the limited start, or lesser starts, I should say, in number 4, Nico Stratus, who has 2 second place finishes to his credit. He comes back, gets Lasix for Jonathan Thomas, and he's done well. Very well from 2 to 3. He's lengthened his frame. He just is that much more of an athlete. He comes back very fit. He's very nicely settled here in the paddock. He does get a pair of short cup cheater blinkers on. I'm not sure if that's to elicit more speed necessarily, but to just keep him running forward and maybe not running or waiting on other runners. Now, the horse who opened up as the favorite and still the tepid favorite is the 7-year-old maiden. People do realize he's 7, number 3, Bernardino. I mean, I give Connections credit. I mean, they should win, best patience of Connections there are. And at times, his horses run very well. But he's a 7-year-old that's only had 7 starts. He looks fit enough. I'll give him credit there. He's not a bad-looking type. He's nicely settled today, where sometimes he does get himself a little riled up prior to his races. But I think there's some more interesting horses here today, as I know that a couple of smart guys like number 2, Whistler's Honor. He comes back as a 3-year-old. He debuted going the 6 furlongs. He blew the brake, just very slow out of the gate first time out, and he kind of loped along at the back of the pack. And you can see he just has that big loping stride. He actually kicked on late to pick up some pieces, but I like the stretch out and distance based upon what his stride and his mechanics were doing in that debut. And 2, his physicality. This is a big bull of a colt by Tonalist, and I would not be surprised if he gets off much better today in his second start, as he is keen here in the paddock with that stretch out and distance, and he is fit as well for Jorge Abreu. I wasn't quite thrilled with him necessarily because I thought there were some other interesting prospects, but I really like what I'm seeing from him in the paddock, Whistler's Honor. Then we'll move on towards the outside with one trying the turf for the first time is number 8, Uragano. Now, Laoban has not proven to be the best turf influence, but there's plenty of turf on the bottom side. The Dam one over 181,000. This one is half to Nico's Dream, who is a stakes winner, an open stakes winner while being a New York bred on the turf, earning over 266,000. There's one other turf winner in the family, and this guy definitely has a turf hoof, as Kelly Breen has been trying to get him on the turf in his last 2 starts. I'm not going to be surprised when this guy takes favorably to it. And Acacia, you're getting a big old price on your Uragano as of now.
Indeed, Maggie, thank you. 16-1 on that son of Laoban, who, as Maggie mentioned, there's plenty of pedigree to suggest that this one would like the grass. Nico's Dream won the My Charmer down at Gulfstream. The other sibling, Adriatic Rose, also New York bred, successful on the grass as well. The pedigree is there, and the last 2 races have been taken off the grass.
Yeah, so again, the intention's been there to put this horse on the turf, just hasn't had the opportunity. Certainly, like Maggie alluded to, much more turf pedigree on the female side of the family, and he certainly has enough foundation now.
There's a look at the current tepid favorite, Biondi, another wine reference, as the Bond team looks for the second win on the day. This one second last time out off of a layoff.
Yeah, ran extremely well last time, showed good speed, gets a good inside draw, particularly on the inner turf. I gravitate towards inside posts with the configuration of the mile and a 16th start on the inner turf. Biondi gets Luis Saez. It's kind of Jimmy Bond's confident go-to rider. We saw it pay off well with Giacosa earlier. And Biondi, nice Brunello del Montecino.
I love the way you said that. Very impressive. Biondi gelding by Sky Mesa, who will break to the inside. Elaborate a little bit more for those who may not be so familiar with the way this turf is configured. The inner turf is from where our set is on the 3rd floor. We have a good look at where the gate is positioned and why being drawn to the inside on the inner turf at this distance is such an advantage.
Well, you're actually breaking on the outside rail of the main turf course. So you'll run across the main turf course. There's a little bit of a hump in the ground there, and then immediately you're going into a left-handed bend. So when you break from the outside post, and they've done as good a job as they can to kind of square that off as much as possible. We used to actually start closer to the dirt course. They've moved it up a little bit, which leads to less of a run-up. That's why you'll tend to see slower first quarter miles in these races. But it's still, you're kind of out there in no man's land, and you're searching for some sort of inside position so you're not strung along 4, 5, 6 wide or even further into that first turn, where if you've got an inside draw, all you have to do is go forward and you're going to fall into a ground-saving spot into that turn.
A configuration that is unique to Belmont Park. It's not something you'll really see in American racing with that kind of turn coming out of the gate before you head into the actual first turn of the racetrack.
You know, it's very different. I mean, now certainly if you go think about the El Camino Real turf course out at Santa Anita, where they run 6.5 furlong races down the hill, and there's a distinct right-hand turn, and then that's different and far more unique. But this is still very interesting and unique to 99% of the tracks in North America.
7-2 now back as the tepid favorite on Bernardino, the 7-year-old, as Maggie alluded to. I mean, this is a horse who debuted in August of 2018 and has been tough to keep on the racetrack since then.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, a 7-year-old, and years ago you couldn't race in New York if you were a 5-year-old maiden or older.
Here's the post parade, starting with the number 1, Biondi.
Should be very tough. Good inside post, comes off a really good run, and gets Luis Saez.
Breaking down to the inside, and that mile and 16th on the inner turf. Here's the 2, Whistler's Honor.
Yeah, ran once as a 2-year-old, 6 furlongs on the turf by Tonalist, the Belmont Stakes winner, and finished with interest that day after being slow early.
Next will be that 7-year-old maiden, 4-1 on Bernardino.
Listen, horse ran really well last November, comes back off the layoff, and you got to give the Connections the Perseverance Award for sure. Gets Joel Rosario, too.
Nico Stratos is now highlighted as the favorite off the layoff for Jonathan Thomas.
Yeah, 2 good runs as a 2-year-old, and if he improves at all from 2 to 3, which there's normally that progression, certainly a contender.
He is 7-2 right now, as we'll go next in the post parade to the 6th Frontline Dancer.
Frontline Dancer finished a little bit after getting bounced around out of the chute. It's a Todd Pletcher runner by War Dancer. We've seen War Dancer be very successful with his turf runners.
Getting a generous price on a Todd Pletcher runner, too, at 6-1. Next will be the number 7, Mr. Connecticut. Blinkers on, as my poor husband gets attacked every time this horse gets another equipment change.
Well, listen, I think Mr. Connecticut's a major player here. He had that race off the layoff, a horse that I think will really benefit from a physical perspective with that run.
Here's the number 8, Urogano, that pedigree Maggie was talking about.
Yeah, horse that's been trying to get on the turf finally gets his opportunity this afternoon.
Has plenty of pedigree on the bottom side to suggest he will like the grass too. Charlie Baker has the 9, looking grand.
You have Sugar Maple Farm, Poquake, New York, about 15 minutes from where I live. Didn't run badly first time, and lures Johnny Velasquez.
And last out in the post parade, here's the number 5, Media Sensation. Did have a bit of a trip last time too.
Yeah, and I think you've got to treat Media Sensation like his last race was his first race. He was meant for the turf the first time. It was a sprint. Basically got nothing out of that race. It was a non-effort. Last time, he actually ran okay with somewhat of a trip. And if you treat that like that's his first start, that 34-1 is way too big a price.
We have a jockey off the number 1, Biondi. Luis Saez holding him. Some good horsemanship by Luis Saez. Is not sure exactly what happened, but he grabbed hold of his mount and luckily didn't get anywhere.
Yeah, and you saw, Louis probably landed on his feet. He was shaking his ankle there a little bit. And, you want to keep your feet, especially you're on a live horse. You don't want to let him get loose and be scratched. You want to do your best to hang on to him and get him to the starting gate. It's amazing how much that motivation will keep you hanging on to one.
Gets a leg back up with assistance from Bernice the Outrider. For more on Biondi, let's go back to Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, Keisha, I think Biondi's interesting here because you get Luis Saez on a horse that has some tactical speed drawn towards the inside. I like that for horses drawn inside because Louis can probably pop away from there, get his position going forward, like that guy sitting next to you always says. And I think that's where you want to be. Can save ground on the turn in most situations, has a little bit of tactical speed to get out of any kind of jackpots that they might find themselves in. I like tactical horses on the grass that are drawn inside. They can usually work out good ground-saving trips. And the price is okay at 7-2 in a wide-open field. The other horse that I think is interesting, and the horse that I'll ultimately pick, is the 4, Nico Stratos, who gets the blinkers on and gets LASIK for the first time. But this is one of those situations where this horse had some nice races as a 2-year-old. The speed figures are a little bit light for Nico Stratos, but that's because those races took place last year when this horse was not as mature as this horse is now. And so my hope is that the time in between the last start of December is enough for this horse to mature a little bit. And if he can just run that similar performance, it's going to be faster from a speed figure standpoint because he's grown up a little bit. I like the draw. You get Manny Franco in the 4. So now Manny can get into some type of good position. This is another horse that has a little bit of turn of foot. So I'm going to go with the 4 in here, but I do think this is a wide open race. And if you saw the pick 4 I played earlier, I used quite a few in here. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the 1 and the 4 specifically, the 4 being my top choice.
All right, JK, thank you. Jonathan mentioned a wide open race, and I think that board reflecting it with 3 horses right now at 7-2. As we go back trackside and check in again with Maggie.
Acacia, yes, this is a wide open affair. I mean, I really like the look of Jonathan's pick in here, Nico Stratos, who I was going to pick, but then I was like, well, let's just be different than JK, and I went with the horse who really grabbed me in the paddock. That's number 2, Whistler's Honor, but Biondi looks fantastic. I don't know what he did out in the racetrack. I, too, just like you guys saw the feed where we saw Luis Saez on his feet. I will say that sometimes when horses get over a
And we apologize for technical difficulties. Hopefully we will be able to get back to Maggie before they get into the gate. But Luis Saez on the number 1, Biondi. Let's go back to Maggie real quick.
Acacia, I heard you talking in my ear, and I just thought that my mic died, so I just stopped talking. But number 1, Biondi, looks great. I don't know what he did. Sometimes horses will misbehave when they get over on that turn, and the training tracks over there too. I've had horses duck out from underneath of me while on this track too. He looks great. I'm not going to be surprised when he runs well. Number 6, Frontline Dancer, very fit coming back here for Todd Pletcher. Seems like an even pace type of runner. They put blinkers on. Look for Dylan Davis to assume a more forward position than what he had in that debut. I think he's a horse that just gallops. Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Into the gate for the 4th race at beautiful Belmont Park. And you went with Mr. Connecticut.
I did. He was only a half a length behind Biondi. Biondi had everything his own way that day, and I think Mr. Connecticut will move forward from a fitness perspective.
Race 4 at Belmont Park, New York bred maidens. Here's John and Brielle standing by.
And they're off. A slow start for Oregano. A good beginning for Biondi from that inside post position. Bernardino came away racing in second. But it is Biondi who will take the field to the backstretch. Looking Grand moves up on the outside and into second. Bernardino is now in third. Mr. Connecticut next in fourth. After that slow start, Oregano has gained ground on the outside. Steadying there, Whistler's Honor. In between horses, Media Sensation. On the outside is Frontline Dancer. And Nico Stratos is the trailer. In ninth, Biondi leads here by 2.5 lengths. Looking Grand in second, the opening quarter, 24 seconds. Bernardino is down at the rail with Oregano on the outside and Mr. Connecticut in between those two. Then it's Media Sensation and Whistler's Honor, followed by Nico Stratos. And Frontline Dancer is now the trailer. The half in 48 seconds. It is still Biondi. Biondi in front, length and a half, with Looking Grand running in second. Here's Oregano on the outside, now taking third. Bernardino down at the rail. Media Sensation is on the move. Then comes Mr. Connecticut and Nico Stratos, who's gaining some ground. It's Biondi and Looking Grand and Oregano. Media Sensation is 4 wide. And widest of all is Nico Stratos, who continues to gain. Bernardino is down at the rail. Here comes Oregano. And from the back of the pack, Frontline Dancer is coming on along with Nico Stratos. Nico Stratos, Oregano, Biondi down at the rail. Frontline Dancer on the far outside. It is Nico Stratos and Frontline Dancer. The two of them come for the finish, and it's a head bob. Too tight to call between Frontline Dancer and Nico Stratos.
A tight photo finish. Closing on the outside was the number 6 Frontline Dancer, the gray, Nico Stratos inside, and these two down to the wire.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We'll keep an eye on them as they come to the wire. That long striding force. Nico Stratos, son of Declaration of War, in front. Here comes Frontline Dancer, son of War Dancer. Both sons of Warfront, so Warfront sires. Wrong lead, Dylan Davis. It sure looks like he gets a measure of him late. It's a matter of where horses' heads are, noses up and down on the line, and it certainly looks very clearly here that the 6 Frontline Dancer got there in time for Dylan Davis, Todd Pletcher, and Al Freed, the owner breeder.
As Maggie said, Frontline Dancer seems like an even running type. Took a while to get going, but responded outside in the center of the track with those blinkers on. Both of these getting blinkers for the first time. Nico Stratos, the gray, was the one that kind of made that earlier move, whereas Frontline Dancer made the final move, closing into a pace that pretty much held together. I mean, Biondi had things all to himself on the front end, and he held on for third.
Yeah, and you know, it's just what Maggie was talking about with Frontline Dancer, kind of a one-paced, steady-going horse that just keeps on grinding, keeps on galloping, not so much a turn of foot. You don't want to put those horses in a position to stop and start. So Dylan Davis made a decision. He had to lose ground, but it gave him one continuous run without interrupting his forward movement, and it paid off. It was the winning move as Frontline Dancer continues to show what good horses, War Dancer's sire, stands up there in Saratoga, have been throwing.
Particularly on the turf here in New York, that's for sure. We'll show you the photo and bring you the official results as it was 6-4, 1-8 unofficially under the line in the 4th race at Belmont Park. The late pick 5 from Churchill Downs kicks off next from Louisville. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
On America's Day at the Races, getting ready for the 5th race and the start of the late pick 5 at Churchill Downs. It's a starter allowance going a mile on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward beneath the Twin Spires. Another wide open board in this 5th race at Churchill. We'll get a chance to meet the field here. Couple of horses at 7-2, the inside runner at 3-1, and that inside runner, Jelly Nougat, Richie, to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, coming up first time off the claim, Joe Sharp adds blinkers off a win. Kind of interesting. Definitely a contender. Tough inside post, though.
Have to navigate a trip from there. Here's Mount Athos for Rodolphe Brisset.
Well, I think you still want to be forwardly placed at Churchill Downs today, and this horse certainly has been showing good speed. I think he gets involved early under Chris Landeros.
Here's the 3, Fed Money, Turf to Dirt.
Just going to have to improve. I haven't seen a race that makes him a real contender here, though he does come from a good barn in Jimmy Baker.
Late running type is Southern Passage.
Yeah, which the style might play against him. Boy, nice looking son of Super Saber here.
Has grown a lot, filled out as a 4-year-old. It's been fun to follow him. Here's the 5, Nepotism.
Nepotism's got races certainly good enough. Last run was good. Another horse that can be forwardly placed.
He's certainly one that wants the distance. Second last time out at this level of competition. Rambunctious. Here's the 6, Moondog.
Yeah, Moondog, chestnut son of California Chrome, and has that chrome, kind of that flaxen mane. Going to have to improve.
Here's the number 7, Group Hug, one of the contenders, as that's a typical Group Hug right there. That is very sharp on track.
Yeah, he does look sharp for sure.
Here's the number 8, Leading West.
Yeah, you know, it gets an outside post, a 1-turn mile, not a bad place to be. Should be able to get in the race the right way. I think he's too big a price at 9-1.
That's the field for the 5th at Churchill Downs. Let's go to Frank Lyons for more.
Thank you, Acacia. Yeah, we got a 1-turn starter allowance race going a flat mile here. And I see 8 horses with 8 equal chances here. But if I see one horse with more of an upside than any other horse, it's the 1 horse, Jelly Nougat, who adds the blinkers today. This horse was claimed for $50,000 last time from Eddie Keneally. Joe Sharp, who ironically got Rich Strike claimed from him way back here at Churchill Downs. He stepped in to take Jelly Nougat. Now, Jelly Nougat adds blinkers today, but if you look at the two workouts, look at a workout, the first workout after Joe claimed this horse. The horse worked on 45 and 3. That's very, very fast at the Churchill Downs Spectrum at a training centre over there. And then he worked the last time out in 59 and 1. And I just see this as a very good looking a son of Twirling Candy. I think he's got the most upside. So, Keisha, I'm going to say that everyone, you should concentrate on this inside horse, on Jelly Nougat.
All right, Frank, thank you. Tyler Gaffleone has the mount, too, on this son of Twirling Candy. And Frank mentioned some of the workouts that we see from the scouting, making his first start for Joe Sharp over at the Churchill Downs training facility with those blinkers on. Maybe kind of speaks to some intent from the inside post.
Well, those are fast works. I mean, you don't usually see halves and 45 and change ever in the morning unless it's just a seriously, a grade 1 type horse. Those are the fractions you see in the afternoon. So obviously this horse has a lot of natural ability.
We're taking a look at the last race of Nepotism, Mount Athos, and Southern Passage in this race as well. Nepotism has the ability to be forwardly placed. This was his first start for the barn and ran a good second at the distance. Mount Athos has speed, and Southern Passage one coming from off of it. So you've got all the different running styles covered in this race.
Yeah, it sure feels like that. But maybe Nepotism is the speed drawn more to the outside of the other speeds, which gives Corey Lannery some options. Although Corey's a guy that likes to ride the rail.
Yeah, we'll see if this one is forwardly placed. Nepotism, a big contender in race number 5 at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone.
Here in the gate. And they're off. And it's a good beginning for Moondog at mid-pack, and down toward the rail, Jelly Nougat comes up, and Nepotism is there as well as they head up the chute and race for the main track, and Jelly Nougat is on through to take a clear-cut lead as they head up the chute and make their way toward the main track. It's Jelly Nougat in front. Nepotism stalking the pace from second. Moondog broke near the top but is back into third. Group Hug in the clear, racing up into fourth. Mount Athos cruising along inside fifth and only 3 lengths off the early lead. And then it's Fed Money following that one, a break of 3. Back to Leading West, who's 8 lengths off the lead with 5 furlongs to go. The trailer is Southern Passage. The leader is Jelly Nougat. The opening quarter goes in 22 and 4. They hit the half-mile pole in the opening half in 45 seconds flat. The pace is sharp. Jelly Nougat the leader. Nepotism cranking up the pressure now. Nepotism coming after that lead. They round the far turn in tandem. 2 lengths back. Group Hug trying to go now from third. Moondog is losing ground in fourth. Mount Athos under a drive while fifth. The rest with work to do. Quarter mile to go, and Jelly Nougat turned back that challenge of Nepotism and heads for home on a 4-length lead. Jelly Nougat shaken up to the final furlong. Nepotism is fighting on from second. The rest are far behind. They're inside the final furlong now, and Jelly Nougat is opening back up. It will be Jelly Nougat, a gate-to-wire decisive winner. Final margin about 3, maybe 3.5 in the end. Nepotism was second. Southern Passage third. Tight fourth. Group Hug or Mount Athos.
You heard Frank talking about Jelly Nougat and those fast workouts. First off, the claim for Joe Sharp. Parlay that into a wire-to-wire victory.
Absolutely. Was sent from the inside under Tyler Gaffleone. Once again, I think being forwardly placed is where you want to be, but the way Frank framed it, there were 8 horses he thought that were evenly matched and one that stood out and a lot of upside. And boy, not only did he win impressively, he ran a mile in 1:34. I mean, that's racehorse time. This horse, a lot of upside and certainly improved from his first start to his second start, and even more so from his second start to his third start.
Big performance from Jelly Nougat at Churchill Downs. Stay with us as there's a lot more still to come at Churchill and Belmont Park as well. It's time for me to say goodbye on the set, at least for now. Be back reporting for Big Apple Showcase Day a little bit later on. Richie sticking around. Greg Wolf coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. And up next in Louisville, the Derby champ, Rich Strike, works in between races in preparation for the Belmont Stakes. We'll have the work live for you along with some analysis. Stay tuned here on America's Day at the Races.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Playing a trifecta. To win, you've got to pick the horses who finish first, second, and third. It's tough, but the payouts are incredible. For example, in the 2005 Kentucky Derby, a $2 trifecta paid more than $133,000. It's for $2. Now, they don't always pay that much, but they'll generally pay you a lot more than an exacta. Increase your chances of hitting a trifecta by boxing your horses. Remember, boxing means your horses can come in any order. So if you like horses 3, 4, and 6, there are 6 possible combinations of those 3 horses finishing first, second, and third. You pay $1 for each combination, $6 total, and if any one of those combinations hits, you cash.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Thanks for spending part of this Memorial Day with us on the program. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with champion jockey Richard Migliori. Beautiful afternoon here today as we remember those who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Great racing still to come on Big Apple Showcase Day. And, of course, the Kentucky Derby winner set to work between races coming up here on a warm day in Louisville.
It's going to be interesting to see. You know, there's a lot of reasons why trainers will make a decision to work a horse between races. A little different atmosphere. They get a little more amped up, might put a little more into it. And certainly the track is more manicured in the afternoon than it is in the morning, as well taking care of it in the morning as it is.
A horse, look, we expect him to work very well. He's loved this racetrack. He's obviously has an affinity for it. But what you've seen from him since the Derby as well, and we're going to find out more coming up, but a racetrack that he seems to really relish.
Yeah, I mean, he gets over the Churchill Downs strip so well, but he trains with so much energy and enthusiasm. Gabriel Laguna is his exercise rider, kind of an interesting story, and it seems like an incredible human being. Won over 3,000 races in Mexico as a jockey with quarter horse and thoroughbreds, over 1,500 in the U.S., and then stepped back from riding and is Rich Strike's exercise rider, and supposedly, Leslie has had a huge hand in his development and getting him to settle down. Anybody saw him after the Kentucky Derby knows he's a horse that can be difficult to
trainer
handle.
Eric Reed began using him just about 3 years ago at Mountaineer Park and took a private job with him at Turfway this last winter. And Eric Reed has said, yeah, he has taught this horse how to relax. He's taught him how to gallop as well and not get so nervous. So he has had a huge hand in helping this horse come around and become the horse who would go on to win a Kentucky Derby at 80-1. Let's bring in one of the top trainers in the country, winner of the 2019 Kentucky Oaks and former Breeders' Cup Sprint winning trainer, Frank Lyons. That, of course, Tom Amos, who I was talking about earlier as well. Guys, important work this afternoon. What are we looking for? More importantly, what are the connections looking for with Rich Strike in this afternoon work?
Tom? Well, I think with Rich Strike's work today, based on the positioning of the work, the Belmont Stakes is on the 11th of June. This is going to be his big move, his big work today. The track is very fast this afternoon. Also, for Rich Strike, he's a horse like all other horses. He's used to practicing in the morning. When he comes out of that stall in the afternoon and hits the racetrack, he thinks it's game day. He's going to have his game day jersey on today. He's going to go fast, and I think he's going to be very aggressive in the work. We'll critique that as it goes on, but that's going to be the horse's mindset. For Gabriel Lagunas, it's up to him, who's been on this horse numerous times, has worked him pre-Derby to get him to relax and get him to work the right way.
So I think that you're going to see what I'm concerned about is how's the horse going to handle the work. He's never worked like this. He's coming over. Now, this is kind of a mentally kind of difficult horse to be around, and you don't want him thinking that he's over at the races, because then he's going to work very fast, probably too fast. But I think ideally Eric Reed is going to want him to go about a minute one, see him gallop out strong, come back to the barn, eat well. And interestingly enough, he is due at Belmont Park tomorrow at 10 o'clock, so he's almost going to leave right after the work.
Yeah, I think you hit on a very good point, Frank. And look, the track is groomed very nicely this afternoon. It's razor fast. So you've got to take that into consideration with this horse's work. It's going to be quicker than his morning workouts because the track is quicker. Take that into consideration when you're looking at the time.
We will keep our eyes on that. Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike getting set for a big work ahead of the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Can he repeat that incredible performance of the Kentucky Derby in Mig? There he is. Frank Lyons brought up an interesting point. Yes, this has been a horse who's been difficult to exercise in the morning. He would play, they said, a little bit too much in the mouth. And Eric Reed, his trainer, said he knew he had to let him loose. He likes to go fast, but Gabe Lagunas has said if you let him have his mouth and let him go, he'll never go too fast in a work.
Well, just getting that confidence, the rapport between horse and rider, where you know that you can give in to the horse's will, but he's not going to just tear out and go as fast as he can, that he'll come back to you. He just doesn't want to get into a fight, doesn't want to be messed with too much. And sometimes being a rider, whether it's exercising horses or riding races, you got to know when to be a good pilot, and you got to know when to be a good passenger. And it sounds like with this horse, you're better off being a passenger.
Little finicky as well. Doesn't like to have any horses behind him or too close to him when he works as well. Maggie, you had an opportunity to look from his work back on May 21st as well. What stood out to you?
That it definitely did not look as though he was going the 47-1 that he was, Greg, and he galloped out really well too. I think Gabriel Lagunas got lucky that it was a very quiet track too. Not many other horses around, like we're obviously going to see today, but a little bit different energy. You know, horses, they don't come over in the afternoons, as Tom Amos was talking about, to work. So he's thinking he's going to a race. Now, granted, not necessarily, but still, there's going to be people in the stands, and it might get him a little bit revved up as he's going to back up to the finish line, jogging the wrong way, and then set out jogging and galloping to the 5 furlong pole. Now, I've watched him in the mornings, too, when I was down there before the Kentucky Derby, and he is an aggressive type of horse. So, as Tom was saying, Greg, look for him for a fast workout. He did work sub-minute in 59 and change in his last work before the Kentucky Derby as well.
All right, Maggie, thank you. In terms of the heat, Mig, guys talking, here he is already acting up, show you how difficult he can be.
Yeah, I mean, right there, I mean, immediately he's going off, and he showed he can be obstreperous, he can be high-spirited, a lot of energy. This would be akin in other sports to an open practice. You get to go see the Giants practice preseason. You get to see an open skate, Rangers up at their practice facility. So this is, to me, very similar, where people are getting a bit more of a look into the behind the scenes, if you will. Keep an eye on him, though. This is a really good rider, but this horse can be difficult. We saw saw that after the Kentucky Derby.
Well, Tom, Frank, let's get back to you guys. Is this a concern immediately off the bat or nothing to be worried about?
Horse comes out and is acting the way this horse is with the situation that he has to deal with the people today. There's a lot of people down here on the rail. And Tom, like his equipment will obviously give us an indication as to what type of work they're looking for. What do you see with his equipment on today?
So he typically works in 4 bandages, and he's working in 4 bandages today. He does not run in 4 bandages, but he typically works in 4 bandages, and he typically gets a little hot on his shoulder. If you see him get a little sweaty on his shoulder before he's even gotten to the work, that is his MO. So I would not hold any of those things against him. As far as him acting up coming onto the track, look, it's the afternoon. He knows it's game day. He passed a workman's cart. He's not used to seeing that on the racetrack before. I think he's handling himself nice at this point, and I think the rider's working very well with him, getting him loosened up. And what you're watching right now is what you or I, Frank, would do before we go for a jog. He's stretching.
Yeah.
Jogging is stretching for horses, where we might stretch and, if you could, still touch your toes. You would do that before you went for a run.
Yeah, it's been a long time from that day.
Yeah.
So, Tom, this horse runs in blinkers, am I right?
He does.
So the blinkers are off today, so that indicates to me that they're looking for exactly, like I said, probably a minute 1:01, and he'll gallop out from there, and, hopefully they'll be very happy with the work.
Good luck with that.
Yes,
He's
okay.
going to work quick. And he never works in blinkers. He didn't work with blinkers before the Kentucky Derby. This is his pattern for Eric Reed. Again, part of him going faster than perhaps that minute, which I foresee, has a lot to do with how fast the racetrack is this afternoon.
True.
So it's not as if, oh my gosh, he did too much if he works in, say, 58, which I actually think is going to be about the time he's going to work.
Well, that's probably so, and you're right, 100% right. This track is a lot faster than the situation they'd face in the morning, where I was sure that this type of work, that a 1:01 is probably more like 59 on this today's surface.
No doubt.
So we'll see him get into action here in a moment. And Mig, in terms of keeping this horse comfortable early, is it going to be a gradual, slowly sort of getting into the meat of this work and trying to keep him comfortable now as a rider in the heat with the crowd?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be interesting here. He's probably going to want to stand out for a second, but probably not too long because you do have a crowd there. The crowd's going to react to it's the Kentucky Derby winner. So there's already atmosphere. You saw him. He was kind of cantering almost in place. He didn't pick up a jog till very late around the far turn. And part of it is the rider has to kind of keep him moving. He doesn't want him to do something so silly and, potentially throw the rider or get away from him. You see, he didn't even stand him out. He kind of kept him going in a circle. Now he jogs off. He'll pick up his canter. And a lot of this is just going to be, it's trying to keep the lid on him a little bit, keep him contained until you get to that 5-furlong pole and then clear the runway for takeoff.
Tom, Frank, you guys are out there. I know, Tom, you've had a chance to see quite a bit of him since that Kentucky Derby win as well. How has he looked since that victory?
I think he's looked quite good, and I think he looks like himself on the track today. He is showing all the characteristics he shows in the morning. You see he's a little sweaty on his shoulders. That is him on a daily basis on the racetrack. Nothing to be alarmed about. Look, it's 90 degrees today, guys. I can tell you the humidity is not that much, but it is a 90-degree day here at Churchill Downs. A lot of wind today. The wind is blowing up the stretch, but it has not affected the horses that have been racing so far. These have been running some very, very fast times, but the wind is directly going to be blowing in his face as he finishes up the last quarter mile of this workout, the top of the stretch home.
I think Eric will be very happy with him because, like I say, he's a tougher horse than most horses, and to have him come out, see the people, be relaxed, go to the pole relaxed the way he is right now, I'd be happy.
So we're going to see him get underway here in a moment. Tom, obviously doing this in the afternoon with a crowd on national television, a lot of eyeballs on you as a trainer. Probably would Eric Reed prefer to do this in the morning where he could just kind of control the environment a little bit more?
Well, I think there are a couple of things at play here, Greg. Number one, it's really very statesmanlike of Eric Reed to work this horse for the crowd and allow the people to come out and see the Kentucky Derby champion of 2022 and the probable favorite for our Belmont Stakes on June the 11th. So in that regard, I tip my hat to him. What happens here today is going to have a lot to do with how he trains this horse up to the Belmont. Does he get what he wants? Is it too much? Is it not enough? He can make some things different after this work, training-wise, if he needs to. You see him go into a gallop now, Watch him get a little bit aggressive here as he starts to go to the pole. He is about an eighth of a mile from the pole right now. He'll start to be picking up his speed more and more. And the pole he's going to pass, the 5/8 pole, 5/8 from the wire, is a green and white pole. You'll see him hit it, and that's when the clock starts and starts timing his work.
So underway now in the work, and things we're looking for, guys, obviously the rider's hands, how fast he's moving early, but as he starts this out, from what you know of this horse, do you like what you see?
Yeah, I think very much so. I like what he sees. The horse is very relaxed. The rider's got his hands down on the shoulders. He hasn't asked the horse for anything yet. Horse is very willing. I'd be happy.
Yeah, I'd be happy too. I actually think the horse is a little more relaxed than I anticipated he would be. I don't have any splits on this work. In other words, what each eighth of a mile is so far, but I anticipated it to be very, very quick. And as Richie and I discussed a little earlier, maybe man against horse.
So the quarter,
20.
yeah.
That's quick,
yeah.
But remember, we've got a very, very fast track here.
Again, and guys, it's warm too. Could something
really
could a
loves
work
this
like
track.
this, guys, on a warm afternoon? Could this take something
this
out
is
of him for the Belmont?
really good looking work. Stretching his legs nicely, hands barely moving from the rider. I'm going to imagine that is right on the 58 we talked about, Frank.
And he's galloping out just like I said
I
he
would
would.
look for a good gallop out here, you guys. I would look for the gallop out to be all the way around the turn. That's traditionally what he does.
Yeah, 59 flat.
And he's got to get ready to go a mile and a half, Frank. None of these horses have ever been a mile and a half. This is a big move.
The thing that I'd be most worried about is getting Sonny Leon to know to say, don't move too soon, Sonny. You know, when you think about moving, count to 10 and then move.
Especially going a mile and a
Mile
half,
and a
right?
half at
I mean, at
Belmont.
a track he's not familiar with wide turns. Look, bottom line, Greg, I thought this was a very, very good-looking work. I thought Rich Strike relaxed well throughout the work. I thought he got over the ground well. I thought he took his leads properly. Everything looked good from our end here in the grandstand.
No, you
So you want to see a comfortable gallop out, guys, not too choppy or anything like that. Are you seeing that with him here?
No way. He galloped out perfectly.
For
This
sure.
is a very good work. I'm sure Eric Reed will be ecstatic about this work. Now he just hopes he comes back, he eats tonight, and he goes off to Belmont.
You think it's just what he's looking for?
Yeah.
That's trainer parlance. We say that a lot. Just what I was looking for.
Yeah.
That stops all the questions.
Yeah.
But truthfully, this was a very, very good work, very good-looking work of our Kentucky Derby champion, who's going to go on to Belmont, and I think will be the Belmont favorite on the.
Oh, he
11th
can
of June.
win. He can win.
Yeah, no. One thing he's got in his corner is his stamina. I mean,
Yeah.
the reason he won the Kentucky Derby is because he had the stamina to win it. Those two horses that were in front of him, the two favorites.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Maybe stamina's an
Yeah.
issue with those two.
So, I mean, it's just going to be a completely different race for Sonny to ride. They're not going to go 21-45. They're going to go 24-48. It's going to be a completely different race to ride. It's his first time riding at Belmont, I think. And, you know, I mean, good luck to you, Sonny.
We're watching him jog back right now, Frank. He's hitting the ground very, very evenly, very, very well. I have to imagine Eric Reed is really, really pleased with this work. And I know Paul LeDuc is going to be talking to Eric Reed in the barn in the next half an hour, so I'm looking forward to that.
Well, obviously, big moment. Thank you, guys, coming up for Sonny Leon, Eric Reed, and the rest of the connections with Rich Strike. But Sonny Leon, who most people didn't know about in this game, certainly lived up to the biggest moment of his life during that afternoon. What did you see from the horse with its exercise rider, Gabe Lagunes, in terms of how he was handling Rich Strike?
I thought it was a good work. He put his hands down. He allowed the horse to run up underneath him. He didn't ask him for anything early, but he didn't take anything away from him. Looked like he was running right along around the far turn. Finished well, galloped out well. Everything looks like it's on course. But I think Frank makes a great point about Sonny Leon, who did more than rise to the occasion in the Kentucky Derby. He's never ridden at a mile-and-a-half racetrack. Belmont Park is different. When you've been riding it on 1 mile tracks your whole career, when you head into the far turn, you're about 3.5 furlongs from home, depending on the racetrack. Your tendency is to start to lean forward, allow your horse to go forward, let the race take shape. Do that at Belmont Park, you're basically at the 5/8 pole. So you have to have you have to be conscious of this, and you have to have some idea that you're not going to allow your horse to start moving forward into the far turn. It's way too early.
Does it take incredible discipline to try and wait to make that move in that race?
It does, and I think they would be well served to bring Sonny Leon in here a few days early. Not only work horses over the Belmont Park track, but hopefully gets some mounts. It's far different than any other place he's ridden up to this point.
Well, Tom Amoss, Frank Lyons, they were both impressed by the work from the Kentucky Derby winner. Maggie, what do you think about it, having taken a look at it?
I loved what I saw as well. And I think, Gabe Lagunas was caught a little off guard possibly. As you mentioned, Greg, he's a horse when you don't have the bit in his mouth. That's when he kind of relaxes a bit. And so I think Gabe was anticipating him being very strong to the pole. And then when he got to the pole and he released his hands, Rich Strike's ears went up and was like, oh. And then so Gabe had to niggle at him just a touch. But it wasn't anything to discredit the horse. As they were saying, he's very relaxed. The fluidity of his stride was very impressive. I love the gallop out as well. Now, you guys talking about Sonny Leon riding this Belmont surface. I mean, how many times do we see a Belmont winner come from as far off of it as Rich Strike did in the Kentucky Derby? I don't think they're going to have to be able to do that in the Belmont. He's going to have to sit a bit closer. As we check out the work again, we saw kind of Gabe say, okay, come on, buddy, as we saw Rich Strike's ears kind of flick back and forth. And I'm sure Rich Strike may be a little confused, obviously, that he was out there in the afternoon. But he did everything beautifully. This is what you want to see with the 59 flat. He worked similarly time-wise with his last work before the Kentucky Derby as well. Now, it's interesting that they're going to put him on a van in just a few hours to take the 12 to 13-hour journey from Louisville to Belmont Park here. We'll see. He's meant to just have a jog on Wednesday, late Wednesday morning, and he'll then get a good feel, I'm sure, of this Belmont Park main track. He's going to ship into barn 29, Greg, and get accustomed here to the metropolitan area.
Maggie, thank you. There it is, officially 5 furlongs, 59 flat for that move. And yeah, 8:30 to 9 a.m. he plans to ship. It's going to be about a 12 to 13-hour journey. And we'll get here in Elmont, New York, about between 8:30, 10:30 tomorrow night. And then that plan, yes, to get that Wednesday jog over the racetrack. We'll see if he can do it again in terms of style of the race. We know how far back he was. He was post 20 as well in that Kentucky Derby. There was that incinerating pace up front. Where do you expect to see him in the Belmont Stakes?
I agree with Maggie. He's going to have to be a bit closer. You're not going to get the kind of pace you got in the Kentucky Derby. People are very conscious of horses getting the mile and a half. So he's probably going to have to be a little bit more positional. Get some sort of a spot. That doesn't mean be part of the pace, but not be out the back where, the Derby, the post 20 might have helped him because basically Sonny Leon said, I've got to take back and get to the fence. And then when they flew, it made it easier for him to get there.
3 wide around both turns in that Kentucky Derby and still able to pull off that incredible upset. Had to reroute around Messier in the stretch. You can get your tickets for the Belmont Stakes. Go to BelmontStakes.com. Tremendous week of racing and one of the absolute best days of racing anywhere in the country all year long. Just stacked with Grade 1 after Grade 1, including the Met Mile. And, of course, Rich Strike back for this third and final leg of the Triple Crown on the Test of the Champion. Right now, back to our live action here. This 5th at Belmont. Start of the pick 6. Mile and a 16th on the turf in this New York bred first allowance condition. Carryover today of just over $73,000, almost $500,000 additional dollars into this pool. And this start from Rayum for Michael Dickinson, the debut of the 4, was something else. Had to take up early in the race, took back to last, and just blew by everybody in the stretch.
Yeah, showed a real turn of foot. Philly has a tendency to ring her tail a little bit. Spoke with Michael Dickinson after that nice debut and said, she's been tricky to train. They had to train her out in fields, keep her interest. But once again, Michael Dickinson finding ways to get the best out of his runners.
Meanwhile, this filly, she won at first asking. Back as a 2-year-old, Christophe Clement, returnee daughter of Tonalist. We'll have Dylan Davis aboard with more. Let's go down to Maggie.
And she was very visually impressive, Greg, New Guinea, in her debut, in which she displayed a massive turn of foot, a very visually impressive one. Now, in retrospect, I'm not exactly sure how strong that field was, but judging her as an individual, she looks very ready from her fitness levels coming back for this start here and moving incredibly well out on the racetrack. Rayom, as we see her on the turf, course setting foot, I thought she looked ready in that debut, so I would foresee her running a similar race. And Cannon Fire, Greg, she got a very aggressive warm-up, wondering if Connections want to keep her a little bit closer to the pace than what she was last time out.
Maggie, thanks. There she is. That's the 6, Cannon Fire. She actually does have blinkers on this afternoon. That was not listed in the form. She won her debut, and then a little bit of a tough time of it. Her first try against winners, Jose Lizcano, will be aboard. This 4, though, Rayum, off that debut with that trouble trip, I was most excited. One of the horses I was most excited to see today.
Yeah, and again, she showed what a typically good turf horse has, and that's turn of foot, acceleration, the ability to turn it on when the rider asks for it. I mean, I thought she was very impressive on debut.
Well, can she show that same turn of foot now against better company? Tackling winners for the first time here, Rayum, the 4, with Trevor McCarthy from Michael Dickinson. Pick 6 carryover starts here. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
And the pick 6. And the rough. Out of sight. There goes Cannon Fire, and there goes Rayum, but it's Cannon Fire to the front. Out of sight, running in second. Rayum is now in third, and New Guinea is next in fourth, followed by Freedom Machine in fifth, then Unicorn Sally and I'm Fine, who moves up a couple of spots on the outside. Out of sight is the leader here, and the leader by 3 lengths. Cannon Fire giving chase in second. Rayum is down at the rail and on the outside. New Guinea through a quarter in 24-1. Out of sight, setting the pace here, leading by 3. Cannon Fire is next. Rayum is at the rail. Then it's a length and a half to New Guinea, who's running in fourth, followed by Freedom Machine, next in fifth. And then it is a Unicorn Sally and I Am Fine. It is still Out of Sight, who has the lead here by a little more than 2. Cannon Fire's in second. Rayum down at the rail in third. The half in 48 seconds. New Guinea runs in fourth, about 4.5 from the front. On her outside is I Am Fine. And then at the back it is a Freedom Machine with Unicorn Sally. They're all still chasing Out of Sight, who has led right from the start. Out of Sight is the leader, with Cannon Fire in second. I'm Fine up on the outside in third. Rayum down at the rail, and New Guinea 3/4 in 112 as they head for home, with Out of Sight the leader, Rayum, Cannon Fire, then New Guinea far outside. It's I'm Fine. It is Out of Sight, trying to take this field wire to wire. Out of Sight is in front by 4, and she's going to do it here. It is Out of Sight and Jose Ortiz, and it was very close for second between Rayum and I'm Fine.
Well, Rayum, I should say Out of Sight, had a 3-length lead in the stretch on Rayum when they met back in late April, and Rayum rolled on by. This time, Out of Sight got an easy time of it up front.
Well, the course is firmed up quite a bit. Baking sunshine. We've seen this at Belmont Park, where that course dries out and they run over the top of the ground. And you saw early on in the race, when Out of Sight was bowling along 3 lengths in front, going as easy as a horse could go, she had such a huge advantage. Rayum at one point looked like she was going to back out of the race completely. She did well to kind of fight resolutely, I believe, to get her nose down on the line for second. But basically, this race was over a quarter mile out of the gate when Out of Sight was well clear and going easily.
Yeah, 24-1 opening quarter. Prospects looked pretty good early on for Out of Sight. Still to come, the Critical Eye. It is next. 1-turn mile, fillies and mares, and the defending champ returns. Bank Sting dropping out of a grade 2 against Open Company, back in against New York Breds, trying to go back-to-back in the Critical Eye.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the Immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Good to have you with us. We're going to get back to Churchill Downs. We just saw the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, passed on the Preakness. We'll see him in the Belmont Stakes. He just worked 5 furlongs in 59 flat. Right now it's late pick 4 time coming up here. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And this 2-horse, I am surprised to see that price at 7-1. Major player in here for Michel Lavelle.
Definitely a major player. Inside post. Going to have to work out a trip because he's more of a kind of a closing type sprinter. But you want inside posts in turf racing.
And obviously the public well aware that Anaconda in from the also eligible list. That is your favorite right now. Anaconda, Brendan Walsh, Julian Leperoux team up at 5-2 on the board. Let's take a look at Bad Beat Brian. Tyler Gaffleone will ride for Mike Maker, coming out of 3 consecutive stakes races. 3-1 on the board right now.
He's been keeping good company. Another horse that's a bit more of like a closing type sprinter, don't you think?
That has been his style, and that's how he won at Gulfstream back on December 4th in the race we're showing you. And he got a pretty hot pace that day to run into.
You know, he did get a hot pace that day, but he also kind of had a steady at a key juncture where the race started going forward. He kind of had to tap on the brakes and, you know, put his hold on pause. Worked out a good trip from there, but he certainly showed a turn of foot this day under Jaramillo. I mean, really saved ground, came out, and look at him turn on the afterburners in here. This was that inside-out turf trip that you want to get. You want to, you know, save ground and hold your horse up and come with that final burst of speed. Turn of foot wins turf races.
So much fun to watch these closing sprinters, especially on the turf in these types of races. We'll see if Bad Beat Brian, off since late February, can have that same kind of finish here in this spot. Is there the speed today to set it up for him?
You know, I mean, at first blush, I didn't think so, but then I started looking a little deeper. The 10 Major Wager has some speed. The 5 Devil's Tower, if it translates from dirt to turf, has some speed. He's also tactical. He doesn't have to be as far back as he was that particular day. Anaconda, I think, might be getting a bit overbet. I know he's coming from Southern California. We see more of that migration of horses from Southern California to, you know, the Kentucky circuit. We've seen a lot of that lately. But doesn't it feel like he's kind of, with that post, potentially going to get caught in no man's land, strung out 4 or 5 wide, looking for a place to save some ground?
We'll see. I mean, how difficult is that as a jockey when you're far outside in a short 5.5 furlong turf sprint to try and get that position? I mean, every fraction of a second counts.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you're really worrying so much the first eighth of a mile about position and where you're going to find your way in. He doesn't look fast enough to clear. He's not slow enough to drop out the back. I mean, so you're kind of caught in no man's land.
And if you're not saving ground early around the turn in a race like this, you're really up against it, aren't you?
It's difficult. You really, margin for error is so small in these kind of races.
And we'll see if Anaconda can overcome it. Julian Leperoux has the task of trying to get the right trip for this 5-year-old son of Pioneer of the Nile. There he is, about to step in from that outside slot. Pick 4 begins here from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. Bad Beat Brian on your mark. Thanks, Mr. Edson. Major Wager from the outside. Down the backstretch. Bad Beat Brian going head-to-head with Thanks, Mr. Edson. Major Wager makes it 3 across the track early. 2.5 lengths back to Devil's Tower and Cowan joined at the rail by Strike Me down there 4th, 5th, and 6th. On your mark is back into 7th. Anaconda's all the way back in 8th. Ready to pounce. And Gallant Guy. Fire turn run. Thanks, Mr. Edson. Short lead. Bad Beat Brian keeping up though. And Major Wager spun out 3 wide. They race for the quarter pole still across the track. Now it's 4 back to Strike Me down. Devil's Tower and Cowan as they come off the turn. Thanks, Mr. Edson heads for home. In front by a length. Bad Beat Brian is asked to go now and is set down second. And then it's Major Wager. On your mark is coming with a late rally down toward the rail. Time running out though. Thanks, Mr. Edson still in front. Bad Beat Brian battles on. Thanks, Mr. Edson. Bad Beat Brian on your mark. That way on the wire. Thanks, Mr. Edson first. Bad Beat Brian second. Major Wager, rather on your mark, was third. And then it was tight for 4th.
Horse was just 1 for 12 lifetime on the lawn, came back in a race taken off the turf. Thanks, Mr. Eidson. Brian Lynch Ricardo Santana Jr. the win.
Well, he wound up being the speed of the speed, and speed's always tough in turf sprints. And when he got comfortable on the lead, he was tough to run down. No excuses for the 8. Bad beat Brian, who laid up closer, maybe a little closer than he wants to normally, but the race dictated that. And when I first looked down, I thought it said Mr. Edison, and I was going to make a comment about the light bulb going on, but I guess it doesn't fit.
We're all saved. Thank you, Mr. Eidson there. 5-1, right at his morning line for the victory. That's it for Mig.
That's it.
You had something you wanted to share with the audience?
Let's go Rangers tonight. Let's go.
Game 7 on the road tonight for the Rangers. Mig, we'll see you next week. Had fun. Andy Serling joining me after a short timeout. Critical Eye next as we continue with Big Apple Showcase Day. Bank Sting, defending champ, looking to go back-to-back, the 3-2 favorite for John Terranova.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to naira.com/triple play for details.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run.
Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner. It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us on this Memorial Day as we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as we are about halfway through this New York Showcase Day as we have horses in the paddock for today's Critical Eye. Fillies and mares traveling the 1 mile distance on the main track, and we have 2 major players in here, and honestly, I'm having a little trouble seeing beyond them. We'll start with number 4, Bank Sting, who, as well as Make Mischief, drop out of the Grade 2 Ruffian, and both these horses just chasing better horses that day. And 2, I think Bank Sting maybe a little taken out of her game in a way that I think she does her best running when she can lay a bit closer to the pace. Now, there is speed in here. I mean, you have Mashni and Girl in here who has improved. She likes to do her best running on the front end, as well as Maiden Beauty. So I think Bank Sting just sits a couple lengths off of those 2. I haven't seen her since she came back in March. And she ran a huge race that day, earning a 91 buyer, and I think she looks even better. And she's pairing races back to back, and ironically, in 10 starts, she's only had 3 fast track performances, and her trainer, John Terranova, noting that despite her winning 4 races on wet racetracks, she is better on a fast track, and her record would compound that, being 3 for 3 on fast tracks, in which she gets here today. I like everything I'm seeing from your current favorite. Now on the outside is number 7, Make Mischief, who at times has been a serious overachiever, and she came back with authority in her first start as a 4-year-old. Same thing with her. She just kind of chased better horses, and I do like the way the assistant Shane for Mark Cassey handles her. She can be a little bit of a high-strung type of gal, but he just keeps her in the paddock, pets her, keeps her nice and cool and calm, and she responds very well to it. And she's always been a very big, good-looking, robust filly, and that's the same thing I'm seeing here, but I like the fact that she's kept it going on the racetrack too. Sometimes you get those horses as 2-year-olds that are just a bit better and 3-year-olds that are just a bit more physically along than their competition, but she's shown that she's just a good filly, and I'm really looking forward to the showdown between these two favorites in here as we do welcome Andy Serling to the show as he joins Greg Wolf upstairs. Hey guys.
Yeah, Andy, welcome to the program. Good to have you on as we get set for this Critical Eye and some other good ones still to come.
No, I'm glad to be here and enjoyed the earlier part of the conversation here, and we've got all the stakes coming up. Lots of good stuff. Beautiful day, Memorial Day. I'm back here with you. It's all good.
Couldn't ask for more. 12 days away from that third and final leg of the Triple Crown.
I know. It's just coming upon us quicker and quicker.
We're going to get back to Churchill Downs. We saw that work from Rich Strike, the Derby winner, 5 furlongs, 59 flat. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, with winning training here of the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, Eric Reed. And Eric, you've been a wanted man here with the press. You needed a bottle of water.
Yeah, it's getting a little dry. It's hot out, so.
Were you happy with the work? 59 flat. It looked like Gabriel asked him early, and he sort of strutted out very, very nicely.
Yeah, he got away real well, and then he settled in nicely around the turn, and the work was just exactly what we wanted him to do. Track's a little quicker being in the afternoon. They just watered it for the work. So I think all in all, it was exactly what we had intended for him to do.
Were you a little worried that working between the 5th and the 6th race with the crowd that he might work a little fast or think it's race day?
We thought that was the big thing I was thinking about all week leading up to this, and you know, that was going to be the decision where we went ahead with this. And yesterday and the day before, I could see he was really starting to relax in the morning, and he's a very routine horse. And you know, after 3 weeks or so, he starts to do everything a lot easier, more calm. He's not so aggressive. So I thought this would work out. And coming on the backside where there was no commotion, no other horses, I knew he would relax. It was just when the crowd started cheering, would he get excited? And I think he likes that now. So
it's actually a really cool thing because it seems like you're growing in this horse's confidence, and the horse is growing in confidence as well.
Yeah, there's no doubt about his confidence, and I see it. He comes off the track in the mornings a lot more playful, and it's almost like he knows that he's done something. And, you know, sometimes when you go out against real good competition and you prevail in any sport, you know, I think you start getting the confidence that you had, and he was maturing each and every race leading up to the Derby. And I think, you know, I still don't think we've seen the best of him. So
that's kind of scary. Now, you're going to ship out tonight. Everything goes well. You were talking about maybe get a couple gallops over the Belmont racetrack.
Yeah, we're going to actually leave in the morning and try to get in there tomorrow evening. Okay. And then if the ship goes well, he'll get some kind of light training Wednesday, and then he'll get a good 9 days leading up to the Belmont to do all the stuff that he needs to do at Belmont.
Well, good luck in the Belmont. Let's get you some rest. Let's get Rich Strike some rest. Eric Reed, good luck to the whole team.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Well, what you want to see, everything going to the liking of connections. Eric Reed had just one graded stakes win in his career before that Kentucky Derby victory. And, yeah, again, he'll ship between 8:30 and 9 a.m. tomorrow. It's about 12 to 13-hour journey to get here to Elmont, and he should arrive between 8:30, 10:30 at night.
You going to be here?
We are going. People from our show are going to be here waiting for him.
That's because we have the hardest working crew ever. I have 2 questions. It does appear that Eric got the winning trainer's playbook because he had all the perfect lines that all the big winning trainers say. I like that. And I wonder if LaDuca is trying to show us up with that pocket square. What do you think is up with that?
Looked very sharp.
I'm not
Great
happy about
story.
that. I don't think that's in the contract.
Great story with these connections, winning the biggest race, going against all the big guns. It's so difficult to even get a 3-year-old to that race.
It was even more difficult for him than most.
Just incredible. And now, you know, had to be a tough decision passing on the Preakness when you're alive for a Triple Crown. But they make that decision, and we'll see if we can get – everybody wants to see him run big again in the Belmont. We'll see if it happens.
Everyone?
Well, you want to see the big horses run well, don't you?
You do. I mean, I think there is – listen, the – obvious discussion is it was a freakish performance. He got a super fast pace. He never did it before. We'll never see it again. And that's probably, there's very possible that's true. But there is an argument that he hadn't been on dirt in a while. Yes, he got a fast pace, but he's a horse that wanted more ground, and he started to come into his own because slightly better trip or not, he was running with Mo Donegal down the backstretch, and he did beat that one fairly convincingly. And Mo Donegal he might be the favorite in the Belmont Stakes. Now, obviously, Mo Donegal's got credentials, and he's Todd Pletcher, and there's no reason this horse should be favored or expected to win. But I think there's at least a discussion to be had that it wasn't just a complete and total fluke. My concern is a mile and a half isn't going to suit this horse in his running style, and maybe the Preakness. That's one of the reasons I wish he ran the Preakness, because maybe the Preakness would have been more conducive to his running style. We'll see how it works out.
Certainly not going to get that kind of hot pace that we saw in the Kentucky Derby.
Right, that's the problem, and the Belmont is not really helpful to deep closers. But, you know, we all thought Mind That Bird was a fluke when he won the Derby, and he came back and ran very well in the Preakness, and he probably ran better in the Belmont because he was wide, the rail was good. He didn't run particularly well after that, but the reality was he showed his Derby wasn't a total fluke.
See if Rich Strike can do it again. Let's take a look at what we have still coming up on today's schedule on Big Apple Showcase Day here in Elmont. Critical Eye next, of course, with Banksting trying to repeat in this race. The Bowery, Mike Lee, very interesting addition to this Mike Lee coming up. And then the Kingston to close out stakes action on the turf with some big names on the New York circuit who we've seen in action for quite a few years here. We start off the post parade for the Critical Eye with Secret Love, comes in off a win for John Kimmel.
She's coming in off her best race. It was on a muddy sealed track, and she'll have to stretch out further, and she'll have to improve, but at least she's coming off her best effort.
Maiden Beauty, she got really good late last year at Aqueduct. Is she good enough to compete here?
I've always been a fan of this horse, and she had a great winner for Robbie Falcone, but she also had very opportunistic setups, and with the presence of the 5 Mashney girl, I don't see it happening for her on the front end.
Love and Love, Trevor McCarthy at a big price.
I'm shocked that she's 18 to 1 in here, and the 1 is 4 to 1. I actually picked her third. Maybe I should go a little 4-7 with 4-7 with 3 try.
Defending champ, the 8-5 favorite, Joel Rosario aboard.
Another horse, John Terranova's done great with her, and as Maggie was hinting on, she and Make Mischief were over their head last time. She's in a great form, and some of her races are even better than they look.
Can sit just off the pace as well. She loves this distance. Mashney girl wants to be part of the pace.
She does, and she's really improved from Mark Hennig, so he's going to take a shot and see where she stands.
Loud Band on a Prayer. Biggest price on the board, 25 to 1 coming in from Parks.
She does have that race last year against Search Results, which actually makes her like a fringe player very least. She doesn't have any other races that do, though.
And Make Mischief, we were talking about it off here. She's run some very good races. She has one race that just jumps off the page. That was 2 starts back at Aqueduct.
But that was also a gold rail, and she was exaggerated by the bias, but she kept some very good company at times, and I think a 1-turn mile suits her. I slightly prefer her to Banksting, but to me it's about a coin flip.
She has been first or second in 9 of her 17 starts. Make Mischief. As for Banksting, the 8-5 favorite, 7 for 10 lifetime and 3 for 4 at this mile distance. Critical Eye to kick off the late pick 5 when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Good to have you with us on this Memorial Day coverage of America's Day at the Races. Live action from Belmont Park and from Churchill Downs. Big Apple Showcase Day continuing with the critical eye, and there again the defending champ Bank Sting, trained by John Terranova. Joel Rosario aboard. Last time she was on a fast track, she won a stake against Open Company in the Heavenly Prize.
She did, and she ran fairly well to get it done. I don't have a knock on it. I think she's run fine in her races. She's a model of consistency. Her one sort of mediocre race besides the Ruffian was when she was coming off a layoff in the Empire Distaff. Her rival in here, her chief rival, Make Mischief, easily ran better than she did, but she was coming off of a 5-month layoff. So I think it's a bit forgivable, and she's just held very, very good form for John Terranova. I think this race is pretty straightforward. I mean, you've got two horses that have fairly strong overall career credentials against horses trying to move forward. I'm shocked how much money the one is taking here.
Still 4-1 on the one. Here's the main rival you alluded to, Make Mischief. Trained by Marcassi. Dylan Davis will be aboard. They're both coming out of the Ruffian. That company proved a little too tough for both of them. And this is a look at that monster effort. Aided by, you said, a good rail?
Massive, strong rail. We saw a significant amount of April on the main track at Aqueduct, the rail very, very strong. And so you see exaggerated performances, and those are the kind of things you see when horses ride good rails. You'll see exaggerated performances. But it's not as though she doesn't have other good races. It just happens that that race is significantly better. I mean, if you were confident that she earned that win and she's going to run that kind of race today, you'd say she was clearly the horse to beat. I understand why she's the second choice. The 4 has been so consistent. She hasn't been able to have that consistency of winning, but she's also kept a lot of better company during her career.
Meanwhile, Maiden Beauty, the 2, she's on the board at 7-1 when she faced Bank Sting in the Heavenly Prize. She was actually the favorite, and she got beat, wound up 3rd. Can she turn the tables today, Maggie?
No. Not with the way that the race projects to set up, with the presence of Mashni Girl, who picks up Louis Saez, whereas Kendra Carmouche had been riding Mashni Girl, but goes to the more accomplished Maiden Beauty here. And I spoke with her trainer, Rob Falcone, and he said, look, there's no secrets about our game plan. We're going. We have to go. But as Rob said, she likes to be out there by herself. She hates to feel another horse next to her or applying pressure. And I don't know how any other way that Mashni Girl is supposed to be ridden here. So while she looks fantastic out there, I just can't see it setting up for her today. As number 1, as Andy pointed out, I'm not sure why she's taking so much money. I've never thought she wanted to go longer. She's in good form right now. It's reflective in the way she looks, but I don't see her necessarily getting better as the distances get longer, though maybe she sits the right kind of trip here right off the speed. As just want to mention long shot in here, Lauban on a prayer. She doesn't want any part of 6 furlongs. She got away slowly in that comeback race at Parks. And you know, she's run well at times in against fellow New York breds. She looks great, and she's getting back to a distance that is much more favorable to her. She's really filled out behind the saddle. Maybe at a huge price, she comes along and picks up some pieces, Greg.
Oh, even if a favorite would win this, Lauban on a prayer underneath, it's going to help these exotics. Bank Sting, your slight favorite at 6-5.
Get the 3 in the number. It's absolutely ludicrous that Love and Love is 25-1 in this race. In my opinion, she's the 3rd likeliest winner, and this race is being ridiculously misbet.
And the presence of this one right here, bad news, as Maggie was talking about, for Maiden Beauty, who likes to be forward. This one should be as well. Bank Sting, the 4, trying to go back-to-back in this race. We're set as she's ready to step in under Joel Rosario. It's the critical eye. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
Waiting for Mashni Girl, Lauban on a prayer, and Make Mischief. Also waiting on Bank Sting. And the riders off Bank Sting behind the gate.
So that is your favorite with the starting gate crew. All their attention to get Bank Sting in while Joel Rosario waits, and now he'll hop back aboard.
She's waiting for Joelle. She turned around and said, come on, Joel.
Gonna need you for this journey.
Yeah.
She is the 7-5 favorite. Her chief rival will step in last, Make Mischief to the outside with meet leading rider Dylan Davis. Let's go back up to John Imbrial.
Set for the start. And they're off. In the critical eye handicap, Make Mischief away well. Mashney Girl now moves up, and Mashney Girl has taken over. Make Mischief, Bank Sting, they're right together, second and third. Secret Love is down at the rail. On the outside is Lauban on a Prayer, who's running in fifth. Then Love and Love and Maiden Beauty. It is Mashney Girl leading here by a half length. Make Mischief on the outside runs in second. Secret Love down at the rail. And on the outside is long shot Lauban on a Prayer. The quarter went in 23-1. Bank Sting has been shuffled back to fifth and is now a half dozen lengths from the lead. On the outside, Love and Love and Maiden Beauty continues to trail in seventh. Mashney Girl is the leader here. It's Mashney Girl by a half length. Make Mischief on the outside, right there in second. Secret Love is down at the rail. Half mile went in 46 and 2/5 seconds. They're midway around the turn. It is still Mashney Girl by a long neck. Make Mischief on the outside in second by a length and a half, with Secret Love next in third. Bank Sting begins to pick it up from fourth, but still 6 or 7 lengths from the lead. Maiden Beauty has advanced into fifth, and Make Mischief has now taken over the lead as they turn for home. It's Make Mischief the leader. Mashney Girl is back running in second. Then Secret Love and Bank Sting on the outside. Make Mischief has built a 4-length lead. Bank Sting ranging up on the outside to take second, but no threat to Make Mischief. Much the best winner of the Critical Eye. Bank Sting was second. Mashney Girl finished third. The mile in 1:35.3.
Bank Sting a lot further back than we're used to seeing her, and just too much work to do here. Make Mischief, she's now won 2 of her last 3.
Right, I mean, take nothing away from the winner, who ran terrific. Bank Sting didn't run a race. She's a better horse than that, and you can see she just was never really in the groove and never close. But Make Mischief, she's run very well consistently throughout her career. She perched on top of an overmatched rival, and Mashney Girl took over top of the stretch, and with Bank Sting not running her usual race, she was just sort of left all alone.
Meets the leading rider Dylan Davis from Mark Casse, Gary Barber, and a 4-year-old filly by Into Mischief. Biggest performance of her career with this victory in the Critical Eye.
Final time here. Yeah, she ran well. Listen,
Yeah,
she's a nice horse. I
135.3.
mean, she only lost by what? A length and a half to search results and obligatory in the Acorn, going a flat mile here last year. That was a grade 1, and those are grade 1 horses.
7-4. Mashney Girl, who was all alone on the lead by herself, checks in third at 16-1. Cross country pick 5 begins next in just about 4 minutes with the 7th from Churchill Downs. 7/8 of a mile. First allowance condition coming up, and I thought this was a difficult race to kick it off.
Yeah, there's a whole lot going on in here. I agree.
Board would reflect that as well. The mild favorite, wow, Meister, the 4. Ian Wilkes,
Speed.
Julian Leperoux.
Speed. I guess that horse is favored. They figure he could be the controlling speed.
We start with Critical Threat from the rail for Brennan Walsh.
We just watched the Critical Eye. Now we're looking at Critical Threat. His last 2 races are disappointing. Before that, he was in good form. Can he get back to that form?
Encore interesting here at 6-1.
Yeah, I guess. He's off a 7-month layoff, though. Not for me. The trainer is pretty live, though.
It's Phil Bauer. Bourbon Thunder, 6-1. Ian Wilkes, Jimmy Graham.
Another one off a layoff. And you almost wonder if Ian Wilkes, this one probably needs a race going shorter to stretch out.
He's been in some tough company. Grade 3 as well, a few starts back. Here's Meister, the 3-1 favorite.
I think the feeling is this horse can be the controlling speed here, and the races 2 and 3 back at Keeneland and Gulfstream are good enough to win. And even last time, he met a tough rival.
Cryo, he broke his maiden here at Churchill Downs back in June of last year.
And he ran synthetic last time, so if you like him, you're hoping to use synthetic as a prep, and his prior races are good enough to be a fringe player.
He was second against Stiletto Boy, who's become a graded stakes winner since that time. Greener Pastures, he's won his last 2 on dirt.
Yeah, his form is dirtied up by running the wrong surface. My concern, and I think he's very tough here, is he's got no speed.
Uber Kirk, Kenny McPeak taking over the training duties.
It's been a long time since he ran competitively on the dirt, but when he did, he was with Kenny McPeak.
Here's Right Tone. He's quick. He'll take blinkers off. He's a new gelding, too.
Yeah, I'm not taking this horse. Looks overmatched, and he's coming from Robertino Diodoro. Short price.
Schmoozin, Neil Pessin of Bell's the One fame with Corey Lannery.
Just a little too slow. That's why he's almost 20-1.
And 9-2 outside AC Expressway. Slight cutback in distance.
It's another horse that doesn't have any speed. If I'm going to take a closer, I'm going to take Greener Pastures.
So that's your field. Nice appearance there from AC Expressway. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
I thought a very interesting betting board here, Greg, because there was a lot of horses in here I thought could win, but I thought a lot of horses in here you're getting good prices on. Now, the 4 in here, Meister for Ian Wilkes, is taking a lot of money for Julian Leperoux, who's been riding hot. Blinkers have gone on this gelding in the last 3 starts. The last time at Keeneland did show some speed and backed up to 4th. When you look at some of the other horses that are taking money, you got to look at the outside horse, the 8, because significant money showed up on a Joe Sharp horse, Jelly Nougat, a little bit earlier, and that horse was working blaze of guns, and the horse won very, very easily. The 8's taking a lot of money. Gelding, blinkers coming off out of the Robertina Diodoro barn at 9-2. But I'm going to land on the 6 Greener Pastures, guys. If you look at the pattern of this horse, 2 wins at Churchill Downs. When did the wins happen? Off a synthetic race at Arlington Park, a W. Off a synthetic race at Turfway Park, ran in a starter allowance race, ran a good second here at Churchill Downs. What is Green Pastures off? Off a synthetic race, was running a decent second. I think Green Pastures has got a good shot here at a nice price.
Yeah, 5-1 right now. Paulie, thanks. Again, the last 2 times on dirt for Greener Pastures. Been on synthetic the last 2 starts. He found himself in the winner's circle. Comes from off of it. He's 2 for 4 on this track at Churchill, and his only try at 7 AC1.
Yeah, I think that he is, I don't want to say, I feel like he's the most talented dirt horse in the race. My problem is he has absolutely no speed, and it doesn't appear to be a particularly strong pace. So my concern basically is that he's just not going to get a particularly good run of the race. And while I definitely think he can win, and I think 5-1 is a generous price on him, I'm concerned that the race isn't going to set up well for him. But there's nothing wrong with that price, and I agree with Paulie on him.
Well, making their way to the gate, it's still Meister favored for Ian Wilkes. We have a good one next as well. Churchill, grade 3 winning colors. Sconson, really talented sprinter, making her comeback. She was 4th in the 2020 Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, just behind Bell's the One, who's one of the top female sprinters in the country. So that is next. But first things first, 7/8 of a mile here in this 7th from Churchill. The 4 Meister, the favorite. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward out of there for Meister, who's off near the back of the pack. The rest break in line as they head up the chute and head for the main track, and it will be Right Tone looking for the lead. Schmoozen is there, and Anchor down toward the inside. So they sort themselves out, and it's Right Tone out there setting the pace. Anchor comes through toward the rail to grab second. In a bit tight there, it has to pull back out. Schmoozen moves up on that one's outside now second. AC Expressway comes on from the outside to be 4th. Uber Cookers racing in 5th. Cryos now 6th. Bourbon Thunder 7th and toward the rail. Greener Pastures is wide to the far turn in 8th, followed by Meister, who's 9th and 8 lengths off the lead. Critical Threat the trailer. The round the far turn after a quarter clicked off in 22-1. 3 furlongs from the wire. Right Tone, Schmoozen head to head. AC Expressway saunters up 3 wide. Anchor's right there in behind as they come for the top of the stretch. Greener Pastures switched outside 4 or 5 wide there. Off the turn into the stretch. Schmoozen comes away with a narrow lead. Right Tone fights on. Anchor dives to the rail. AC Expressway fights on. Greener Pastures wrong lead. Uber Kirk in behind. Schmoozen still in front. AC Expressway trying to get by. Anchor down toward the rail. Greener Pastures still anyone's race. Here's AC Expressway finishing best to win it. AC Expressway, and a hard-fought win it was. Schmoozen, Anchor, and Greener Pastures.
AC Expressway, Joe Talamo, Norm Cassie, and behind him, Greener Pastures trying to make a run, stymied a little bit, ran a good effort.
Well, the problem with Greener Pastures was that he's a deep closer, and he had to make a premature move just to get into contact while the other horses were a bit close. And the 10 horse gets his nose down at the wire in a sort of hard-fought stretch battle. The two try to come up the inside and narrowly beats the long shot, the number 9.
That would have been a huge, that would have been 26 to 1.
Yeah, that would have blown up our cross-country pick 5.
Meanwhile, Aincourt down on the rail off the bench under Gabriel Saez trying to make a bid. But it's Talamo, Norm Cassie, and AC Expressway at 9-2 to kick off that cross-country pick 5. Back in New York, and it's Make Mischief in the critical eyes. Now won 2 of her last 3 starts. This was a big win for her.
Yeah, she showed up and Banksting didn't. I'm not taking anything away from Make Mischief, but Make Mischief consistent. And she just, once you saw that Banksting wasn't running a race, because you could tell.
She's
she
never
was
that
just
far
sluggish.
back.
Right, she was just sluggish. Whether the heat got to her, whatever it was, she's been so consistent, you're just surprised to see her not run well, because she always shows up. She didn't run, and Make Mischief is so much better than the rest of them.
$5.40 for the win. Mark Cassie, Gary Barber, Dylan Davis. We just saw Mark's son win at Churchill. Dad wins here in New York with the 8-5 second choice on the board as we take a look at our pick 6 carryover follow along. Out of sight, kick things off. Got to go very slow up front. Go gate to wire for the win. And now Make Mischief second choice on the board, the victory.
Yeah, I would be dead. Maybe I use out of sight as a C, but I wasn't a fan. But you're right, she walked the dog.
Up next, the Bowery, named after that section of Lower Manhattan on the Lower East Side. And Yo Cuz, even money. Jose Ortiz, Belmont, 3-time stakes winner. Concerned with that last effort? I know stumbled out of the gate.
Well, you can't really see it because we had some camera issues at the start. But she did, if you watch the head-on, stumble after the start. You just don't know how badly it cost her. She's obviously a lot better than her last race. I also don't think she's as good as those 2 wins suggest because, A, she was meeting very, very inferior competition, but also doing it while getting the most optimal of trips on the most optimal racetracks for her. So her ability lies somewhere in between. I was really wrong. I thought David Argona had the line wrong. I never thought that the 1 horse would be a large 3rd choice. I thought she'd be a clear-cut 2nd choice. They're not respecting November Rain, who has speed, and she was running figures of a 2-year-old that were almost fast enough to win this. I think she's much more dangerous than her big odds suggest.
She's 9-2 right now. Yo Cuz even money as she was on the morning line. We'll get back to it. Bowery to come. 3-year-old fillies going 7/8. Back in the winner's circle at Churchill. Mark Cassie's son Norm with a victory with Joe Talamo and AC Expressway. $11 for the win. 4-year-old son of Mineshaft, just his 3rd win now in 18 career starts for Garden State Derby Club. 26 to 1 underneath gets you $174 exacta. Bowery when we come back to Belmont. And there is Yo Cuz, 3 consecutive wins and then defeated last time out, trying to make it 4 for 6 in her career when we come back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Alan Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Welcome to those just joining us on SNY on our Memorial Day coverage from here in Elmont, New York at Belmont Park. Churchill Downs coverage as well. Those already with us on FS2. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous afternoon here on the long weekend as we remember those who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling. We have Maggie Wolfendale here, Paul LaDuca, and Frank Lyons out at Churchill Downs. And up next, Bowery here, 3-year-old fillies going 7/8 of a mile, and a heavy favorite, Yokuz, who at one point strung together 3 consecutive stakes wins.
She did. In fact, one of them is a maiden. And she's a nice horse. But she's not as good as that record suggests. I'm just going to keep saying. I said it before her last race. Now, she was unlucky in there. Whether or not she would have won is another story. She's okay, and she's done a lot so far, but she's done it under very ideal circumstances, and at some point those things catch up to you. And I think the competition may get deeper in here. November Rain has a right to be a good horse. I think Captain's Daughter didn't even run that badly behind Yokuz when she was against the track. I don't like Sterling Silver, though.
Look at today's remaining action presented by Claiborne Farm. 7 through 10. That's the late pick 4 here in New York. Track fast and firm. Boys get their turn next in the Mike Lee. Very good group lining up there. And then the Kingston on the grass at 1 1/16. City Man, Therapist, Some Like It, Hot Brown, Cross Border, all going to line up in that edition of this year's contest. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Take advantage of a $25 free play in the Belmont Stakes, where we'll see the Derby winner Rich Strike back in action, plus a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, Belmont25. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to take advantage. The 7th here at Belmont, an even money favorite, Yokuz. Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Dreammaker Racing, Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Short price. November Rain, though, Andy, you were intrigued by making her 3-year-old debut coming up. She is quick. She has the inside. She has Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I think she's a major player in here, and if nothing else, assuming if she's not like every other horse that has speed that runs against Yokuz, she gets out of the gate cleanly. I think she's going to be in front of that one and make Yokuz have to work for it, even if she doesn't win the race.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And I am, too, of the same thinking as Andy, that Yokuz isn't maybe the superstar that her record or the board would suggest, but then again, I'm not going to be totally surprised when she wins here, because I think with regard to the horses that could step up and beat her, there might be some question marks. And we'll start with number 1, November Rain, who, as a 2-year-old, ran races fast enough and with a little routine improvement, as horses typically do, get faster as they get older. She's right there. I just don't like the 7/8s coming back. This is a out-and-out sprinting filly. I mean, she is just a bull, a ball of muscle, about as broad as she is tall, and she is one that gets herself fairly revved up in the past, but it does look as though maybe a year on has allowed her to mentally mature. They did keep her in the back. I'll watch how she behaves out on the track. She doesn't necessarily love to go with the pony either, but she has her wits about her today, at least as of now, knock on wood for Kelly Breen and his team's sake. But she looks fit enough. I just think 7 is really stretching her, especially coming off the bench. Now, Andy doesn't like Sterling Silver, but I'm intrigued by her. She's a filly that I have liked, and then Connections got overly ambitious with her, going to the Busher and then the Grade 1 Ashland. She doesn't want any part, in my opinion, of 2 turns in here. I think, despite the pedigree, she at least looks like a sprinting type. So for me, the turn back to 7 furlongs makes the utmost sense. She looks fit. She looks strong. She's behaving well in here. I think she's a bit intriguing. As we'll move on to Captain's Daughter, she doesn't miss a fight, that's for sure. I agree with Andy, too, that the Eastview probably better than it looks. She is one that just takes herself out of it. Now, they do apply blinkers today. I'm wondering if that is to keep her a little bit more engaged early on, as they're like a big cup cheater, a bigger cheater cup, I should say. She looks great in here, and she's one that just continues to develop with each and every start. She gets stronger, she gets bigger. So I think she is a major player in this race here, Greg, the Bowery.
Maggie, thank you. She's 8-1 with that equipment change coming up. We get set for our post parade. They're walking through the tunnel. It's Yo Cuz, who the public believes this race goes through. 3 consecutive stakes wins. She actually broke her maiden in a restricted stakes race.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I am one. She's good, but not as good as her record makes her look. I'm going to bet against her. I'm going to keep betting against her at short prices. I agree with Maggie, by the way, on Sterling Silver. I do believe that she's more suited to shorter distance races. My problem with her is that big buyer figure was earned under the most optimal circumstances. A closer getting a super fast pace, and Trevor McCarthy never left the goldest of gold rails with her. A lot of gold rails we talked about, but we did have quite a few this winter.
Kick things off in the post parade with November Rain, her 3-year-old debut for Kelly Breen, trainer.
She's starting to take some money in here, and I'm not surprised. I think you look at her routine improvement, and she may just be the best horse in the race, though it's 7 furlongs off the layoff.
Yo Cuz, even money for Belmont with Jose Ortiz.
With a clean break from November Rain, she's going to have to try to do something she's never done in her victories, and that's win a race from off the pace. And I am not exactly sure she can do that.
Undefeated sprinting, Sterling Silver's going to cut back in distance.
If you are against the inside two, she's the most logical alternative. I just think she's dressed up by circumstance in her one theoretical big win.
Adversity, she's 2 for 3 on dirt. She went gate to wire last time for a win.
Obviously, based on figures, she needed to improve to win. She did beat a horse, though, last time that came back to win here during the week.
Captain's daughter, Maggie, was talking about equipment change and goes turf to dirt.
Yeah, I think if you think there's going to be some pace, as I do in here, she's the most likely to be able to pick up the pieces. And when she finished third to Yo Cuz was with the track, and she was way against it.
Kisses for Emily, 17-1. She won a small stake at Parks 2 starts back.
Well, she has that one career race that makes her a player. It was at Parks. The rest of her races in New York make her a gigantic long shot.
And the biggest price on the board outside, True Empress for trainer George Weaver.
Not sure why she should reverse the form on the 4, who beat her easily last time. She's a rank outsider.
That is your field for this year's edition of the Bowery 7/8 of a mile. 3-year-old fillies. Yo Cuz still at even money on the board. We'll have it for you live when we come back here on Big Apple Showcase Day.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2, SNY, and other regional networks across the country. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Go to the app or go to nairabets.com, get signed up and started just in time for the Belmont Stakes. You'll get a $25 free play in the Belmont and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus just for playing. There's Yo Cuz. That price has not moved. Public enamored with the filly who put together 3 wins in a row all in Stakes Company.
They love open-length wins. There's no doubt about it. And she ran speed figures that make her favored. And she did have a legitimate excuse last time. Having said that, I still think she has some questions to answer because she's had such ideal trips. But doesn't mean she can't win here. But assuming the one breaks, November Rain, she's going to have to stalk and win this race. And if you look at her 3 wins, they were all earned by wiring the field, winning from the front end the whole way. And she did it under ideal circumstances. And I just don't think she's going to get them here, and it makes her vulnerable.
And with the one November Rain having speed, being drawn inside of the fact she's coming off the bench fresh, you would expect to see her throw down early.
Well, she's gotten, I mean, assuming she breaks cleanly, she has to go. She's a block speed horse with an inside post, and Joelle's going to go. And she's quick.
She actually stumbled out of the gate in this start. She still got the lead.
Yeah, now she did beat a filly in a 4-horse field, but she got a 72 buyer, 73 buyer. In her prior start, she got a 76 buyer. That was in July. That was 10 months ago. Routine improvement has her getting buyer figures close to 90, which would smother Yo Cuz. Yet, she's getting no respect. Maybe she won't get it done, and probably her last race has something to do with it, where she was virtually eased, but obviously something went wrong in there. I just liked her maiden win when she was first. November Rain, as many people know, is a play on the Guns N' Roses song, and the third-place finisher was Can't Hurry Love. I mean, that was quite a musical race, wasn't it, Greg?
It was indeed. She won by 5.5 lengths that day. Coming off the bench, trying to get 7 furlongs here as you see Joel Rosario waiting patiently. Let's head down to Maggie for more.
The more I think about it, the more I watch her, the more I'm convinced that with horses that can be a bit nervous or a bit obstreperous when it comes to pre-race antics, the more you want Joel Rosario on their back, because Greg, you had the best line ever for Joel yesterday. He's as cool as the other side of the pillow. And horses pick up on that. And this is a filly that throughout her campaign last year as a 2-year-old would act up, whether it be back in the paddock or out in the racetrack. And it could be just another year on and she's mentally maturing, but I love the way she's acting. Still not convinced with the 7 furlongs off the bench, but I'm also convinced that you don't want to be too far off of it here at Belmont. So the fact that she will be forward is certainly, obviously, going to help her chances, if not mess up the chances of number 2, Yo Cuz, who she's lost 2 races, and they were because she acted up at the gate. Gate is an issue for this filly, and it's typically when she's drawn a little bit more inside. And it's not a very big field, but she's gonna have to stand in there a bit. And she's a big filly, so a lot of times you find those ones to be a bit more claustrophobic while standing in the stalls, which leads to them being antsy in there, which leads to poor breaks. So I know it's a little late when it comes to wagering, but watch how she behaves when she has to stand in the gate, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll keep an eye on that. 4-5 now. Yo Cuz is, and maybe it's nothing to be concerned about, but getting 7/8 with a speed filly next door to you for November Rain off a layoff, is that a concern at all?
Well, sure. I mean, 7 furlongs off a layoff, and knowing it's possible it'll be a horse breathing down your throat. I mean, in that, yeah. I mean, 7 furlongs is the best distance to try to wire over 6 because the pace are often slower. In this particular case, she should be facing some pressure from Yo Cuz. So yeah, but I think the price is much more than commensurate for it. To me, 7-2 is very generous.
She's the 3rd choice on the board, November Rain, here in her 3-year-old comeback as we get a look at Captain's Daughter once again. Putting the blinkers on, 4 seconds, 3/3 in 11 starts with just a maiden win. It came here at Belmont.
She is a little on the slow side, no doubt about it. But if you look at her last dirt race, she lost to Yo Cuz, she ran well under adverse circumstances, the best race she ever ran. And if you think Yo Cuz is not going to get such good circumstances, she could turn the tables on her at a square price. So I'm going to take a small shot with her.
Feature on that right-hand side of your screen at Churchill coming up. That is the Grade 3 winning colors and very talented sprinting mare returning to the races. The 3 Sconson for Greg Foley. It's won over $780,000 in her career. She's the 1-2 favorite. We will get to that race when we are done here at Belmont. And here is the odds-on favorite, Jose Ortiz, getting the aid of some of the starting gate crew to help move her in line.
Jose made a couple trips up from Florida to ride Yo Cuz. Of course, he also won a $500,000 race on her, so it's understandable.
Preakness winning rider. I'm riding high right now. We'll see if he can win on the odds-on favorite here in the Bowery. And we'll see how this pace duel plays out with the speedy November Rain on the rail. Yo Cuz right next door. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Kisses for Emily and True Empress. Set for the start of Belmont's 7th. And they're up. From the inside, it is November Rain, but there goes Adversity. Adversity and November Rain, the two of them are right together. Yo Cuz sits just off of them in third. And on her outside is Sterling Silver running in fourth. They're followed by Captain's Daughter in fifth, 2.5 lengths to True Empress. Kisses for Emily is the trailer. November Rain down at the rail leads by a head. Adversity keeps up the pressure right alongside. The quarter went in 22 3. And the odds-on favorite, Yo Cuz, is sitting in third, about 2.5 to 3 lengths from the lead. Sterling Silver is next in fourth, followed by Captain's Daughter, and then farther back, True Empress and Kisses for Emily. Up front, November Rain and Adversity, they remain 1-2, with Yo Cuz in third, the half in 45 4/5 seconds, as the field heads for the top of the stretch. It's November Rain and Adversary. They are right together. And now Yo Cuz is dropping out of it. Sterling Silver has moved into third. It is November Rain and Adversity, and Sterling Silver driving up on the outside. Here is Sterling Silver now to take over the lead as Captain's Daughter moves up on the outside into second. It is Sterling Silver, chased by Captain's Daughter. Sterling Silver bounds home in the Bowery. Captain's Daughter was second, and farther back, November Rain finished third.
Sterling Silver cutting back to sprinting yet again, and she's now undefeated 3 for 3 in sprints. Tom Albertrani, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, and good call by Maggie, and I want to thank her because I had the exact. I used this horse because she liked the horse. So I had a little 3-5, so thanks, Mag. November Rain got pressure, but not from necessarily the horse we expected her to, and just was too much, you know, to go that quickly at 7 furlongs. This horse, cutting back, facing the right company, and I'm happy for Trevor McCarthy. Always like to see him get the win. He gave his usual perfect ride, and it was just a classic race that sort of fell apart. And as far as Yo Cuz, yeah, I'm going to gloat a little bit. I've been knocking this horse when she wanted short prices. We said it before the race, Greg. She was going to have to win this race under circumstances she never did before. It didn't work out.
Yeah, it's set up awfully nice for her, but not today for Yo Cuz. So 3-1 on Sterling Silver, 3-5-1-4 as we head back to Churchill. And the main event on this Memorial Day card in Louisville, Grade 3, winning colors, and there she is, Sconson, one of the better filly and mare sprinters in the country, returning to the races as we look at Joyful Cadence.
Yeah, I guess Joyful Cadence on paper is now the speed with the scratch of the 6 horse. I mean, but is she good enough even with that kind of advantage? I guess at Churchill, anything's possible. We've seen some horses wire fields there that didn't look good enough.
Speed from the inside, she should be alone. Here's Novel Squall. She's put together 4 actually really good races. A big win last out of Keeneland.
I think with the scratch, the 6, Brian Hernandez has got to be a bit more aggressive, and that may be the case for Tipsy Gal as well, to be a little bit closer to the 1. And I agree with you. She's the likeliest upsetter.
Multiple graded stakes winner and the defending champion this race. Here she is, Sconson, coming back now as a 5-year-old.
Sometimes with these kind of professional stakes quality horses, the pace won't come into play. She's just the best horse in the race, and I think at the end of the day, that's what's going to happen.
She is ultra classy. 4 of her 5 career wins have come here at Churchill as well. As we take a look at Little Tootsie, Tom Amos, Joel Politti, Serengeti Empress connections. They have Jimmy Graham aboard.
Yeah, I just feel as though she's a little bit below these. The other problem is she has the same amount of speed that Sconson does. So she's going to win this race running the same race that Sconson does? I don't see it.
Be a tall ass. She is graded stakes placed in her career. And here's Tipsy Gal, Dallas Stewart, Ricardo Santana Jr., her 5-year-old debut.
I think Ricardo's going to be aggressive. We've got to get her in position. She may not be good enough to win, but I think you can count on Ricardo to give her her best chance to do that.
Well, she was no match for Wisconsin in this race last year. Minute to post, grade 3 winning colors. Let's go to Paul.
Thanks, Wolfie. Here with Frank Lyons. And Frank, we were talking about this race, and they were asking us, who do you want to talk about? And you said 1 horse to 3.
I mean, she looked so good today. She looks twice as good as all her rivals, and they look good too. All these fillies and mares look really good, but this Wisconsin looks incredible. Winner of this race last year, you know, and a winner last time out right here at Churchill Downs. She's 4 for 7 with 2 seconds, and those 2 seconds, I believe, was to Bell's the one.
I know, right? I mean, she's in crazy good form when she left the racetrack in September. Now she's a 5-year-old mare, making her 5-year-old debut. Are you a tiny bit worried about the layoff at all?
No, I'm not, because she towers above these. I'd never bet a 1 to 2, but I'd encourage you to take 1 to 2 on this filly. I mean, you know, I just see her. I don't see her any way she gets beat, other than if she doesn't break. And also the pace of the race. That can be, you know, there's only 5 horses in here. All of them like to come from a little bit off of the pace. So that can create a mixed up kind of pace.
Yeah, when you look at the one Joyful Cadence, I think that's the horse they're all going to have to catch. But Noble Squall, can you say she sort of freaked last time out with this 9.5 length win at Keeneland when she just destroyed a field? You heard Andy that, hey, listen, Brian Hernandez might have to be aggressive to keep the one company a little bit. If that happens, then it's going to even set up more for Wisconsin.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking. Just as you're saying that, I'm thinking Greg Foley's going to love that if the 1 and the 2 go out and the 3 just pops in behind them, gets a perfect trip. Then I'd take 1 to 5.
Right. Well, a lot of people are looking at this last race and thinking, okay, what happened here? But if you look at her last race, she ran okay. Her last 3 or 4 races, she's just been a different filly as a 4-year-old. She's 5 for 14 lifetime. We'll get to one other horse, and that's for our colleague Tom Amos, Little Tootsie. Joe Politti actually was with us a little earlier. They like this filly a little bit, and her lone race and her best race was here at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, well, she's got one of the sharpest trainers in the business in her corner. I know they're taking a shot. I know they just hope that this happens, that happens, but she looks very good, and I mean, if Wisconsin gets beat, she's got as good a chance as anyone.
Well, I think it's Joyful Cadence that could beat Wisconsin, but we both think this mare, 5-year-old mare, is going to be tough to beat.
Gentlemen, thank you. There she is stepping in those red silks of Lloyd Madison Farms, multiple graded stakes winner. Wisconsin coming back for her 5-year-old return to the races, trying to win this race back-to-back. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Joyful Cadence hits the ground running, and so too does Tipsy Gal. Those two go 1-2 up the backstretch. Wisconsin broke well and is right up there racing in 3rd. Little Tootsie comes away 4th, and Novel Squall at the inside is 5th. Tight pack, 5 furlongs to go. It is Joyful Cadence the leader by 3/4 of a length. Tipsy Gal's offering only mild pressure from 2nd, and Novel Squall comes through toward the inside and takes over 3rd. Wisconsin is 4th and only 2.5 lengths off the lead, and Lil Tootsie's at the back. The opening quarter, sharp 21 and 3/5 seconds. They're on the far turn, and it's Joyful Cadence the leader by 1.5 lengths. Now it's 2. Tipsy Gal trying to hold 2nd, but here comes Wisconsin. Wisconsin rolls up on the outside of Joyful Cadence. These two are now head-to-head at the quarter pole. Farther back, Lil Tootsie runs up into 3rd. Off the turn into the stretch, Joyful Cadence, confident ride, now shaken up. Wisconsin draws alongside, and these two are head-and-head with 1 furlong to go. Lil Tootsie's in 3rd. Joyful Cadence is fully extended. Wisconsin takes over, and Wisconsin pulls away late. Wisconsin goes back-to-back in the winning colors and starts her 5-year-old year off strong. Joyful Cadence was 2nd, and Lil Tootsie finished 3rd.
Wisconsin, 5-year-old return to the races, a winning effort as she defends her grade 3 winning colors win from last year.
And I'm sure that the main track is very quick at Churchill, but 108.118 is still a very solid time in this race. And
it's not far off the track record.
She's just a cool horse. I mean, you have to admire horses like this. She's now made 16 career starts. She's got 6 wins in 4 seconds. She's just runs against good company and always shows up and gives a good account of herself. And it's not an accident that Tyler Gaffalione is doing as well as he is. Obviously, he and his agent do a great job getting in the right horses, and there's a lot of people vying for his, for his services, and he rides a lot of logical horses. But he always puts them in the game. What was the one possibility Wisconsin, right? She gets outrun early. So what did he do? He made sure she was close enough, and you know what? If he wasn't, who's to say Joyful Cadence wouldn't have beaten her, right?
1-2 in the end, and the track record's 107-2. I know the track's playing quick.
No, this is a terrific.
It's a nice comeback.
She's a terrific racehorse. You learn to admire horses like that, and I think that's one of the things that I think we both enjoyed about covering the races at Churchill and seeing some horses we weren't maybe as familiar with beforehand. It gives you an opportunity to appreciate a horse like Wisconsin.
She just shows up. You look at the list of names too when she loses. Some good ones getting it done. Champion Gamine on several accounts. Bell's the one.
4 races. She keeps terrific company, and she shows up and runs a race. She didn't even run that badly in the Ballerina behind Gamine in an absolute no-pace race.
Back at Belmont in the Bowery, Sterling Silver, now 3 for 3 sprinting. She's won at 6, 6.5, and now 7.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure applied on November Rain. It just set it up, though I don't know that she was going to win anyway. 5 horses I like ran well, and she outran her odds at 8-1. But this horse, a good call by Maggie as well, and another good ride for Trevor McCarthy. And I think with Yo Cuz, things may have gone wrong for her, but it is important to follow biases and pay attention to how horses win as opposed to just that they win. And she was a horse that was getting dramatically dressed up by circumstances that have changed.
Odds-on favorite getting beat in this Bowery. It's going to be big in this pick 6 carryover. Take a look at how it's played out so far. That should play a lot bigger than $8.60.
I agree. You look at it, and what's the parlay? It's a little over $100 for $2. I agree. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the $200 range in a little ways. How many people leaned on the 1 heavily,
Yeah.
The 2, I mean.
Yeah, Yo Cuz, who winds up not hitting the board. 3 legs still remain. We're halfway home in the pick 6. Mike Lee's next. When we come back on this Memorial Day, the story of a mare went from obscurity to national star and war hero. The story of Sergeant Reckless. Still to come on the program.
Idle, perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Miles Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Miles Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually, well, we just saw a really fun mare do her thing once again. Sconson coming back for her 5-year-old return to the races. She's now 6 for 16 lifetime and adds a second victory in the Grade 3 winning colors to her resume.
And how about Tyler Gaffalione? He not only wins the stake at Churchill, he's going to get to spend some quality time with Paul Duca. His days
It's a
get
true
better
treat.
and better.
This division, too, what do you think of it? Can Sconson get back to and be a player at the end of the year in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint?
Well, who is in this division that's tough? Right now, Bell's the one, right? I mean, it's a division that needs to solidify itself, and off the top of my head, I can't really come up with the names. And it's been a division at times recently that's been a little bit thin.
Bella Sophia.
Bella Sophia, I'm saying, yeah. Should I say Bella's one?
No, she's in
Bella
the mix,
Sophia.
too.
Oh, no, she's, yeah. But it'll be interesting to see what happens, and we'll see the progression. The Bed of Roses coming up, Belmont Racing Festival weekend. And, of course, the Ballerina, all pointing there in Saratoga.
Yeah, some new faces may sort themselves out as well this summer. So Sconson does it again. She does it off the bench. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Thanks, Greg. With winning rider Tyler Gaffalione aboard Sconson, you've ridden this mare now 4 times to 3 wins. It's got to be a lot of fun to ride in her.
She really is. She just gives you all the confidence, and Mr. Foley, everything. He's done such a tremendous job with this filly, bringing her back off the layoff. She was ready to fire today.
You had her in perfect position. Were you looking at the pace thinking, okay, the 2 sort of fell out of the gate and got left? Were you thinking, I need to be up a tiny bit closer today?
To be honest, my plan was just to let her find her spot and get her to relax and come finish, and, that's her running style. But she actually broke very alertly and put herself in the race today.
Seemed like never a loser. How much did you have underneath you?
I never got her out of second gear today.
That's awesome. Now, where do you think, have you talked to Greg, where do you think they're going to go next or anything, or are you just going along for the ride?
I'm just along for the ride. Wherever he sends her, I'm with him.
Well, back-to-back wins for Sconson in the winning colors, and Tyler Gaffalione, the master of the Matt Wynn turf.
Life is good right now for Tyler Gaffalione, and he is dominating at Churchill Downs. And to say he didn't even get her out of second gear in this performance, she was supposed to win.
I just want to say, I think now we know why Paulie wore that pocket square. He's matching the colors of Sconson, and he knew he was going to interview her. So, very sharp move on Paulie's part. I'm impressed.
Anticipated the victory at 2-5.
Ready today. He's on his game.
Maybe. We'll see her. We saw her at Saratoga last summer. Could see her again this year.
I hope so. I really do. She's a neat horse. She deserves a big, not that Churchill's not a big stage, but she deserves a big stage.
We got Calrissian running later today. We have Rebel Empire running here in this race, the Mike Lee. This Mike Lee, it's the boys' turn, going 7/8 of a mile for 3-year-olds. And the 8-5 favorite, Chad Brown's Tin Pan Alley, the 4. Let's head downstairs to Acacia Clement.
And starting with Tin Pan Alley, does step up to face this Mike Lee company after on the back of a maiden win. And while it's just a little bit more ground, I think that he really will appreciate the 7 furlongs. He is a bigger, bulkier type of colt by Candy Ride, but looks very powerful. And I haven't seen him since his debut. He's really grown and filled out nicely. Also love to see that once they put the tack on him, there was more intensity. He got on his toes a little bit more. It was almost as if the switch flipped and he said, okay, now I know it's game time. I do think that he will improve after this effort as well, just from a physical standpoint as far as him coming along. But overall, he stacks up nicely with these off that win last time out. Looking at a couple of others, though, the number 5, Rotney, comes back into New York bred company, and he's been sharp in here. He's another one that's grown up nicely now as a 3-year-old and has a lot of speed. He won at 7 furlongs already quite well in the Damon Runyon, setting the pace 2 starts back, going right out and clear from the rest of the field. I actually thought that he was shortening up a little bit late in the stages too, but he was just so much the best of the rest of that field. He is on his toes. He looks really, really strong today. Love everything that I'm seeing from this son of Run Happy, who does have that ever dangerous early speed. But another one that has some speed is the 7 Kaz Mike, who did win in Break His Maiden in good fashion in the New York Stallion Series last time out. It was a smart ride too from Trevor McCarthy that day to get him over to the rail. His inside speed at Aqueduct was really playing quite well. And when I spoke to Trevor after that race, he said that that was the game plan of him. Also, having gotten a chance to know this horse a little bit better, he knew that he was one that was this big, leggy type that took a little bit longer to maybe switch leads or get into his stride. He's come out of that race and done really well. He does wear that breast collar, breastplate, because he is a very narrow type of horse. And while overall, I wish that he just carried a little bit more condition and muscle mass, that's just him. He should love the 7 furlongs here at Belmont for such a big, long striding type. Could make things interesting, though, as far as how that pace would play out. The number 9, Hoo, that's me. I wasn't in the paddock last time out for his first race off of the layoff, and unfortunately neither was Maggie, but looking at how he ran that race, I thought he actually ran quite well. Was at the back of the pack, kept on between horses. The winner, Hot Rod Rumble, kind of got the jump on him, and he was closing late. But this is one who, as a 2-year-old, just never thought that he looked that fit. As some of the progeny of Keen Ice, and actually Keen Ice himself often did too, they carry a lot of condition. And this horse, Hoo, that's me, has grown up. He's gotten a lot taller. He's still a robust type of individual, but it seems like he's really kind of come and rounded out into his own, which I find encouraging. Maggie told me that he got really hot prior to the Remsen 2 starts back, going a distance that he probably doesn't prefer. He's been very professional, and while sharp, not doing too much here in the paddock, could get potentially a nice trip from that outside post here. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Like the Kentucky Derby winner, a son of Keen Ice. Hoo, that's me. He went against Hot Rod Rumble, who's come out of today's race. Stumbled at the beginning and just missed by 3/4 of a length.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that bad. It was more, he just kind of took him out of the race, and the race was dominated by horses towards the front end. And even though he lost to Hot Rod Rumble last time, he wanted him in the race because he was going to be a third potential speed. And a third potential speed almost guarantees you're going to have an honest pace. Jorge Abreu's having a nightmare meet here at Belmont, and he had a very live maiden in earlier today that just got absolutely buried in traffic and never, ever had a chance to run, a horse that may well have been effective, and when things go bad, they go bad. And he's going to break out of it. This is a trainer who's won a lot of races here, and we've seen him do well. I thought he ran extremely well last time. When you consider the dynamics of the race, his early positioning, and the run he made, what other horse do you see making up an inch of ground? And this wasn't a slow race, Greg. I mean, he got an 80 buyer, and it backed up the kind of form he had as a 2-year-old where he showed the potential to be this good. I think Rotney's now very dangerous, though. Is the 7 Kaz Mike going to be able to put pressure on him? And the reality is, I know Chad Brown. He's 19 for 26 with favorites this meet. Tin Pan Alley may win this race, but he is ridiculously overbet at 3-2 in this race. He absolutely is wildly overbetting here, win or lose. I don't care.
Off a maiden win. Last time out, it was Rotney who beat him in the debut. But yeah, Chad Brown again, as usual, taking all the money with the Mike Lee coming up next. We'll be back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Big Apple Showcase Day, showcasing the New York Breeding Program. You can find out more information on New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund at nybreds.com. Mike Lee next, 7/8 of a mile for 3-year-olds. It's still Tin Pan Alley, the favorite, and we start with Rebel Empire, Steve Klisaris.
Now, this would be an upsetter, though this horse has a lot of speed at times and ran some good races as a 2-year-old. Who knows? Maybe he's in the right spot today. I don't know.
Issues his last 2 out of the gate, but make no mistake about it, he is fast. Best Idea, that brilliant debut. What's happened since?
That's the thing. He was bad the next time, and then last time he lost to an older horse who's okay in an AU. He still kind of should have won, but he's a big player, and he's an overlay. 5-1's ridiculous on him.
Where you Abreu and Jose Ortiz with agility.
Well, maybe he can help provide some speed for his closer on the outside. I don't know if he's quite as good as these, though.
He was second to Rodney 2 starts back. Here's the favorite, 8-5 for Chad Brown. Peter Brandt, Tin Pan Alley.
In all likelihood, he's going to have to improve off of his maiden win to win this, and he does rate to do that for this barn, but he's still overbet.
Rodney, he's a stakes winner of the Damon Runyon.
It'll be interesting. Is agility going to show speed? Can Rebel Empire show speed? Will Kaz Mike show speed? If not, he'll be in front.
Kaz Mike, he beat Barise last time out in New York Stallion Stakes.
He did. Now, Barise didn't run that day, coming back in short rest from the Wood Memorial, but nonetheless, his last race was good.
And Hoo That's Me, the more highly regarded Jorge Abreu runner, showed you that comeback race as a 3-year-old. If he can improve off that, look out.
Yeah, no, I like him, and I actually think he's the horse to beat in this race. As you can see, he drops down to 5-2. The public's starting to come in line on that.
Say this, though, that bad break we showed you last time out, that has been a bit of a habit for him.
So the outside post helps horses like that. You know, when you get a horse and he's not encumbered, he doesn't have a horse to both his flanks. A lot of times that outside post is so much better for bad breakers.
You can bet Belmont and Santa Anita today with Nauer Bets for a $20 bonus. Bet $75 each on each track, and you will get that $20 back whether you win or lose. Go to Nauer Bets. You got to opt in. Don't forget to do that to take advantage of it. So here's Best Idea. He debuts for Todd Pletcher, Son of Honor Code. Gets this huge figure doing it. Then he's 3-5 next time out. A bit of a no-show in the Damon Runyon from that inside post. Then he gets the rail again. Runs a little bit better, but nowhere near that debut.
Well, in a way, isn't this what we talk about, how hard it is? You get a horse to win first time, then to get them to go forward with it. Even for a trainer as great as Todd Pletcher. He ran horribly in second start. Now, to be fair, the rail was very good this day. He saved ground. And he angled out. So he had a good trip, but the horse who beat him is an older pro who's run some good figures, though he lost yesterday at a short price, and that horse never left the rail. So I do think he ran well in this race, and at least he was able to put the debacle of 2 races behind him. Why is he 5-1 in here? Either the board is saying to you, Best Idea can't possibly win, or he's a dramatic overlay. I believe he was the morning line favorite, right? 5-2?
He was the 5-2 morning line favorite indeed. Yeah, that's a big number for a Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher with John Velasquez. Let's go back down to Acacia for more.
And I know that the horse that beat him last time, Añejo, came back and did get beat yesterday, but I think it was a different scenario than what we're going to see from Best Idea today. I do really like the cutback for him. He's a little bit more of a smaller type of horse. I think that maybe the mile and a 16th was pushing it a little bit for him last time, and we did see that in that stretch battle where it looked like he was about to go by, and then Añejo came back. We did see John Velasquez give him a nice warm-up out there on track. He's warmed up really well without the pony. He's one that I think could potentially sit a good trip today. We'll see. If I'm nitpicking, I wish for a sprint he was just a little bit stronger behind the saddle, just across that flank in his hindquarters, just compared to some of the others that I see in here. But at a price like that, I have no problems with this horse. I ultimately, though, landed on the 9, Hoo That's Me, because I think he's really improved a lot. He's a horse that I noticed runs better and breaks better when he has a big warm-up. And Dylan Davis gave him a strong warm-up out there on track. He's moving so well. At times, he could be a little bit sticky pre-race in those warm-ups. Really liked what I saw from him, and I just think he's really come along as a 3-year-old, and hopefully we'll be able to build off of that race last time out, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 5-2 second choice here on Hoo That's Me. Second start back as a 3-year-old. Meanwhile, back to Rodney. Put together 3 in a row, including that Damon Runyon win when he beat Agility back in March, and they had a good thing going with him on dirt, and then they tried to get him on synthetic in a stake.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that was, but listen, he was 3-2 in there, and maybe they felt there was a decent purse and there was no other race to run him. And, you know, win or lose, when you're 3-2, you're kind of supposed to be in the starting gate. He's getting back to what he does well. Here's the thing, even with the scratch of the 8, what if Rebel Empire breaks sharply? Isn't Kendrick going from the inside?
No question.
Agility. I could see Jose being aggressive with him, though he's not as fast as Rotney, but he's not slow. And has Mike. I mean, you saw with Trevor last time. He rode with a real intention. So I don't think I'm not sure he's clear he can get by Rotney, but I can't see him just conceding the race to him.
And definitely two other speeds that want to press. Meanwhile, here's Tin Pan Alley, so 9-5 on a horse who was second to Rotney at Saratoga last summer. He doesn't come back until March of this year at Aqueduct. He wins with a 75 Beyer speed figure. And now he's an 8-5 favorite, the power of Chad Brown.
Yeah, I mean, the public is seeing it. Listen, Chad Brown has been winning at this meet, I think around 45 or higher percent. As we said before, after today, he's 19 for 26 running favorites. So you could say they're overbet, but the way they're winning, it's not so clear they are. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't look at each horse individually. And it's hard to reconcile this horse's last race to the field he's running against and say he's a good bet paying $5.60 or $6. At least for me, and I think you agree.
9-5 favorite, but look, he has especially from that barn, he has every right to move forward. They're all moving forward, it seems like. And if he does, he's as good as any other candidate to get this win here.
I agree, but as good as Chad is, and as good as his team is, and as good as his horses are, there's always going to be eventually some sort of regression to the mean. And at some point, he's just inevitably, Saratoga had some cold streaks. He's going to turn into a 15 to 20% trainer. He's not going to keep winning at 20, 30%.
40%.
40%, whatever. It's just, he's going to have a little spell, and I'm sure he knows it as well. And when that happens, over-betting horses that, it's one thing if you bet this horse and you get $10, but you're not getting paid here to be right. And this horse has to improve to win, and he might. But this is not an easy field.
Victim of his own success, at least, well, the bettors are paying the price right now.
Yeah, his horses, right. Well, that's the thing. This horse might run third and run his race. And people say he disappointed. Maybe you say, well, he ran fine. He just wasn't quite good enough yet.
There's Rotney looking to add a second stakes win to his resume. Son of Run Happy. But the favorite, Tin Pan Alley for Chad Brown, his first test against winners, and it comes here in the Mike Lee for the 4-horse with Manny Franco. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're all in line. And they're off. Kaz Mike is going out for the lead. Rotney quickly moves up, and Rotney takes the lead from Kaz Mike. Agility sits in third. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me on the outside at fourth. In between horses is Tin Pan Alley. Then a break of 3 to the 2 trailers, Best Idea and Rebel Empire. As they race up the backstretch, it is Rotney who has opened up here. Rotney's in front by 4 lengths. Kaz Mike in second. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me on the outside. The opening quarter, 22 and 1/5 seconds. And then it is Tin Pan Alley who's advancing down towards the rail. Agility is back running in 5th. They're all chasing Rotney, who now has a 6-length lead. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me on the outside. Tin Pan Alley, the favorite, is down at the rail. And then comes Kaz Mike and Agility as they come for the head of the stretch. At the back of the pack, Best Idea and Rebel Empire. It is still Rotney after a half and 45 and 1. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me being asked for more. Tin Pan Alley down at the rail. Then Kaz Mike and Agility and Best Idea. It is Rotney in front On the far outside is Best Idea, who's putting in a late run, but there's only a 16th to the finish. It is Rodney in front, Best Idea in second. It is Rodney to win the Mike Lee Stakes. Best Idea was second, then Agility, and Hoo-Hoo. That's me.
Rodney just opened up and looked like he's going to run away with this for fun. Able to hang on late, got a little weary. His Best Idea put in a bid. He's now 4 for 6. We thought there was so much speed in here, not the case.
Well, I think there was. I just think he's too fast for them. I mean, Greg, he zipped off to 45-1 like under a stranglehold. I think that Trevor realized the only way I could possibly keep up with this horse with Kaz Mike is if I went into a drive. Well, what's that going to get me? So, I mean, you want to try to be in front, but if you can't do it, I mean, frankly, he kind of embarrassed these horses. Nice run by Best Idea. We saw him making a run, but somebody had to make a run. This was a quick pace in here. It's a very, very nice sprinter, this horse. And he was too good for him today. This is a well-deserved winner. And Tin Pan Alley, he just wasn't good enough.
Finishes off the board in here. 5-2-3-9 finish. 25-1 shot. Agility gets third. And Rodney this was a powerful performance.
He's too fast. You know, horses like this, they're just too fast for the competition, you know? They can't keep up with them.
Wow. Son of Run Happy. He's now won 4 of his last 5 starts. Mike Lee in the books, and this one was impressive. Kingston to come. We got the nightcap from Churchill next as well. Marathon on the lawn to close out their card. 1 3/8 on the turf. Coming up, we'll meet the field on our Memorial Day coverage here when we come back.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Spun to run. Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns to Belmont Park June 9th through 11th. This year is packed with world-class horse racing and entertainment, headlined by a live performance by the New York Bee Gees, presented by Mohegan Sun on Friday, June 10th, and world-famous DJ Paulie D on Belmont Stakes Day, Saturday, June 11th. From Secretariat to American Pharoah, the test of the champion is home to the most memorable moments in sports. Are you ready to strike rich this year at the Belmont Stakes? Tickets are now on sale at belmontstakes.com.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on FS2, SNY, and other networks across the country. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Got the nightcap from Churchill next. 1 3/8 on the turf. And do not forget this, also eligible that draws in. The public has not. Sticky issue right now, the 9-5 favorite. Let's go to Paul LaDuca and Frank Lyons for more.
We're going to start with the number 4 here, Stamkos, the horse that you like a little bit, named after the hockey player at Tampa. By the way, Tampa looking for 3 straight Stanley Cups. I think a lot of people realize how hard that is to do. But let's get to the horse, Stamkos. was favored first time out.
At Tampa.
At Tampa, and now in the Shug McGahee barn.
Yeah, well, they was trained there by Reeve McGahee, his son. And this horse got in a lot of trouble in his first start. He was cut off at the start, and he was 4 wide in the stretch. He was favourite, and he just ended up getting beat ahead. So expect improvement from him. But he stretches out from a mile to 1 mile and 3/8 now. A lot of these horses are going to find difficulty with this distance.
Yeah, when you look at some other horses in here, I know you like the 5 a little bit. I've never had a girlfriend named Madison, but Madison loves Duke.
Yeah, well, she does, and I hope they're still together. And Kobe Hernandez rides this horse for Al Stall, and Al hasn't had a great meet. He's had a very decent meet, but he's found it hard to get his photo taken, but he's had 7 seconds at the meet from 25 starters. So I think that Madison Loves Duke is going to be more forwardly placed, and I think he looks very well out on the track. I'd give him my best looking, best turned out award.
Okay.
I don't have an award, but if I did.
We should get a belt, maybe, like one of those belts, like the WWE belt.
Yeah.
Pass it out.
Pass it out.
I like the one consulate here a little bit. Mikel Michel, the new rider that we profiled, that come over here from Europe. I was talking to Jack Sisterson. They want to send from the gate in here, and that race at Keeneland was a little bit better than looks. So I'll take a little shot with the 1 in here, but this is a wide open race, guys.
Yeah, we talked a lot about that rider, Mikel Michel, when she had her debut, and there she is on Consulate, and she rode hard to get second in that first mount for Grand Motion. She has made history over in Europe. She's a superstar in Japan, and now trying to make a name for herself here in the States.
Another one who came here and got to meet Paul, too. She's going to have to send hard to be in front of the 9 if the 9 breaks, right? Isn't the 9 supposed to be in front by a lot here?
Yeah, Lando Calrissian, blinkers on.
You and I think the 11, if he handles the distance, 11's
looks
2
like
to
a
1 might be an
massive
overlay.
standout.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was a lot of people that were in this race went, ugh, the 11 got in. Thanks, great, right?
See if he can get this mile and 3/8 on the grass coming up. This will close out the card here under the Twin Spires. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for Madison Loves Duke. Calrissian. There the gate. And the rough. Madison Loves Duke from mid-pack. Stamkos is there. Sticky Issue from the downside post races up. Calrissian gets a forward spot as well. Into the clubhouse turn, and it will be Sticky Issue intent on making the lead, and they've got it. And they head to the rail for the run to the stretch for the first time. Calrissian comes on now to put some pressure on from second, and Vintage Year is keyed up on the outside in third. Stamkos finds a spot toward the inside, now comes off the rail as Calrissian came wide off that turn. So 3 across the track now. It's Sticky Issue down inside, Stamkos in between, and Calrissian on the far outside. Vintage Year trying to settle down in behind them, racing in 4th. Surrogate gets a good spot toward the inside 5th, covered up in behind horses. Madison Loves Duke is running along in 6th. Trumpets Blair 7th. Sailor's Return 8th. Consulate in 9th. The trailer is always above. The opening quarter goes in 23-4. The opening half in 47-4. So around the second of the 3 turns, and it's Sticky Issue, unopposed so far, strides out now to lead by 2.5. Calrissian comes on to be second. Stamkos continues to coast along toward the inside, racing third. Vintage Year is 4th. Sailor's Return. Sailor's Return with a backstretch move all the way up to be 4th on the far outside. And up to be second now. Sailor's Return is coming after Sticky Issue. In fact, Sailor's Return is going to come on to put a nose in front. With that, Sticky Issue fights right back and holds on to that lead. 4 furlongs to go now. They hit the far turn, and it's Sticky Issue back in front. A clear lead to the turn. Sailor's Return running in second. Stamkos given more rein toward the rail. Third, Calrissian's under pressure 4th. Madison Loves Duke is winding up with a 3-wide sweep as they round the far turn. And always above is finding stride as well. Passing horses quickly up to be 3rd. And Vintage Year follows that one. They come for the top of the stretch. Sticky Issue has kicked clear by 4 and heads for home in front. Sticky Issue 5 lengths in front now. Always above, trying to sustain that rally. A protracted rally on the outside, trying to run down Sticky Issue. Sticky Issue in deep water. Here's Always Above, who goes right on by. Always Above, finishing full of run. And is under the wire to win it by 4. Sticky Issue held second. Surrogate rallied for third. Vintage Year was fourth. And Madison Loves Duke was fifth.
Throughout the entire running of this race, until Always Above went by, it looked like Sticky Issue was just toying with his field.
Well, he started to slow down when I turned to you and said, Greg, why didn't we take 2-1 on this horse? That was when he got a little tired, right? That he sort of felt the stupidity of that comment from halfway across the country. And this horse had run once at the turf, the eventual winner of this race. Congrats to Michelle Nehigh getting this one home. And didn't run a step. That was a maiden special at Gulfstream on their turf course, going almost a mile. He has improved a lot, though, on the dirt, but you don't think of Honor Codes as loving the turf. Maybe he has a future as a long-distance sire or something?
Jeez, that was impressive. And, you know, Sticky Issue, Jimmy Graham, they said, let's not mess around. Run by far the best horse you thought in the race. Let's just go to the front and take it to this field.
They beat the rest of the field by a city block. This horse just ran. Price is this horse?
11-1 on Always Above.
Wow.
Honor Code having a fleet Alex mare for Circle 8 Racing.
You know, it's a sneaky turf influence. Honor Code not.
We'll have those prices wrap up the card. Alex Achard aboard for that winning ride. Of course, loving the grass. Getting back on it for the first time since the debut. Rotney, this horse, lightning quick out of the gate with a couple of other speeds in here. They didn't have a chance to get their feet underneath him before he was in front and taking command of this race. And he hangs on at 7/8 of a mile. He's now won 4 of his last 5.
They just couldn't keep up with this guy. He's too quick for them. He was a dominant winner of this race. Best Idea ran fine to be second. Agility outran his odds, but Rotney, a very, very nice horse.
Well, we mentioned on synthetic last start, too. On dirt, he's won his last 4 in a row. Said downstairs to Acacia.
An impressive performance from Rotney in the Mike Lee, and so happy to be joined by owner and breeder Buck Butler. And Buck, what a performance today from a horse that has just been dominant in New York Bred Company.
He does love it here in New York, doesn't he? Yeah, he ran a beautiful race, and Luis did a fantastic job with him.
A horse, son of Run Happy, who obviously he himself was very fast, and this horse has shown that on the track. When he got out there by himself on the front end, were you confident?
I became much more confident when he was by himself. I didn't expect that, and take anything we could get.
Now we know you have a long history here in New York, breeding horses, racing horses. How special is it winning on a day like this, Big Apple Showcase?
The Big Apple Showcase is what it's all about, and I'm thrilled to be here. I told you you're not going to be thrilled with this interview. I saw Maggie this morning, and she had a similar colored dress, and I said, I'm going to clash. I clashed with you, so.
Well, it all worked out. You got the win. That's what it's all about. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
And so special, Greg, to see wins on days like this for the owners and breeders supporting this New York Bred program.
It means a lot to win on a day like this. Definitely a special day here on Big Apple Showcase Day. And Rotney, the last 4 times he has been on a dirt surface, he has won. Son of Run Happy, he is ultra quick.
He's very fast. They just couldn't really realistically keep up with him, and he just ran away from the field. See what happens. Parlay's around 600, you know, sort of rounding it up a little bit. But we've seen some sort of tougher results, so I think there's probably some good value in there, depending on what happens here. I think a lot of it could hang a little bit on the current favorite, some like it Hot Brown, who was the controlling speed here and the horse to beat. You get an upset of him, kind of blows it open a little bit. And that last race, I mean, the last race in today's card is just completely wide open. Unless the 4, Sinfully Sweet, can run back to his race 2 back, anyone can win here, her race.
Kingston next via Some Like It Hot Brown. Lay off the question off the bench, multiple graded stakes winner. He should be alone in front. He might just be too good and too quick for this group in the Kingston. We're about to find out if he can get it done off the layoff coming up. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we saw his work earlier, the Kentucky Derby winner. Back after it in the afternoon, Rich Strike. We'll take a look at that 5-furlong move and what that means for the Belmont Stakes, his next test.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, wiring the field of the Amsterdam.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us, and thanks for spending part of your Memorial Day with our program here. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, our final stake here on Big Apple Showcase Day is a good one here, the Kingston. 1.16 on the grass. It's on the inner turf, and that is the horse everybody's got to try and catch and run down. The speedster, multiple graded stakes winner, some like it hot brown, but this 6-year-old, it's going to be his first start back since early November of last year.
But he's running well enough off layoffs. I mean, I just think he's too good for these horses. And, I mean, I guess that Joel will be a little aggressive with City Man. Christophe has to stop thinking he can't win being forward. But some like it hot brown is faster than him. And on the inner turf course, controlling on the front end is a big advantage. I wanted to pick Sanctuary City, who is improved, know he shows up and runs well. I just don't know if he can overcome the advantage to someone like a hot brown. And someone like a hot brown is the best horse in the race as well.
Nearly $1.2 million in earnings for this New York bred, some like it hot brown. Battle tested against some of the best as well on the lawn. Is he going to be able to do it off the layoff? He's the 3-2 favorite. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll see if a Mike Maker trainee can once again wire the field on Big Apple Showcase Day. As far as some like it hot brown off the layoff does go, my first inclination looking at him was to say that he just didn't look 100% fit. Now, he is a heavier body type of horse. He typically carries his condition from race to race. I know that that's typical of him. I just wish, and now he is at the age of 6, I just do wish he was a little bit more tucked up, and particularly with horses in their barrel, you can kind of see that line when you look for fitness, and I just didn't really see that from him. That said, he has the early speed. He's sharp in here, especially once they put the tack on. He has run well enough off layoffs in the past, and he could just have the biggest advantage in here. We'll see how he does. I'm going to watch him warming up on track and kind of getting into stride. But again, just the layoff is what concerns me a bit with some like it hot brown. The other one for Mike Maker is the 5 Cross Border. Now, he's the type of horse that from race to race sometimes doesn't carry the best of weight and doesn't look the best in his coat and in his color. He looked a little bit warm when he first came here into the paddock, but then they put the tack on and he puffed up and he settled down really nicely, much more focused. His weight looks very good for him. His coat looks very good and his coloring, just that he's doing well as far as health does go. I watched back again his race in the Pegasus turf where he was drawn outside, really had a tough time saving ground, weaving between horses late. He ran really, really well there, and I think he'll be happy to be back on the turf today. The number 2, City Man. I had hoped that he would be more forward last time out in the Fort Marcy when it was that yielding turf course and L'Imperator wired the field. He was taken back and just never really seemed to get into stride on that softer turf. A firm turf really does suit him better. He's very focused and laid back for his standards. Sometimes he can be a little rambunctious, a little on edge sometimes prior to his races. He's very, very calm and professional today. I would hope that he is a little bit more forward this afternoon because he does have some natural speed. His stablemate, the number 3 Therapist, I do think that he's racing into fitness. He is now a 7-year-old. He's as consistent as they come. The distance. It's a conversation we've had with therapists many times. 7 furlongs is his best, and just compared to some of the horses in here stretching out, I do worry about it a little bit, but I do think he is the most fit he's been, now 3rd off the layoff. Greg?
And there he is. Thank you, Acacia Therapist. Yeah, 7-year-old son of Freud. We've gotten to know him really well over the last several years on this circuit for Christophe Clement.
There's no surface and distance worse for him than a 1.16 on the inner. He's a one-run closing sprinter type. And unfortunately, most of the New York bred races are at longer distance races. A mile on the wider, you have a chance. I also think he's lost his step. And with a relative lack of pace in here, in my opinion, he has less than no shot in this race. I do think that City Man definitely could beat the favorite, especially if he's aggressive here. I'd be shocked if Therapist is effective.
Even with that big figure here and last time out, you think he's lost a step?
Yeah, but that was at 7 furlongs. That was that was a Widener at 7 furlongs, and that was a race that came apart. So that was the kind of race he needs to be in. And there's nothing that Christophe can do. These are the races, these are the New York bred stakes are never less than a mile.
8 minutes away from our final stake here on Big Apple Showcase Day, mile and a 16th, inner turf. You can play it again with Naira Bets. Get that $25 Belmont wager and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus in your account with that code right there, Belmont25, by downloading the app or going to NairaBets.com. Interesting race. Some like it hot brown. He's been so good for the last few years, and now trying to do it off the layoff. Does he still have it now at 6 years old? Against a good group, he's beaten a lot better.
He has. Sanctuary City, though, ran very well behind him back in the Mohawk. And Sanctuary City's been in great form. I mean, I thought he ran well closing wide against City Man, where he was wide that day, and City Man saved all the ground. The rail was an advantage on the turf course at Aqueduct. Mile and a quarter last time, finished ahead of Soldiers Rising, a very promising horse who's returning on Friday for Christophe Clement, who's placed in some of our big 3-year-old races last year. He seems to be able to do it all for Jimmy Ferraro, and he's a good horse who's been in good form for a long time. But he's compromised by the dynamics.
Coming through the tunnel, post parade here coming up for the Kingston. 4-year-olds and up on the lawn, running for a $125,000 purse. And here's Ocala Dream, Tom Morley and Javier Castellano.
I like this horse. I think he's an improving horse that, with a little bit more improvement, could get into a group where he'd have a chance against these horses. But he needs to take another slight step forward. I loved his return, his first race as a 4-year-old.
City Man, a multiple stakes winner for Christophe Clement. He won the Danger's Hour back in April.
And it was a bog. It wasn't yielding last time. It was heavy. So he didn't handle it all. His race before it, Perfect Trip or Not, was a very strong effort.
Therapist, 8-1. Race seemingly goes against him in here.
He's a very cool horse. He's won 30% of his starts, despite being in the wrong distances almost all the time.
New Gelding at 36-1. He's been off since April of last year. Advanced Strategy.
He would be an upsetter, no doubt. He'd blow that pick 6 wide open.
Trevor McCarthy, Phil Antonacci with the New Gelding. Cross Border, another one for Mike Maker, who has taken on and beaten some big-time company.
I want to say he's a multiple graded stakes winner who's won over $1 million in his career, and we're not even talking about him. He's better going a little bit longer and might have lost a little bit of a step. Might have.
6-1, enticing price. But again, with the lone speed in here, that's why you're getting it. Sanctuary City, Jimmy Ferraro, Kinder Carmouche.
I love this horse. I think he's a very cool horse that always seems to show up, even if the circumstances don't favor him. If this was on the Widener, I would have picked him to win.
The one they got to catch, 7-5, Jose Ortiz will try and dole out that speed on the pace setter.
I thought long and hard about picking against him, but in my opinion, he's too good and has too much of a tactical advantage.
And 11-1 outside Barkley Tag. Dylan Davis, 4-year-old debut for Step Dancer.
He's going to have to step up, too. He's kind of like Ocala Dream, but both of these horses have a chance as 4-year-olds to step up and join the upper echelon of the New York State-bred stakes horses on the turf.
Last time he ran, he went against Yabir, the eventual Breeders' Cup turf winner, at 1.5 miles.
Tough spot. That was a tough spot for him. He didn't even run that badly, frankly.
No, not at all.
He really actually ran okay in there. He crushed me when I had Dreamer's Disease at like 6-1, 2 back, and Dreamer's Disease was in front by like a pole in mid-stretch. And he just came and got him. I mean, listen, he beat him fair and square, but I just felt like somebody punched me in the face, you know.
Turn of foot was from nowhere. It seemed like he came to win that race.
Special guest on the show.
Yeah, very special guest on this special day, Big Apple Showcase Day. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
I knew Andy would be excited about this one. A friend of all of us, and certainly a friend of the New York Bred program, Naja Thompson, Executive Director of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders' Fund. And Naja, tell us just a little bit about how important these days, these New York Showcase days are that we have in New York, like Big Apple today.
Certainly, Big Apple Showcase Day here on Memorial Day at Belmont Park. It's a marquee day for us to feature the program. You see the great New York breds that compete, and you see them over time, so it's great for the bettors and the racing fans. Beautiful day like today. Certainly, most horses can come out. You can bet. Great opportunities.
And it's almost like a mini Breeders' Cup for the New York bred, so to speak, where you really do get a chance to highlight the breeders and where these horses have come from in New York.
Definitely. A race like the Kingston, where you have cross-border, therapists and city men, quality horses, some like it hot brown. You know, they compete in open company. You get to see them compete in state-bred restricted races. Phenomenal opportunities all about.
We've seen so much growth in the past several years from the New York Bred program, some of the horses like you mentioned, and it's continuing to grow.
our breeders have done a great job in building and developing the program over time. You've seen Mind Your Biscuits diversify throughout the years. New York breds have performed up and throughout the levels, and it started here at these state bred restricted race days like Big Apple Showcase Day on Memorial Day at Belmont Park.
Naja, always a pleasure. Very well done. I'm sure Andy would have some other follow-up questions for you, but we'll leave it at that. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Greg?
As good as a person as you'll meet in this sport. Took on that role back in December 2020. He's done exceptional, and also the vice president of the Turf Publicists of America.
Naja's everywhere. He will be rooting for whoever is winning in the third period in the Ranger game tonight, pretending he's rooting for the Rangers, but he is a front runner. He's a wonderful guy and a close friend of mine, and he brought my mom flowers on her birthday. You get a lot of credit for doing that.
Yes, he did indeed. And here's our even money favorite. And as he said, he mentioned some of the big names who have competed on the highest level. And we've seen on New York Bred Showcase Days and gone on to do things like that, like this horse has right here.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you look through this race, and what do you have? About $4 million worth of earners. These are good horses, and I think you hear state bred races, and I think a lot of people have this reaction say, well, they're good state breds. It's sort of like, I'm good for a short guy, but the reality is these horses do perform on the big stage. Some like at Hot Brown, multiple graded stakes, run against some very good turf horses. Cross Border has done the same. City Man has run some tough spots as well. The Therapist, if he wants to be the right distance, he's running against Open Company and he quits himself well. And it's not, listen, we remember Funny Side, and Naja mentioned Mind Your Biscuits, a multiple grade 1 winner. Diversify, who won the Whitney up in Saratoga for the late, great Rick Violet. There have been so many good New York breds over the years, but it's a great program. When I first started coming to track in the 70s, this one that's kind of started. I remember Fratello Ed and Vandy Sue were two of the early New York bred stars, and they ran a race in Saratoga called the Empire Stakes. And I think when the first years ran it, they had some crazy field of like 17 horses. I remember going all the way to the top of the stretch to watch the whole field come around. And I love the New York bred program, and it's a huge part of our racing. And those races, listen, when you cash a bet and it's a New York bred race, it's a good thing. We got the last race today, probably the most competitive race on the card, right?
4 to 5 favorite, some like it Hot Brown, but here's Sanctuary City, who is 4-time winner on the turf, over $340,000 in earnings. Could he possibly spring the upset? Let's go back to Acacia.
And he could if he gets a little bit of a pace upset or pace play out here. I do really like the cutback for him. I thought that he really overachieved last time out at a distance that I think he really didn't prefer. He had a big solo warm-up out there on the track under Kendrick Carmouche. Has come back to him really, really well. This is more along the lines of what he wants to run, 1 mile to 1 mile and a 16th. He does have that big late closing kick, but he's back in amongst New York breds where he hasn't been in a while, and he's a horse that always shows up. Gotta love a horse like this. And to Andy's point, when you cash a bet on a New York bred race, it's always a good thing because not only is it supporting the game here in New York, but back to those breeders that that's where it all begins, and that's how we do end up having the top quality product that we do here in New York.
Making their way to the starting gate, and now 4 to 5, some like it Hot Brown. If not for the layoff, if that Mohawk, his last race, and that was a win gate to wire, if that had been a month and a half ago, how short would he be?
I don't know. How much shorter can a turf horse be than this? I mean, it's not like he's running against a bunch of bums. These are pretty good horses he's running against. I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised he's odds on. I mean, the 2-horse can beat him, City Man. He could be aggressive, get position, and beat him. Sanctuary City could run him down. I don't think he has to win this race. I think he's the horse to beat. I just feel like some of these horses are shorter prices than... Did you expect him to be odds on here?
He's the lone speed. He's the class of the field.
Layoff, though.
The layoff.
8 to 5 morning line.
That's the question, but I expect him to win this race.
I thought the City Man would be a little closer. I agree with David Aragone. I thought he'd be like 5 to 2 in here. We were wrong.
There's Jose Ortiz waiting to load up on the 1 to catch. We'll see if anyone can run him down here, including his stablemate, Cross Border. But yeah, I mean, he kind of made a name for himself at longer distances, including the last time on turf anyway, that he won a graded stake, that Bowling Green mile and 3/8. Now trying to get a win here at 1 mile and a 16th. He has won at it on a couple of occasions.
Won a big race on synthetic over the winter at a huge price for Kirk Wyckoff's 3 Diamonds.
But some like it Hot Brown, the one they're all going to be chasing, the 7 with Jose Ortiz. It's the Kingston on Big Apple Showcase Day. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Set for the start. And the rough. From the inside, Ocala Dream and City Man. Those two strike out for the lead. Advanced Strategy. And on the outside, Some Like It Hot Brown. And then comes Therapist, who's down on the inside. Cross Border, followed by Step Dancer. And trailing the field is Sanctuary City in 8th. As City Man has the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Advanced Strategy on the outside runs in 2nd. Ocala Dream down at the rail, and alongside is the odds-on favorite, Some Like It Hot Brown. Opening quarter, 23 and 2/5 seconds. As the field races up the backstretch, it is City Man with the lead. Some Like It Hot Brown is going on with it now. Some Like It Hot Brown has surged to the front. It's Some Like It Hot Brown, the leader. City Man now back running in 2nd. And then it is Advanced Strategy in 3rd, followed by Ocala Dream in 4th. Therapist down on the inside in 5th. Then Cross Border, Step Dancer, and Sanctuary City. Half mile in 47 and 1. Some Like It Hot Brown, the leader, by a little more than a length. City Man and Advanced Strategy, they are right together, 2nd and 3rd, with Ocala Dream running in 4th, midway around the turn. Some Like It Hot Brown leads by 2 lengths. And then it is City Man, Advanced Strategy, and on the outside is Sanctuary City, who is gaining ground here along with Ocala Dream. They're in the stretch. Some Like It Hot Brown. Here is Ocala Dream ranging up now to challenge, and Sanctuary City is next. It is Ocala Dream who has come away with the lead. On the outside is Sanctuary City. Ocala Dream in front as they come on for the finish. It's Ocala Dream to win the Kingston. It was a photo for second between Sanctuary City and Therapist.
Odds-on favorite defeated, but the biggest surprise of this race, not the defeat, where the big favorite was early on in this race. He was not on the lead.
Yeah, Jose sort of allowed City Man to go, and the pace was fairly quick early, to be honest. Then he took over, but he just didn't have enough left to hold off the closers. And we talked before with Ocala Dream, and we've talked about this with Tom Morley. His horses often need a race off a layoff. So he improved last time off the layoff, and they took another step forward today, and congratulations to Tom. This is an improving horse, and I thought he had a chance to join these horses as a player in this division. I just didn't think it was going to happen yet. He's an overlay at 17 to 1, and he was a decisive winner. Sanctuary City ran his usual good race, but nobody was a match for Ocala Dream, who's blowing up this pick 6.
1-6-3 finish. Your odds-on favorite does not hit the board, and just strange to see where he was in this race early on. You expected him to be leading the way.
You did, but Joel Rosario wasn't going to let him have an easy time. 23.56 in that dogleg course is really moving. That's probably like 22 and 3 or 4 on the Widener turf course. They were moving up front. Turf course gotten very firm, to be fair, but this was an honest pace because those paces on the inner can be much, much slower.
And we'll see if we can actually go back to that beginning and get a look, if anything at all happened with Some Like It Hot Brown, because they do start on that turn. He was toward the outside.
Well, it's a disadvantage being that wide, but just seemed like Jose didn't want to be as aggressive, and Joel was, maybe. Javier gave this horse a great ride, by the way, the winner.
So keep your eyes on the 7.
He broke fine.
Yeah.
I think that Jose, for some reason, just didn't want to be super aggressive. It's weird. And one of the things that really helped the winner was Ocala Dream, was that Javier was aggressive enough early to force the pace and make the 2 go quicker and make Some Like It Hot Brown have to make a decisive move. By Javier being aggressive from the rail, instead of just taking back and letting the race get dictated to him, he kind of dictated the way the race was run because he was aggressive and he got a perfect pocket trip. And quick pace or not, he was in that pocket and he exploded. This horse was much the best.
Well, in a race like this, too, and the way it starts, as we said, the way it starts here, a little bit of a disadvantage being drawn where Some Like It Hot Brown was. But these riders, they trying to take it to him a little bit early to make life difficult?
Well, when you're the favorite and you're the potential controlling speed, I think everybody else sees you have a target on your back, and they have, riders need to adjust more accordingly, right? I mean, you're not going to beat them by just sort of lollygagging around, letting them go 24 and change 49. So they took it, sort of seized bull by the horns, and I really like on Javier's ride. It's what Richie says, getting your position going forward.
Tom Morley, there he is. Well done job with Ocala Dream, 4-year-old son of FNX. Now 4 for 6 on the Belmont lawn as he takes the Kingston. Prices and the nightcap still to come.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher. I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who now stands at Claiborne Farm. Ocala Dream dominant in the Kingston, as I'm pleased to be joined by his trainer, Tom Morley. And Tom, before we talk about the trip and this horse today, I know our colleague and your wife, Maggie Wolfendale, headed home already, but this is a horse that she worked back when he was a 2-year-old and just so special to her. How much does he mean to your family?
He means a huge amount to all of us. Sorry, I've lost my voice shouting, but you know, he came in, and huge kudos to Connor Foley and Oracle Bloodstock. They picked him out at the OBS sale. We didn't pay an awful lot of money for him. We got him up here, ran him on the dirt first time, and you know, all he's ever exhibited is the fact that he wanted the distance of ground. So we took a shot. We ran him in a long maiden special weight open company in Saratoga, and he ran really, really well. And he got a shin out of it, which was very disappointing. But he came back last year. He won the Stallion Series, and the only time he's ever disappointed me was in Saratoga last year in the second division of it. And I still can't work out why he didn't run, but he tries so hard every single time, this horse, so he's an absolute joy to be around.
And he really tried hard today, and he delivered a dominant performance and a great ride by Javier.
Yeah, I said to the owners, I said, look, I think he was about 85% when we went to Aqueduct. My horses always improve for a run at the beginning of the year. The weighing scale this morning, he was 30 pounds lighter than when he went to Aqueduct. He's had a really good breeze program into this race. But I did say we're going to need a Hall of Fame ride to get this done as well. But we got one. It was an unbelievable ride.
You run a lot of New York breds. These days are special for horsemen as well, to have the opportunities to run your New York breds for some big purses and some elite races.
Yeah, that should have been worth $500,000 though. I mean, that was a seriously, seriously good horse race. I mean, look, there are some very, very good horses who have finished behind him today. But this is a really important day for those of us who train year-round in New York to be able to showcase the really good New York breds. You know, he's beaten a bunch of graded stakes winners there, so absolutely thrilled.
Tom, congratulations.
Thank you, Acacia.
Ocala Dream for Tom Morley and the whole Morley family with the big win, Greg.
Gotta feel great. $36.40 for the win, and no question, the biggest win on the resume of Ocala Dream.
No question about it. I mean, listen, this is a horse that had run some credible races, and if you look at him last year, he was gradually improving as the year wore on. And then he runs his best career race, his first start as a 4-year-old, and as Tom said, graciously, his horses often need a race off a layoff, so it's not surprising he took another step forward. I didn't think, if I thought he could take a bigger step forward to win this race, I probably would have picked him. I didn't think he could do that much, but he did seem like a horse that was progressing enough that maybe he could be a player. I thought it might happen later in the year. It's happened already, and this is a division that needs new names in it, and there is a new player in it, Ocala Dream. He ran terrific today, and you can't say enough about the ride he got from Javier Castellano. It was an exceptional ride in every possible way.
Man who put together 1 point in his career, 4 consecutive Eclipse Awards as outstanding rider. you never know what's going to happen in this game. Looked like some like it Hot Brown is going to be gone, loose on the lead, didn't even get to the front.
That's why we love the game. I mean, you don't take anything for granted, and you can make cases for other horses. I felt that something like a Hot Brown would probably win. I was wrong, but that's the way the game goes. You can take shots against these horses. Just because they're short prices doesn't mean they have to win.
And what does this mean now with one leg remaining in this pick six carryover?
It means if the 1, 2, or 7 win, we'll be looking at a $366,000 carryover into Friday's card. Fairly unlikely, though. I think the 2 is far from impossible in this race. We'll see what happens, but good luck if you're alive. A lot of change out there. I think the smallest ones are pretty substantial.
12 days away from the Belmont Stakes, third and final leg of the Triple Crown, Test of the Champion. We saw Rich Strike work earlier. We're going to revisit that in just a little bit. Looks sharp. He'll be back, and it looks like a good field that's going to tackle him in the Test of the Champion. Be part of the action. BelmontStakes.com, where you can get your tickets now for that third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Here's a look at the probables who are going to line up for the Belmont Stakes here at Big Sandy. Ethereal Road, Dwayne Lucas kicking himself a little bit with that win on the undercard on Preakness Day with Ethereal Road. Thought maybe he should have run his horse in the Derby after all.
He would have got nothing. Wow, okay. Good luck, Wayne. Wayne, there's no race Wayne doesn't think he should be in. But
Rich Strike, however, post 20, got in at the final seconds before it would have been too late when Ethereal Road decided to opt out of the race, and produces the second biggest upset in the history of the race.
Had to alter course a little bit behind the horse tiring towards the inside. He got the fast pace, he made the run. Some people will say, well, I mean, Irad Ortiz went outside and Sonny Leo went inside. Well, Irad was riding a short-priced horse and he had less choice, and he made the right move in doing it. The other horse, you can gamble a little bit when you ride a long shot because nobody's going to notice when the 100-to-1 shot gets stopped. He didn't really get stopped, and he got through, and he got it done. He ran. We'll see if he can do the same thing in the Belmont Stakes. I'm skeptical, and unlike a member of our team today, he won't be favored.
Yeah, it does not seem like he's going to be the favorite after winning at 80-1. But Horseshoe, look, he has come around. Obviously a huge win. We saw him work earlier today. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
And he worked in between races 5 and 6 at Churchill Downs this afternoon, going 59 flat. And working in between races is a scenario for a horse like him that could have been a little bit daunting, because he is a horse, as we saw following the Kentucky Derby too, that gets very sharp, can get a little bit lathered up, can get a little bit revved up. I loved what I saw from the workout today, going 5 furlongs though. And while he was energetic, I did not think at any point there was anything to be concerned about in his demeanor and the way that he was acting in between races with a crowd. The way that he finished up, his exercise rider Gabriel's hands were low on his neck, right above his withers, and he just responded so easily. Yes, the track was fast. It's between races. That is something to keep in mind. But you love to see a horse that's just responding so well. And for me, the biggest part of this work that was so impressive was the gallop out. Yes, he's prepping for, I think, the biggest test of his career too, as now there's a little bit more expectation on him. There wasn't any expectation at 80-1 before the Kentucky Derby, but now people are going to be looking to see if that Derby winner can take the Test of the Champion, Greg. I'm looking forward to seeing him. He will need a trip, and he will need to get into the game a little bit sooner, but he's coming into the Belmont in fine form.
It certainly seems that way. He's not going to get the kind of pace he got in the Kentucky Derby, but he's certainly not going to take anyone by surprise either this time around after the second biggest upset in the history of the Run for the Roses. Tom Amos, of course, he was on hand for the work. Let's go back to Tom for more.
Where Rich Strike is cooling out after what was a very good work here at Churchill Downs. And the things that I noted that a trainer will note is how much water did the horse drink? How tired did the horse get? Very minimal on his water intake, a half a bucket. That's normal for a racehorse. And the idea of what weight he has since coming off the Derby. Has he lost weight? Has he gained any kind of fitness or color? All those things are very positive with Rich Strike. He wasn't blowing hard at the barn. His weight looks good. Everything looks good. And when you look at his work, it was very prototypical of the races we saw today and the horses that won here at Churchill Downs. It was fast early, good to the end, maybe a little bit slower on the end, but this horse was running against the wind all the way up the stretch. I spoke to Gabriel Langunis, his exercise rider and his work rider today, and he said the wind was blowing hard in his face. That cost him a little bit the last eighth of a mile. We're seeing the same thing in the live races today. Nothing to be concerned about. This work, it gets an A+.
Wow, high marks. That's good news. And, you know, Tom brought up Gabriel Lagunas. We talked about it earlier. Trainer Eric Reed gave the exercise rider so much credit for helping turn this horse around, getting him to learn how to relax and how to gallop without getting nervous, and it's really kind of changed his career as a horse.
See what happens at the Belmont. Onwards and upwards.
What price do you think? We got to see who's going to show up in the race, obviously. What do you think he could be in the Belmont?
I think he'll be about 8-1. I think he should be 30-1, but I think he'll probably be around 8-1 in here. Listen, there are no big names in there. Mo Donegal's the biggest one, and he's got the same problem as Rich Strike. He has no speed as well. We, the people, could vie for favoritism. Maybe he'll be first or second choice. He's going to be forwardly placed. Frankly, I think if early voting came back in this race, he'd beat the field like a drum. We'll see how it works out. It is a weird race because there's nobody in there that's going to get your heart pumping in there. And Rich Strike's going to get a lot of attention, but he can't be that short a price. And whatever price he should be, I think he should be 4 or 5 times that price.
All right, we'll see if he can do it again here in the Test of the Champion at 1.5 miles. Paul Duca, he had a chance to catch up with trainer Eric Reed.
Yeah, with winning training here of the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, Eric Reed. And Eric, you've been a wanted man here with the press. You needed a bottle of water.
Yeah, it's getting a little dry. It's hot out, so.
Were you happy with the work? 59 flat. It looked like Gabriel asked him early, and he sort of strutted out very, very nicely.
Yeah, he got away real well, and then he settled in nicely around the turn, and the work was just exactly what we wanted him to do. Track's a little quicker being in the afternoon. They just watered it for the work. So I think all in all, it was exactly what we had intended for him to do.
Were you a little worried that working between the 5th and the 6th race with the crowd that he might work a little fast or think it's race day?
We thought that was the big thing I was thinking about all week leading up to this, and you know, that was going to be the decision where we went ahead with this. And yesterday and the day before, I could see he was really starting to relax in the morning, and he's a very routine horse. And you know, after 3 weeks or so, he starts to do everything a lot easier, more calm. He's not so aggressive. So I thought this would work out. And coming on the backside where there was no commotion, no other horses, I knew he would relax. It was just when the crowd started cheering, would he get excited? And I think he likes that now. So
it's actually a really cool thing because it seems like you're growing in this horse's confidence, and the horse is growing in confidence as well.
Yeah, there's no doubt about his confidence, and I see it. He comes off the track in the mornings a lot more playful, and it's almost like he knows that he's done something. And, you know, sometimes when you go out against real good competition and you prevail in any sport, you know, I think you start getting the confidence that you had, and he was maturing each and every race leading up to the Derby. And I think, you know, I still don't think we've seen the best of him. So
that's kind of scary. Now you're going to ship out tonight. Everything goes well. You were talking about maybe get a couple gallops over the Belmont racetrack.
Yeah, we're going to actually leave in the morning and try to get in there tomorrow evening. Okay. And then if the ship goes well, he'll get some kind of light training Wednesday, and then he'll get a good 9 days leading up to the Belmont to do all the stuff that he needs to do at Belmont.
Well, good luck in the Belmont. Let's get you some rest. Let's get Rich Strike some rest. Eric Reed, good luck to the whole team.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, we look forward to him arriving tomorrow night around 8:30 to 10:30 Eastern time. He'll be on the grounds here in Elmont and get that jog Wednesday over the surface for the first time here at Big Sandy.
I expect some texts with pictures from you. I expect you and William to be out here to greet him.
As I said, our crew, they're going to be all over it. You don't need them from me.
We know they
have
work
team.
hard. We're talking about, you know, I'm talking about you, Greg.
We're going to take a time out.
I don't worry about that.
I have other prep work to do. We'll be back. We got more coming up, including the story of a forgotten mare who became a national hero and a superstar back here in the States. The story is Sergeant Reckless when we come back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Recent top runners include Group 1 winner Homesman, graded stakes winners Master of Foxhounds, Ancient Rome, and Bombard. Plus Annapolis, who became his sire's 100th stakes winner. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back at America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on a gorgeous Memorial Day. Coverage from Belmont, Churchill Downs. They're in the books. We still have the nightcap coming up from New York. You can play it all, of course, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. This next story, many of you who watch this program may well know by now. It's another example of sacrifice on this Memorial Day from the most unlikely source. A forgotten mare in a country at war who became a national hero.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest war horse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250, and he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire, and truly after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large. And before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk, and Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines, and especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954. Is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps Ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. and she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
We've seen this story so many times, and so every single time it touches you. Two-time Purple Heart winner. Life magazine named one of the 100 great heroes of all time.
No, it's a great story. It really is. It's one of those things. I don't think we've seen it lately. I can't remember. It's been a while since we've shown it, but it's always fun to watch. And we were both noticing there's a horse running at church this week named Sergeant Reckless.
Yeah, there's another Sergeant Reckless out
That's
there.
Awesome. Yeah.
Well, we want to obviously thank everyone and remember all those who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Just incredible, and we wouldn't be enjoying these races like we do if not for what everyone gave to serve. As we get our nightcap here coming up, let's take a look at the field. 7 furlongs on the turf. New York breds, maiden special weight to close out our card. It's a wide open betting race, maybe the best betting race of the day.
I was saying that. I mean, listen, they're tough races, but if you have some kind of idea, listen, my friend David Aragona likes one of the horses not covered here, the 2. I think the 5 latest edition, maybe Tom Morley and Javier Castellano can capture the late double. This horse got plenty of pedigree as a half to a nice horse named Crawdaddy. Ran for George Weaver. I think Sinfully Sweet's going to run a lot better. The favorite's 9-2, Greg, and I get that Smoking Hot Kitty could improve. I didn't think she did any running in her debut. I'm not going to be shocked if she wins, but
we saw Tom Morley just win a race. I was intrigued as well with his first-timer here. You mentioned Crawdaddy, the dam who was unraced, produced a horse named Crawdaddy who was 2 for 2 on the grass, including a New York Stallion Stakes win. 11-1 right now on the 5.
Yeah, I was kind of over that. I was interested in the 6 as well, who ended up scratching. But it's not possible to look at this race and go, I really like this horse. You might say I want to settle on a horse, but I don't know how you can look at this race and have any confidence in anybody, which I like. It means you can get a little goofy and maybe you have a chance to be right.
Oh, very mild favorite, that 9-horse Smoking Hot Kitty, Kitten's Joy for Christophe Clement. Start number 2. Dylan Davis will be aboard. It's going to get an extra furlong coming up this afternoon. Meanwhile, here's Sinfully Sweet. Mark Casse.
I think that the excuse for Sinfully Sweet is, first of all, she's coming off a 5-month layoff last time, but also this was 2 starts ago when she ran very well, and she ran a race that'll probably win today. That was a pace last time that really collapsed. So I can give her a bit of an excuse for that. She runs back to this race, and for those people that think, it was November, I don't trust it, well, Palace Gossip has come back and run 2 excellent races since then. This is a legitimate effort. She's got to get 7 today, but I actually think she's kind of the horse to beat, and the public's going to obviously disagree. I think 7-1 is a generous price on her.
Trevor McCarthy will be back aboard today. He was aboard for her return to the races as a 4-year-old back on April 22nd. Here again, Queen of Lies right now, 9-2. Mike Stidham, Kendrick Carmouche. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
This is a fun race, and I like Queen of Lies here. I think that she's come along. She actually wore Shadow Roll, that fleece over the noseband, in her first race, and they took it off last time out. I think she's a filly that is improving, and she looks much stronger than her most recent start. She warmed up beautifully out there under Kendrick Carmouche, and I thought she was right up on top of the pace, and she looked a little bit high-headed. I think that that's where you see that short comment, checked and alter, because, again, with that equipment change, she maybe hasn't gotten the hang of putting her head down and relaxing. But loved what I saw from her out on track. The first-time starter for Tom Morley as he looks to sweep the late double. Latest edition was tough to get the tack on back in the paddock. She was acting up in the saddling stall, so they brought her behind the stalls. She went out last in the post parade. She's done okay, as that is a look at the number 7. She's a natural who I'll get to in a moment as she's acting up quite a bit there on the track. But the number 9, Smoking Hot Kitty, she's one that is much more tucked up, much fitter today, as it looks like they're adjusting the trackus on the 7. Smoking Hot Kitty was carrying quite a bit of condition in her debut, as is a typical kind of Kitten's Joy, but much more tucked up, more professional, more focused out there on track for her second start. And that 7, she's a natural who did have the trackus adjustment, that chiclet that's in the back of the saddle cloth. Blinkers go on today. She's a huge price, but I really like her cutting back. She looks like a turf sprinter. It is an extension blinker covering the right eye. So hopefully she's able to run straight in 2 today and maybe just at a big, big price, one who could grab a piece underneath in a very fun way to wrap up Big Apple Showcase Day, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Acacia, with a wide open turf sprint to close things out. There's the one we were talking about earlier, Bavarian Cream, or one of the ones we were talking about. Dam was 3 for 6 on the dirt sprinting. The only sibling to try the turf for the 3 was 0 for 3 in the money.
Yeah, I know the horse has good dirt form, but I don't want to bet this horse in the turf.
4-1 right now.
Yeah, it's got good dirt form. I noticed the horse was one of the favorites, if not the favorite in doubles, and it's probably because they're betting off dirt figures, but this is not a dirt race.
At 5, again, the first timer for Tom Morley. Dam produced one who was 2 for 2, including a stakes win on the grass. Double-digit odds. Here's Crosstalk, and we're almost set for our finale here on Big Apple Showcase Day. Wide open race to close it out. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Number 7, She's a Natural, just walked out of the starting gate, trails the field. Silken Dollar and Crosstalk. They're out for the lead with Ard Maka down at the rail. And in between horses is Queen of Lies, who is up close and moving up. Sinfully Sweet is next in 5th. Monayan Don is in 6th. And then alongside is Smokin' Hot Kitty next in 7th. Bavarian Cream, tough to handle there in 8th. Alongside his latest edition in 9th. Followed by Dream Central in 10th. Farther back is She's a Natural, and Oak Loves a Fight. The quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. Silken Dollar challenged here on the outside by Queen of Lies. It's Silken Dollar, Queen of Lies on the outside. Crosstalk is next in 3rd. Ard Maka down towards the rail is in 4th. Then latest edition on the outside. Sinfully Sweet is next, followed by Dream Central. Then Smokin' Hot Kitty and Monayan Don. The half mile in 45 4 as they come into the stretch. It is Silken Dollar and Queen of Lies on the outside. Sinfully Sweet is now gaining ground down towards the rail. And on the outside is Ard Maka. As they come through the stretch, it is Silken Dollar trying to hold off Sinfully Sweet. Silken Dollar, Sinfully Sweet on the outside. Oh, it's a photo finish in the finale. Sinfully Sweet or Silken Dollar.
Photo finish to close out this tremendous card. Sinfully Sweet, Trevor McCarthy, Luis Saez on Silken Dollar.
Let's take a look. I bet the 4, Sinfully Sweet. Price was insane. 10, 4. I lost the bob. It's been that kind of week for me, Greg, I'll tell you that.
Sinfully Sweet, 7-1. That's the 4. Silken Dollar, the 10, 14-1. Big disparity here, certainly in the exotics as well. That goes without saying. One more look as they come down the lane.
This was a bob job, and the 4 would have beat, but the 10 came back, and the last flash he was going to get the bob was the one that mattered. And somebody hit a big pick 6 in here. This pick 6 is paying. This might be a pool job. No, 91,000. 73. There's no doubt about it. The inside horse won this one.
Wow, that final jump.
Last time
that
he would have had the
in
win.
Front.
Some week.
This game can be so cruel at times. Silken Dollar, Luis Saez, the pickup mount here for Rick Schosberg. Daughter of Central Banker, who's made so much noise as the New York bred sire. Appropriate here.
Second Dam actually was an okay turf horse, but this horse ran. Of course, do you know who the Dam sire is? Star Dabbler. Are you familiar with that horse is? It's a horse you and I have discussed on the show. That was the horse that Richie rode in the Indiana Derby that he won, and they called it a dead heat.
Oh, brutal.
And there is no doubt.
Clearly won.
Not even close. This, it was about 100 times more distance than this one. It was a full neck. It wasn't even a nose.
Posted Silken Dollar, 14-1, holding off Sinfully Sweet. 10-4, 3. You mentioned the pick 6, the pick 5 as well. 25,000 plus.
If you had the 4 for any of those things and you didn't hit, you got my sympathy. That was an awful beat.
Thanks for being with us on this Memorial Day coverage. We are back on Thursday. It's going to be evening show on FS2 next Thursday, 3 Eastern start time. We'll see you then with Downs Under Dark. Hope you enjoyed it. It's a fun afternoon. Wisconsin showing she's still got plenty left in the tank, and Make Mischief stepping up in the critical eye. Bank Sting not running her race this afternoon, but Make Mischief, Mark Cassidy, Dylan Davis, daughter of Into Mischief, with a big victory, the 6th of her career. Wisconsin, 5-year-old return to the races, a big win for her as she repeats the winning colors. And the Derby winner, Rich Strike, looking sharp as he gets set for the Belmont Stakes on June 11th. We'll see you next Thursday night.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on Dirt and